it's time to begin. Las Vegas and Dallas, Week 5 of Team Combat League begins now. Oh, down goes. My goodness, what a knockout of Jennifer Miranda over Kylie Fulmer.
Just having more volume, yes.
Good shot to the body.
You can see he knows. The coaches know, his corner knows. Get him out of there! Absolutely. And they're smacking their fists on each other's faces right now.
Yes, they are.
But he's in the fight.
He just ate a heavy right hand from the 6'6" Skylar Lace.
Say that it was a thing that threw him off balance as far as him really shocking him, but definitely had some balance there. And there goes that athleticism that you're talking about, a little mixed martial arts in there.
Yeah, you would like that little judo throw, right?
Teach him a good little takedown with that.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Ray Flores, Bubba Jenkins, Cynthia Conti. Oh, look at this.
We got a mixed martial arts fight that's broken out here.
Wait a minute. Johnny Callis. Has he waved it off? Did he wave it off?
So there's a little bit of nasty boxing going on, but they seem to both be fighting well.
You have none other than Alan Medina for Las Vegas. Good shot there by Lars Samar, who backed up Alan Medina. Medina's hurt. Medina's in serious trouble. He's getting hit with big shots.
But he's still in the fight.
But Alan Medina, he is one to
right hook. Wow, that was a mean right hook by Medina.
And Samar hit it well.
Yes, he did. Man, I love this fighting spirit between these two. These guys have been getting after it all night.
For Lars Samar with Dallas. And for Alan Medina, literally coming off the bench, thinking you got the rest of the night off and saying, hey, you got to go in because your teammate got hurt. And that of Alexander Thiel. Stiff jab for Graham, a left that backed up Rachmanov. Rachmanov might be hurt.
Yes.
Another left that backed him up immediately. He's got his back on the ropes, and now he's looking to fight fire with fire. Is Rachmanov.
Their job of
right hand counter for Diane.
Well, they got to do something different here. If they want to still be fighting for the rest of the season, still get that check, they got to come out and fight harder.
Yeah, you want that playoff bonus? Well, you got to be able to win every single week.
Absolutely.
Look, in combat sports, in wrestling, in boxing, in MMA, you're always in it. I mean, look at what happened with Purdue's Matt Ramos in big right hand by Michael Hunter. Ramos took Spencer Lee. Michael Hunter, 2 rounds of work.
Yes, absolutely.
Well, there's a reason why Michael Hunter is so beloved by Team Combat League.
There goes that, too. He's looking
because
for.
He is a quality prize fighter. What a right hand.
He melted him. He's out. He's out.
Montoya in trouble.
He's out.
Michael Hunter pouring it on Andres Montoya.
Blood in the water.
Can Michael Hunter get a knockdown? A right hand smashing into the face of Montoya. And that leg is saved by the bell. Is your final score. Dallas 173, Las Vegas 166. Dallas improves to 2-2 on the season. As we now have a matchup here in Week 5 between the undefeated 4-0 New York City Attitude matching up against the 2-1 Atlanta Attack.
Here in the States do it. And good for her. Don't let anyone tell you. But I do also have a problem with Mona Ward. We apologize to Sherbeck's family, but we got
Rahma Tulayev.
Yes. Oh, and Rahma Tulayev. Did you just see how he just turned him with the pivots, got him against the rope, Davidson against the rope?
Oh, I do like that.
Yeah, see? Oh, wow.
But look at Khalid Johnson come forward.
And that's a slip. Oh, beautiful.
Big shot. Oh, my. What a way to end it.
Just got to find something to get him up off him because King is just walking forward.
Nice right hand.
And there it is.
For King. And I'm surprised that wasn't a knockdown.
There it is.
A big right hand.
Oh.
King goes down. That's a big swing. Titus Williams, Michael Dawson, 135. Oh, boy. Williams was off balance, but then he ate a right hand from Michael Dawson.
Michael Dawson's got a mean right hand.
Atlanta 77, New York City 74. So cornerback down
and that was
Arnold.
Wow.
And that's big because that makes it a closer matchup.
So we're going to see how this thing finishes out. We knew.
Atlanta's on the attack right now.
Look at DeAndre Leatherwood. Boy,
he's in trouble.
This could be in trouble. This is big for New York City.
Left hooks all day. Where's that uppercut?
There it goes. Price Taylor pouncing on Demarite. Stand for that. Marcel Davidson for Atlanta. Nice left for Davidson.
Oh, he got hurt. It's going to be a knockdown.
Are they going to roll it? No.
Yeah, oh, gosh, he's out. He's out. Atlanta knocked him out. He's out on his feet. He's not 100%. He heard the click, click, click.
And he goes down.
Yes. Ralph, they're all over the place, these two. Ralph was not supposed to do that. Well, you can say that Clemente has a...
Oh, what a left by Solomon to back up Clemente.
That landed pretty flush.
Oh, his nose is bleeding.
Cynthia, I don't think I've seen Ralph Clemente hit that hard all season long. Now, he's the one who's getting beaten up.
And he just almost got knocked out.
He's hurt.
Solomon has Clemente on Wobble Bobble Street.
When I was interviewing Devin Davis earlier, he was like, Barry Hunter said, you ain't coming home if you guys lose. So,
That's what we do it for right here.
Nice body shot.
Devon Young for Atlanta, Bryce Taylor for New York City. Bryce Taylor's terrific against Demetrius Demarite.
This is a little bit of a different matchup. The guy's a lot bigger, Devin Young. And he's actually hitting and landing on Taylor.
Well, tell your family,
how he dominated. And I'm proud of Devin Young for doing what he's doing to fight such a big giant and hold his own.
Atlanta 172, New York City 165. Atlanta improves to 3-1 on the season. New York City falls. Up next, we have the 1-2 LA Tengus matching up against the 0-2 DC Destroyers.
Ooh, big knockdown.
And there's a knockdown for Yana Venedusko over Dupe Akinola. No doubt about it.
Oh, big hit there.
Cheney.
My goodness.
Big hit there.
Is ruled a slip per Arthur Mercanti. Turning up the heat. Cynthia, you know this. Tyrecia Douglas, she starts strong, but she fades late.
She fades. I mean, maybe it's, I'm not sure if it's her cardio or she's just overthrowing. But her punches are effective at the beginning, but this girl, Lizette, is coming. She's smelling blood. She probably sees that she is getting exhausted.
Then King.
That'll end around 8. Andrade, most recently in January. These are two top quality guys that are competing. And not putting any words into the mouth of Ahmed Sheikh. Sko is picking up the pace, and that's significant for LA.
As you can see right here, Dupe coming out and Lopez coming to swing like they're riding a seatbelt. Ooh, good left
right
hook.
hand by Akinola for DC.
Oh, good right hook.
Oh, that wobbled Lopez.
Yes.
Lopez was wobbled with that second right hand.
Lopez is hurt.
Dupe Akinola hammering away upon Lisette Lopez as we're in the money rounds.
Indeed. LA is going to have to put the pedal to the metal here and get something going.
Well, because we do have two southpaws in there.
Yes, good to see. I love watching some southpaws.
From Mohegan Sun Resort and Casino here in Uncasville, Connecticut, welcome to Week 6 of Team Combat League. I'm Ray Flores alongside esteemed MMA fighter Bubba Jenkins. We begin the triple header tonight with a matchup between the 2-2 Las Vegas Hustle and the 3-1 Atlanta Attack. Bubba, we had a bye week last week, but in the previous week, Las Vegas suffered a loss. They are now 500, meaning they're the middle of the pack. For Atlanta, they're the number 2 team in the conference, and they are all looking to go ahead and clinch their playoff spot. For Las Vegas, under Dewey Cooper, what do you think they need to do to turn things around?
Man, it's crunch time for Dewey Cooper and the Las Vegas Hustlers. I know coming off of a loss, they're going to be really reeling to get back in there, get their hands in there, get going really quick. I know that it's playoff time for most of the guys in there. Everybody's looking at that extra check and after that extra hours of all those hours of punching and fighting. So I'm pretty sure we're going to get in there and get some exciting fighting tonight.
For the Atlanta Attack, they're 3-1. Now, they thought maybe a couple of weeks ago that having and getting first place might be sort of a thing that was not in their future. Well, with New York suffering their first loss of the season 2 weeks ago, now not only are they in the playoff mix, but it's about seeding. So they want to be the number 1 team. That way they feel they can control their own destiny as we head towards the playoffs.
Absolutely. They're going to try to put themselves in the driver's seat. We're going to see how aggressive and urgent they are when they get out there, and we're going to see what it looks like when it's playoff time.
And as we get set for our opening matchup, one of the stars for the Las Vegas Hustle has been that of the performance of Sam Arnold III. Incidentally, his father, Sam Arnold Sr., is the coach, or one of the coaches, with the Atlanta Attack. Standing by with the fighter from Las Vegas is our very own Amir Tyson.
I'm with Sam Arnold III here. He's one of the best pound-for-pound boxers in TCL in general. How you feel tonight, man?
I feel good. I'm ready to fight, calm, just focused and ready.
Are you striving? Are you guys getting even more push to try to get this playoff spot?
Yeah, because I feel like when we lost to Dallas, it was a fight that we shouldn't have lost. And, you know, I wasn't fighting, so that played a major role. But definitely because I feel like now we're starting to be looked at as an underdog team.
Right. What should we expect tonight out of your performance?
You should expect a special performance. I'm going up against two good fighters that I'm familiar with, and my dad's team, of course.
Right. So how do you feel throughout this, this whole league? Everything it's a great experience. You seem like you're prospering in it. How do you feel about that? How do you feel about everything?
I feel grateful for this opportunity that the Team Combat League gave me to display my skills. I take it very seriously, like a real fight. That's why you don't see me in there losing or anything. I try to maintain my undefeated record, just like if I was competing in a real fight.
Right. Well, we'll see you tonight. All right, thank you. Do your thing, bro. Back to you.
Got on the rope, she's throwing relentlessly.
My goodness!
Great.
There's a knockdown! Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Mohegan Sun Resort and Casino here in Uncasville, Connecticut. It is time to begin Week 6 of Team Combat League. In the first of our triple header, we have the 2-2 Las Vegas Hustle and the 3-1 Atlanta Attack. Let's meet the 2-2 Las Vegas Hustle, led by their head coach, Dewey Cooper. In the women's featherweight division, we have Deanna Hobbs. At lightweight, James Earl. Welterweight, Keith Hunter. Middleweight, Alexander Thiel. At light heavyweight for Las Vegas, Sam Arnold III. At heavyweight for Las Vegas, Skylar Lacey. At lightweight for the men, Deontay Brown. Welterweight for Las Vegas, Alan Medina. Middleweight for the Las Vegas Hustle, Daquan Wyatt. At light heavyweight, Lanell Bellows. At heavyweight, Michael the Bounty Hunter. And rounding out your starting lineup for the Las Vegas Hustle, at heavyweight, Giovanni Scuderi. And now let's meet the Atlanta Attack, led by their head coach, Mustafa Minkins, and also Sam Arnold Sr. In the women's featherweight division, we have Mona Ward. At lightweight, Michael Dawson. Welterweight, Javon Davis. Middleweight, Khalid Johnson. Light heavyweight, Devontae Williams. Heavyweight, Demetrius Demerite. At lightweight for the men, in Atlanta, Marcel Davidson. Welterweight, Marcus Davidson. Middleweight, Keandre Leatherwood. Light heavyweight for Atlanta, Frankie Solomon. Heavyweight, Devon Young. And rounding out the starting lineup for the Atlanta Attack, Michael Nelson. It's time to begin Week 6 of Team Combat League. It is Las Vegas against Atlanta.
First one's in. Let's go.
Excited to see what's going on tonight, ladies and gentlemen. TCL back at it again. And you know how TCL gets it. No filling out process. We get right to it, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes. Yes, we do get it on as we have a matchup between Las Vegas and Atlanta. So we start off with Deanna Hobbs and Mona Ward. This one in the women's featherweight division. Ray Flores, Bubba Jenkins, Paulie Malignaggi, Amir Tyson. It's a privilege to be with all of you as we have Deanna Hobbs for Las Vegas, Mona Ward for Atlanta. They are 3-1 this season. For Las Vegas, 2-2 on the year.
Look, giving them their first loss of the year.
That was significant in regards to what they were able to do. And right now, hammering away is Deanna Hobbs.
Mona's all over.
Mona Ward absorbing quite a bit of punishment here. So Mona Ward for the Atlanta attack. She's being backed up by Deanna Hobbs. Oh, right hook for Mona Ward that changed things around for Atlanta.
That was Mayweather hat-esque, right?
Absolutely. Puts Mona back in the fight.
The result, Paulie.
Oh, big left hand. That buckled their knees, too.
Look at the action here.
It's a good fight.
Deanna Hobbs and Mona Ward.
Got a great fight going on between the ladies. They're out here really trying to put on for the start of their teams.
Well, Deanna Hobbs was lunging, and she ate a check right hook that almost sent her to the canvas, and that might have changed the trajectory of this round as Deanna Hobbs going forward.
Deanna Hobbs needs to slow herself down a little bit, and I believe she can catch the timing of Mona because it seems very simple what Mona's throwing, just a jab and that cross.
Oh, there's a good timing shot right there.
Absolutely.
Well, now Deanna Hobbs picking up the pace, ripping the body of Mona Ward. Ward, though, answering back, trying to answer back.
And that's the thing. I mean, it's been Ward trying to be more stylish and land the sharper shots, but Hobbs trying to wear her down. And the second half of the round is getting interesting now because it seems like Hobbs has done a little bit of wearing down as we get to the end of the round. Was it enough to win the round?
Well, it's very interesting.
I think Hobbs did a good job of, just always staying on that front foot, putting the pressure on, and putting Mona in a tough position.
That'll end round one with Deanna Hobbs and Mona Ward. Coming up now, we have James Earl and Michael Dawson as we take a look at some of the action from the round.
It's a really good start by Vegas if we're going to say we're going to have a good night tonight. Good start.
As we go back and take a look at what we are watching here in this action from Deanna Hobbs and Mona Ward. Now we focus in on the lightweights with James Earl and Michael Dawson. That'll begin the round. We have James Earl for Las Vegas, Michael Dawson for Atlanta. Michael Dawson has been one of the bright spots for the Atlanta attack, which is a big reason why Atlanta possesses a 3-1 record, and they currently stand in second place behind New York City.
And it's good to see Las Vegas, James Earl, come out against who you're saying is a good prospect in Atlanta, because James Earl is a really good representation of how Las Vegas likes to hustle.
Yeah, both of these guys have the quality boxing. Dawson and Earl have shown good quality.
Beautiful left hook by Michael Dawson. Michael Dawson is so quick.
These are both very caddy-like, quick paw-like guys right here.
Well, if you're James Earl, you got to beat Michael Dawson to the jab and beat him to the punch and get off first. There's a right. They both exchange.
Got to make some risks there. He's got to jump into that little bubble, that uncomfortable bubble Earl does.
And with this tactical stuff here, you want to see a couple of feints, a bit of changes of level here. These are the moments where you want to see, there it is. There's a little feint there.
Good feint
on the
there.
Part of,
Paulie was talking about.
On the part of Dawson.
Good right hand over the top by Michael Dawson. Even though they're not landing clean, they are making an impression. There's a left hook for Michael Dawson.
Yeah, good little check hook. And that's what I mean. There's those subtle things you're going to need here. in these tactical matchups.
Yeah, and Dawson's in the driver's seat here. He's got his foot on the pedal. He's extending with the jab. He's counter hooking. He's the one in the driver's seat. So Earl's got to do what he's got to do to figure this guy out in the last minute and 30 seconds.
Just beginning, big right hand by James Earl. That caught the attention of Michael Dawson.
Nice trade. Very good trade there.
That was probably the best punch of the round so far for James Earl.
Dawson has that counter right hand on automatic pilot. He's
automatic, right?
He's throwing it, looking to throw it. Anything Earl does, he's looking to throw it. Even if it comes up short here in that instant, he's looking to throw it. Anything Earl does. So Earl's got to try to draw something out of it. Again, use a feint, use something. Try to draw it out of him and then counter the counter.
All right, so right now in the early going, Las Vegas is on top 10-9. So Las Vegas, we're getting real up-to-date scoring, Paulie. Just so you know, a new wrinkle from that we've added.
You're going to love this part, Paulie. Every round you get to know what's going on.
You know exactly what's happening as we are now with 41 seconds to go of the second round.
I think Earl still has to do a little bit more to try to capture this round because Michael Dawson has just been a little bit quicker than him for the most part. Good offense, good defense by both guys, but I just need Earl to step on the gas just a little bit more to get back some of those earlier punches.
And another thing, Dawson's command with that lead hand, but also he transitions from defense to offense very nicely as well. As when Earl has tried to create something, Dawson has had that counter going very well.
Controlling very nicely with that jab. I mean, immediately just offense and defense with the jab.
Final moments of this second round. Big right hand.
Earl went for it.
Earl. And the round comes to a
little late. Earl, where was that earlier in the round from Earl?
Exactly. A little bit of urgency there last little bit of the round, but we need to see more of that earlier. No pun intended. Earl needs to go early.
Was that enough to win the round for James Earl against Michael Dawson?
I don't know. A little bit too late for my opinion.
Agreed there, Paulie. A little bit too late. Michael Dawson did a great job of sticking and jabbing with the jab. But, you know, there's a couple combinations in there that traded evenly.
As we go back and take a look at what we saw, I do think Michael Dawson did enough to win it, but James Earl came on strong.
No, both guys are quality. That was one of those matchups where you actually enjoy it. It's got tactical stuff. It's got skills. It's got power. You know,
I'm excited to see what the cards say.
Now we're at welterweight. Keith Hunter for Las Vegas. Javon Davis down goes Keith Hunter. Oh, my.
Wow, I don't know if it was a slip or a knockdown. It's kind of happening kind of quick, but that's going to make Hunter come out and really have to get after it.
So already it's a 10-8 round in favor of Atlanta. So a major momentum swing in the early going of this matchup between Atlanta and Las Vegas. How quickly the tide changes. Another counter right hand being landed as Keith Hunter tries to keep Javon Davis off of him.
Got a little bit of MMA action going here. They're getting into it. But, you know, what'd you expect when you got some really rowdy boxers coming after it, trying to look for a fight?
So right now we're tied up at 19 apiece.
Oh,
big right hand.
Big right overhand.
What action that we are seeing. We're tied up at 19 apiece, but that doesn't account for the knockdown that we have with Javon Davis over Keith Hunter.
And he's looking for another one. Hunter needs to get in his stance and, you know, maybe turn it less into a street fight and more into a boxing match because it's a little bit technically out of control.
Also, too, if there are two knockdowns, a two knockdown rule is in effect. So the round would be over.
It would be 10-7.
It would be 10-7, which, I mean, seriously, every point counts so much with Team Combat League.
I think Hunter's not in danger of getting dropped again unless it will be a one-punch shot. But nonetheless, he's got to get active here to try to get at least the point back and make it 10-9 instead of 10-8. Because right now,
and he's got to be careful with the way he's leaning because that overhand right is just missing its mark. It's already caught him once. That time it just missed. You know, he's got to be a little bit more sharper because, you know, he's new to Las Vegas hustle, but this isn't you know, a 5-round, 6-round war. This is 1-round TCL style.
Final moments of this third round. Javon Davis putting down Keith Hunter down in this early going. That will put Atlanta on top by 2 points as we head into round 4.
Yeah, it seems like Keith is trying to get his rhythm, you know. It seems like maybe a little bit of that first round rust is in there. And that's the thing about TCL. You don't really get to shake off the rust. You just kind of got to go and go.
Getting beat to the punch there. He's got to be careful. Another big shot there by Davis.
Is it me, guys, or does this round seem a little bit longer than usual?
A little bit longer than usual, but we don't mind. We like to see the brawls.
There we go.
There's that clack.
So we're going to go back and take a look to see if that was a knockdown. And check that out as we go back and look at the third round with Javon Davis and Keith Hunter. Go back and take a look at it.
Ricky, hold the car. We're going to check that out.
We'll go back and look at it one more time. Instant replay is in effect here. We go back and take a look at that replay yet again here.
Goes an overhand right, kind of catches, boom, right there.
That was a knockdown, so it was scored as a knockdown per the head of the commission here, Mike Mazzulli. So that's a 10-8 round, a 2-point swing, as Atlanta now is on top by 2. Now we have Alexander Thiel of Las Vegas and Khalid Johnson of Atlanta. And Bubba, we saw Khalid Johnson. Paul, you've seen him as well. He's been a constant in the lineup for the Atlanta Attack.
Yeah, and I'm hearing them say easy work over there, so Atlanta must have a feeling of this going their way. He's coming out looking very relaxed, so yeah, maybe they have a thing we don't know about.
I've seen Johnson likes to start fast. Johnson has an explosive style. Oh, there he goes again. Nice shot there.
Right.
Johnson, Alexander Thiel matching up. Good shot there.
Alexander Thiel's got to do a good job of not letting Las Vegas get too far behind in the driver's seat here, because Atlanta's all over him.
The good thing about
right hand
Johnson, he's first a lot, and Thiel's got to work on trying to be first here, trying to take the play away from Johnson, but he's allowing Johnson to dictate the pace here.
That leap in left hook is almost there. He disguises it a little bit more. He can find that leap in 3-2 that he's looking for.
You can see who's in control. Notice every time they're in range, it's always Johnson getting off first. If you feel, you got to start making a play to start being first here in the second half of the round.
Yeah, Thiel can't afford to be a counterpuncher because Johnson.
Ooh, good punch there.
And that's a good shot there. You see, when he decided to be first, he put that right hand between the guard. He's got to do a little bit more of that if he's going to give Las Vegas a chance to win this round.
So right now, Atlanta's on top 29-27 with that knockdown from none other than Javon Davis over Keith Hunter.
Another hook there.
Big right hand as Khalid Johnson surging from the momentum of that of his teammate Javon Davis. Good left hook to the body there by Khalid Johnson.
Johnson just seems to be a little bit stronger, even though we're getting...
big right hand that buckled Alexander Thiel. And Thiel might be hurt.
Stumbling a little bit, but I think he's got his bearings back.
Paulie, Alexander Thiel got tattooed with the big right hand from Khalid Johnson, but it was all set up from the jab.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, Johnson's really taking command as far as making sure he's first for the most part in the round. He's got Thiel on the back foot. He's got Thiel thinking defensively, and he's got Thiel waiting for the most part. Even when Thiel's first, like right there, he's very hesitant. He's not really committing to the shots.
Very hesitant to Paulie. He seems to be a little bit timid almost. Even when he's countering and it's working well for him, he seems to be by surprise that it's happening.
Yeah, and I think what that comes from, Bub. I think he's got Johnson's in his head. He's the explosiveness of Johnson, the speed of Johnson, and I think he's got Thiel overthinking a little bit.
Plays back into Atlanta saying, easy work, easy work. You being in the cage or in the ring, you can hear that, and them feeling like it's easy work may have played into his mind.
We appreciate all of you joining us wherever you are around the world. Great right hand by Khalid Johnson.
I like the body work of Johnson too this round. A couple of good left hooks to the body as well.
It was a good combination of motion right there from Johnson.
There's that right hand.
Good right
Thiel
hand.
Going straight back. You don't want to go straight back like that, especially when you're up high. Johnson catches him.
And that'll end the fourth round. And it's fair to say, guys, that Atlanta, they are surging. They're on top 29-27. But I think that was a round in favor of Khalid Johnson.
Absolutely. Johnson was all over him from whistle to whistle. And I think that Hustle needs to really get their horses out there and really start to turn this tide around, because it's going one way for Atlanta.
Well, now we have Sam Arnold.
I'm excited to see what Arnold does against his father's team, and Vegas being behind on the cards right now.
Yeah, how unique is that, Paulie, the fact that Sam Arnold is fighting for Las Vegas, his father's coaching Atlanta, and when I asked them both about the situation, his father said, I did not want to show any favoritism to my son, which is why I did not want my son a part of my team. I went somewhere. He said he has nephews on the Dallas team. He has his son with Las Vegas. That's why he decided to take his talents to Atlanta and be a coach within the Atlanta Attacks team.
Absolutely. So he knows his son. He knows the family. It's a family affair, like Paulie said, with them. And, you know, it's part of their lifestyle. So Vegas has been a home for the Arnold family and those cousins. I've been there with Dewey Cooper, seeing them all train together. So, yeah, you know, I could see how they're spread out amongst a bunch of cities in this TCL combat.
Arnold's got to get on that front foot here. His team really needs a round. Atlanta has gotten some momentum. And this is an opportunity for him to really try to steal some momentum back for the hustle. But both guys really waiting a lot here so far, Arnold and Williams.
Our very own Amir Tyson spoke with Sam Arnold earlier. And the one thing that I took away from the interview is the confidence in which Sam Arnold exudes heading into competition. Atlanta has increased their lead 39-36. So a knockdown by Javon Davis over Keith Hunter, and then Khalid Johnson. Big right hand there. Sam Arnold coming forward upon Devontae Williams of Atlanta.
And he's got to do more of that. Now he's looking for that counter again. You want to see him start to lead after that, start to take the initiative. He landed a solid counter. You got your man thinking a little bit. Now start to take initiative and lead. Don't allow Williams to get back on that front foot and try to dictate.
Absolutely. And there's two things that play here. Sam Arnold could be a little bit nervous because his father's on the other coaching staff, and his father's probably told Williams what to do, what not to do for some of the weaknesses, things that he can, you know, pick out on. And Sam Arnold's got to do a better job of playing against that mental edge of maybe having this guy be somewhat of a big brother, having his father in his ear. So we got to see Sam Arnold get on that gas.
Big right hand by Sam Arnold. Devontae Williams covering up under a minute left here in this fifth round. One, I think, in which it's being controlled by Sam Arnold, who's been one of the stars within Team Combat League.
You know, and it's been also the choices Williams has made. He's made choices to not really take control of the round here, and he's allowed at each minute of the round. You can see Arnold gaining in confidence, and now he's walking.
Good 3-2 right there by Arnold.
Sam Arnold is 5-0 with Team Combat League with one knockdown, so he has been.
I think his undefeated streak is on the line right here.
Against Devontae Williams.
Yes, I think Devontae has done a good enough job earlier in the round just to stay away and be busy, and you know, maybe even kind of steal the round. You know, he's in the middle of the round, you know, middle of the ring, doing what he's got to do with his jab. But I think Arnold's got to be a little bit more aggressive here if he wants to win this.
Paul, your thoughts?
You know, I agree. I mean, I think Arnold has won the round.
There's that aggression from Arnold that he's got to pull out. And I can feel it in his urgency that he felt like he was down, possibly.
That'll end the fifth round.
I think Arnold got that round.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it was.
I feel like Williams did too much waiting in that round. Too much waiting. I mean, and don't get me wrong. I thought it was still up for grabs in the last minute, but I think Arnold went for it. You see, like the moments like that where you both guys are making a choice as to who's going to take control of that round.
For Las Vegas' sake, we need Paulie to be right. I'm not even going to act like I'm not biased. I need Dewey Cooper's team to win. That's the lifestyle for us over there at BK MMA.
So let us know your thoughts on who you believe is on top in the live chat. We have Skylar Lacey now and Demetrius Demarite. We have Tony Boswell very much supporting Lacey the Skywalker, Brother Moses as well.
Like a movie character, bro.
What's up?
Lacey like a movie character.
Oh, yeah, no doubt about it. So right now the score is Atlanta 48. They're on top of Las Vegas 46. So Atlanta with a 2-point lead. Now look at this stylistic matchup from a height standpoint. Skylar Lacey looks to be towering over Demetrius Demarite.
All right.
We got Anthony Calixto, who is joining us. Brother Moses Evander Holyfield Jr. Don't know if that is the Evander Holyfield Jr., but nonetheless, we appreciate you chiming in and giving your thoughts on the live chat as well here.
Hit
the subscribe button on the TCL YouTube page.
Good distance controlling right here by Lacey. He's doing a good job of being the much taller, much more active guy.
Demarite's going to have to close that gap if he's going to have any effect in this round so far. But
big right hand.
Another good right hand.
An echoing right hand on Demetrius Demarite.
Yeah, Lacey's reaching. And the problem with Demarite is he's kind of pulling on those right hands. So he's not going to be able to pull against a taller guy. And if you try to pull against a taller guy,
you're going to fall right into the aim of that, right?
And also, you're not going to be able to counter the shot anyway because you're pulling. You got to get underneath when you're the shorter guy or off to the side if you're the shorter guy. Because you're not going to be able to make him pay anyway, even if you make him miss.
The definition of he's got to bob and weave and get inside that bubble because he is not going to get inside when Lacey's doing as good a job as he is, and he's kind of feinting the wrong way or leaning the wrong way, as Paulie was saying.
Well, with Atlanta, they're ahead 48-46, but this round is likely, sort of cutting into that Atlanta lead. Big right hand by Skylar Lacey again.
Absolutely.
So Arnold, did they give Arnold the last round?
They did. They did. You were right on that, Paulie.
But Lacey, if he's able to get this round, it gives some momentum to Las Vegas going into the half.
And despite the fact that Javon Davis got that knockdown over Keith Hunter, a 2-point swing, that went to the Atlanta Attacks way.
And you know what? If Lacey wins the round, it would be a 1-point fight. The knockdown would be the difference in the fight so far.
And at least at the half-point way.
Yeah, well, at least through the third because we go 18 rounds. So big left hook.
Good
Demarite.
He's marching him forward, and that's what I mean now. He's getting inside that bubble. And Lacey's got to do a good job of getting on that bike a little bit, getting on that horse, and stick back to that jab.
Well, now Lacey is going to have to deal with the forward progression and the aggression of Demetrius Demarite.
Demarite said, enough, dude. I'm coming inside. I said, look at him. No respect. Look.
Yeah, good right hand
Lacey.
There. Lacey's got to do a good job of timing that rush. If he can find a way to ole, kind of say, and then find a good cross, that's exactly what's going to win him this rush.
A lot of holding being done by Skylar Lacey in these final 45 seconds.
Because Lacey's not sitting on his shots. He's trying to get away and throw at the same time. So Demarite's got nothing to respect.
He's punching on that horse as he's moving.
It's not on the shot.
Good uppercut there.
He's trying to get away and punch at the same time. You got to punch then get away. Because you get away and punch at the same time, it's going to be nothing on the shot.
Bob and weave, stick and move. He was trying to put it together, baby. That's all that matters. For Vegas on the way with the win.
Yeah, I give Vegas that round. But I think Demarite figured it out later in the round. I think later when they meet again, I want to see if Demarite starts a little faster.
He probably will start strong. Now we go down to lightweight. Deontay Brown of Las Vegas, Marcel Davidson of Atlanta. Marcel Davidson having the knockout of the year over Sherbek Ramutalov in their last meeting.
Now, let me tell you how big that is. Ramutalov was the best New York fighter. So number one, you helped beat New York, but number two, you also eliminated Rakhmatullah for the season. Asset for New
after
York.
Being beat in the first round.
Yep.
After being beat, what a hell of a comeback.
Big asset.
And he don't have an easy opponent here either.
So I spoke with the head of the commission here at Mohegan Sun, Mike Mazzulli, and this is just rules in general. A knockout, if you're knocked out, you're suspended for 60 days at minimum.
Yeah.
That's why Ramutalov is out for the year for New York, and that's a major loss for the New York City Attack, Foley.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said,
good hooks right there by Brown. He jumped in on that and doubled up with the hook, body head.
But now we have Deontay Brown of Las Vegas matching up against Marcel Davidson. Davidson trying to sit down on his punches, Paulie, and he's looking for another highlight reel knockout.
I was looking for that left counter, left hand, but I like how Brown is also trying to circle him a little bit and attack at different angles.
And Brown is looking really good with that jab. He's in and out, very shifty, very fast, looks calm. He seems to be in the driver's seat with a guy who has a highlight like he does.
And also Brown is doing what he's supposed to do against a taller guy. You either want to be all the way out or all the way in.
All the way out or all the way in, Paul.
Got there. See, there he was in with that left hand, and now he's all the way out again. Because now he's got the taller Brown. He's got the taller Davidson actually reaching. So he's reaching. Very smart about
and getting out of place. And I think that's where he's going to capitalize and try to get a highlight on the highlight guy.
So Atlanta's on top, 57-56. Lacey won that round for Las Vegas. It's a 1-point matchup as we're here in round 7. Couple left hands
good body
for
there
Davidson
by Brown.
On Deontay Brown. Marcel Davidson looking to increase that lead of Atlanta. Some shots behind the head.
We got to be careful with Deontay Brown. He got thrown out last time, so Vegas needing these points and being in the lead, we don't want that to reoccur here.
Coming up on 65 seconds to go in the 7th round.
Yeah, it seems like Davidson he's just having trouble finding that distance. And Brown has had himself a good
Brown's
round,
in control here. He really is doing what he wants, and it's kind of got Davidson a little bit gun shy.
Yeah, it seems like Davidson kind of been confused as to how to take this approach. Again, he's coming up short against the shorter Brown.
Can't find him, like you said, Paulie. It's hard to find him. You could tell that even when he throws his punches, he's a little bit guessing. Like, I hope you're there when he throws that jab. And he's looking for, he's literally looking for the punch. Again, there, he might have found one there.
Straight left by Davidson. Ray Flores, Bubba Jenkins, Paulie Malignaggi, Amir Tyson here on this Week 6 matchup, Round 7. This one's scheduled for 18. Deontay Brown, Marcel Davidson, couple of left hands for Davidson towards the tail end of the 7th round.
This is probably the best round for Vegas, other than the round that Hobbs had. I think this is Vegas's cleanest round.
And that'll end round 7.
Yeah, how impressive from Brown.
Very impressive round.
Not easy to have a round like that against a guy that tall, and you don't get a chance to feel him out. You got to go right into it.
You got to get, TCL doesn't give you that feel out process.
So, that was impressive boxing there by Brown.
And you can tell that Marcel didn't feel good about that round. He kind of got out of the cage, out of the ring frustrated.
Couldn't really find his range.
Yeah, and you know you're frustrated when you can't find the guy. You're just like, dang it, I gotta get my 1s and 2s back.
I want to appreciate all of you joining us. Now we have a matchup at 147. Alan Medina for Las Vegas. Marcus Davidson, the brother of Marcel Davidson, matching up for Atlanta. Want to say a special load of Sports Box TV news, and also Robbie Garcia.
What are they, twins?
Yeah, they're literally their brothers.
They got me last week, Paulie. I was like, how are you going to throw the same guy in there twice?
They wear the same hairstyle, too.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's a good thing by brothers. It's a lifestyle. We're out here trying to win, and that's what Atlanta's putting back-to-back the Davidson twins.
And they love fighting on the same cards as one another. Big right hand. Amir and I commentated their matchup when they fought in Seoul, South Korea in December, and they feed off each other's energy.
Well, you're going to say what Marcus can do after Marcel came out and really couldn't find his positioning.
Medina trying to take control and be first there. They got to at least wear different hairstyles so we can tell them. Remember the Charlos, the beginning of their careers, they had different hairstyles so we can learn to tell them apart before they got their hairstyles.
Well, Marcel was fighting more as southpaw, whereas Marcus fights more conventional. There's a right hand for Marcus Davidson.
They're both just a little bit off on the countering. They're trying to counter each other and find it, and they both seem to just be off right there.
Alan Medina having some trouble dealing with the physical attributes of one Marcus Davidson. Now he's coming forward.
And that's the thing what Medina has to do. He can't get into a timing fight against Davidson. It seems to me like the Davidson brothers in general are good timing fighters. And Medina can't get into that kind of timing battle against Davidson. He'll be out-quicked.
Right,
He's got to try to force his way in.
He's got to take a little bit out of that, a little bit of the page out of Brown, and try to get inside, either be all the way in, like Paulie said, or all the way out. You don't want to be in that range that the Davis brothers can hit you at.
But that's the thing, Bob. I don't know if he has the legs Brown had. Brown had really quick legs to be all the way in and all the way out. I think Medina has to try to force his way.
Get gritty. Yeah. Make it a little bit of a fight. A little bit like that. Ooh, he got hit with an uppercut right there, but he's got to make it a little bit more gritty, a little bit dirty. Especially with those taller boxers. You just got to make it a fight sometimes.
So, guys, we are tied at 66 apiece. Deontay Brown won that round for Las Vegas over Marcel Davidson. So we are even at 66 as we're here in the final minute of this 8th round. This one being at 147 with Davidson and Medina.
Medina's really got a plan. He's looking good uppercut there. And good second wave by Medina. He felt like he did something well there.
Big left hook upstairs.
This is what Medina has to do.
Took good 10 seconds by Medina.
Yeah, actually, he can't get into the tactical matchup. He's got to just try to fight his way out of there.
He's leaving that cross out there a little bit too long. If Marcel can catch onto that, Marcus, if he can catch onto that, he can really do some damage to Medina. But he's got to bring that cross back.
Final moments of this 8th round. Alan Medina, Marcus Davidson. We will take a brief pause after round 11.
Oh, good shot.
Overhand left by Medina. 2 big lefts to conclude the round for Alan Medina.
Davidson timed on him with a good right hand.
No, that was a Davidson punch right there.
That was a Davidson right here. That was a good time
But
shot.
Medina did well. I think Medina did a good job of bobbing and weaving, trying to get his offense off. It was really awesome to watch.
I don't know, man. That right hand for me gave Davidson the round, brothers. He timed that shot good.
We await to see how the judges have this one rendered. Take a look back at what we are seeing. And now we focus our attention on 160. Daquan Wyatt for Las Vegas, Keandre Leatherwood of Atlanta. They start off strong as we are in round number 9. Daquan Wyatt of Las Vegas, Leatherwood for Atlanta. Close distance here.
Very close fight between Vegas and Atlanta.
Picked up, down goes Daquan Wyatt.
He landed that one flush and clean.
Hook right hand, quick little short hook, and
Wyatt needs to hold.
Right hand.
Wyatt's got to find a way to just steal some time away, because I'm not sure he's there yet, and Vegas cannot afford a knockout here.
He's looking for it again. He's looking for that hook right hand again.
He might find it again, Paulie. It's a lot of time on that.
Keandre Leatherwood has opened up a lead for the Atlanta attack on that picture-perfect shot. And that is a big momentum swing for Atlanta. Now they have regained the lead emphatically, Paulie.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, they were starting, Vegas was starting to chip away at the lead and get their way back into the fight. But this is a potential 2-point round here for Atlanta with that Leatherwood knockdown.
So prior to the knockdown, Las Vegas was on top 76-75, but that knockdown has surged and has propelled Atlanta on top of Las Vegas. So back and forth we go as we're here in the 9th round.
We disagreed on that last one, Paulie. Yeah. They gave Medina that round.
They gave it to Medina.
Yeah, but it was a good right hand.
They didn't like the right hand, bro.
Absolutely. But look at this fight here, okay? So when we used to wrestle in college at Penn State, when our guy got out there and got pinned or something like that, we knew as a team member we had to fight well, or we had to wrestle well for the next match. So Wyatt's got to do a good job of not giving up that 2 points that is possibly out there for the opportunity of Atlanta. And whether it's hold, stall, whether it's, just give it gritty, what he's got to do for the next 1 minute is not give up that knockout.
Good shot there by Wyatt. That right hand.
Under a minute left here in this 9th round. And look at the confidence being exhibited by Keandre Leatherwood of the Atlanta attack.
He's really got 40 seconds to find that punch that he found again.
Big right hand over the top again for Leatherwood.
I think he's finding that one more and more.
Wyatt cannot get out of the way of the right hand. He literally stumbling into it.
And he's got to do a better job of just trying to waste the clock in the last 20 seconds.
At this point, he's got to be careful not to lose at 10-7.
Absolutely. Vegas needs him to hold right now.
In a major way, as Las Vegas, they are facing another uphill climb. Keandre Leatherwood with the knockdown over Daquan Wyatt. Big right hand by Leatherwood.
Oh my gosh.
There's an awkwardness to the way Leatherwood throws his shots. He's like a change of speed,
Right, he needs to find that technique he goes back into the gym and find that technique, because if he does it right, he's putting Wyatt out there much easier.
Sam Arnold Sr. very much loving what he's seeing out of Keandre Leatherwood. Let's go back and take a look at that knockdown. Boom. That jab followed by a right hand.
Man, his feet and his legs were not under him when he got up. Neither was that arm when he fell.
You know what's crazy, Paulie? He didn't even land clean. I mean, he landed flush, but he didn't get full extension behind that shot.
I think he actually threw it as a chop. I think that was the way he intended to throw it. He kind of chopped it down at him.
More like an overhand MMA punch.
Yeah,
more like
that short one. Like a short chop.
A little Ricky Lundell right there.
So with the knockdown, Atlanta's on top 85-84. Linnell Bellows for Las Vegas. Atlanta's got Frankie Solomon. This one in the light heavyweight division. So back and forth we go. Atlanta now leads by a point. Las Vegas needs a big performance out of Linnell Bellows, who's very much battle-tested in his professional career, now giving his talents to the Las Vegas Hustle.
I need Linnell Bellows to really find his distance, find his opponent, keep his eyes on him. He lost him a little bit there, so he needs to, turn up. TCL Combat League will really jump on you.
Yes. Solomon has some lively legs. He's getting moving around the ring and trying to find the angle. Bellows trying to stalk a little bit.
Yeah, looks like he's stuck in the mud a little bit. He's got to get going here, Vegas.
Solomon is southpaw, Linnell Bellows conventional. Bellows trying to stalk Frankie Solomon, cut off the ring, and this is where Bellows has got to go to work.
Yeah, if that's the strategy, if that's the plan, let's get in and get dirty right there. He finally got to him, and then he's got to get to his motion.
A 1-point lead for the Atlanta Attack. Both teams have gotten knockdowns respectively. In the third, it was Javon Davis knocking down Keith Hunter.
Oh, good hook.
Leatherwood knocking down Daquan Wyatt.
He's hurt. He got a good left hand, and it landed.
And now Solomon's got Linnell Bellows hurt. He has 94 seconds to survive this 10th round.
He got caught with a mean right hand there, and I'm not sure he's back, but he's got to find a way for the next minute and a half to not let that left hand come off his head again. 2 back-to-back good left hands.
Solomon was shaking his left hand after that clinch. I wonder if he hurt it or not.
Big left for Solomon over Linnell Bellows.
He's right in the lineup of that too.
And Solomon just looks like the more lively guy. You know, I can see in the beginning of the round, you know, he had the livelier legs trying to find that angle and whatnot. And even now, like you said, he's saying it sort of stuck in the mud is Bellows, you know?
Stuck in the mud, and he looks to be unbalanced a little bit, man. And I can't find out what it is for Bellows. His legs seem to be a little bit shaky.
It looks like when somebody's like a shot fighter, like they don't have legs. You know, Linnell has had a long enough career, right? I mean, he's not one of these rookies either.
Yeah.
Well, I think he's just planting his feet and just trying to swing for the fences. I mean, look, his nickname is Linnell K.O. Bellows. I just think he's trying to tear off Frankie Solomon's head, but it's not working. He's getting outpointed, and Solomon being very much the busier of the two.
I don't see many.
Look at this. This might be a case where the referee can step in and stop it.
It's all blocks, all arms, but
Bellows
just doesn't look good.
He wasn't throwing anything of validity, which at that point you got to really worry about if the fighter's interested or not.
Yeah, it's just visually bad. I mean, he's not physically hurt anymore because he was earlier, but it just visually doesn't look good for him. As far as the round goes, he conceded to get out of there the way he did.
And that'll end the round. That's a big round for Atlanta. Frankie Solomon over Linnell Bellows. I'm glad you brought up that point, Bubba, though,
big round.
In the fact that it was true. None of those shots were really landing flush and with a lot of steam behind them, but visually it didn't look good because he was being overwhelmed by the busier Frankie Solomon of Atlanta.
And you never want that to be seen from your teammate. Your teammates are watching. There's a lot of momentum going. There's momentum being drawn, momentum being built up, and you don't want to, give the visual of Atlanta just beating you up for, 10 seconds or whatnot. So. But we're moving on to the next round. I'm excited to see what Vegas is going to bring out here. We didn't get to see him a lot last week and Michael Hunter, or last time, so I'm excited what Hunter brings.
Well, this is big. Michael Hunter of Las Vegas taking on Devon Young. Michael Hunter 3-0 in TCL. Devon Young 6-1 in TCL. Both men. This is a huge round.
Because I'll tell you why. Hunter, obviously a big name, big reputation. He's been one of some of the best fighters in the world. But Devon Young has been an asset for Atlanta. We're really, to me, probably their best fighter. To me, he's looked very, very good whenever I've seen him.
Yeah. He has been sensational. He's 6-1 in Team Combat League. So now Atlanta has increased their lead 95-93 as we enter the 11th round. Big right hand there by Michael Hunter. And Michael Hunter now goes to southpaw, back to conventional.
Michael Hunter with the fleet-footed style, and he's just over here feeling comfortable, sticking and moving in and out. It was a good right hand 1-2 that he kind of tricked his opponent with, and now he's doing a good job of controlling the distance and getting off when he wants.
Big right hand by Michael Hunter. And Paulie, I'll say this, that when Las Vegas was able to bring Michael Hunter into the fold in the early part of the season, that has been the biggest signing for Team Combat League, and I think Ahmed Sheikh, the CEO, would agree with that sentiment.
Yeah, and it's really coming into play here because, like I said, I think Young has had a sensational season so far, but Hunter's having a good round so far for Vegas at a moment where Vegas really needs it. Because again, Atlanta, after Vegas clawed their way in,
big right hand there by
he got caught right there. He got caught looking for a setup there, but that's how I believe Hunter feels about Young right now. He's just in his mode, in his thing, kind of, not showboating a little bit, but just trying to set him up with something clean, and Young caught him right there.
But Paulie, as you alluded to, Las Vegas, they got and brought Michael Hunter into the fold for this very reason. When you need a big round out of somebody, you look at one of your stars. And Michael Hunter is certainly...
He's like a ringer.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah. When we were at Penn State, you knew what kind of ringers were, and you were excited when they were coming up. As Las Vegas looks at this fight, they're looking at him being one of the ringers. If they're down at any point, let's get this guy in here, Hunter, to put some pressure on Atlanta.
And
that's exactly what he's doing.
You can bring in and add and give you some success. Michael Hunter really looking to whack upon Devon Young.
And I'll tell you what, not only is he having a good round, but he's kind of forced Devon Young to be a bit too respectful of him. Devon Young has not been as willing to command the ring as he usually is, and maybe a little bit of respect for the big name Hunter has, and also the fact that Hunter came out and got on him right away, took away any confidence he might have had.
Hunter's in his own little bag right now, being comfortable. Almost got the, a little bit of a rope-a-dope, kind of his style of a rope-a-dope. Look, here he is, just having a little bit of fun, playing with his food, even though, that 1-2 is clean and it can mean weight when he wants it. He's sitting back a little bit, playing with his food.
Final moments of this 11th round.
There's that 1-2.
By Michael Hunter.
Just like he meant it.
Wow.
I was going to say, Hunter kind of did I don't know if he did a stanky leg or if that was off balance. Then he comes back and hits a big right hand.
He was in his bag, man. He literally was in. That's what you call being in the zone, from one foot to the other.
Hit me with that hook? Are you crazy? I'm going to hit you with this right hand.
Amazing, amazing.
That'll end the 11th round. We will now get ready for the money rounds. And I'm curious to see how the judges have it as we enter the final 7 rounds of action.
Yeah, I think they're giving that one to Hunter. Should be a close fight here between Atlanta and Vegas. I mean, they're going back and forth.
Vegas if it's Hunter, for sure.
Going back and forth. Sliding fights here tonight. And like I said, Hunter was playing with his food because it seemed as though he could get that 1-2 off, at any given time.
We are awaiting to see. All right, so standing by, we will send it over to Amir Tyson, who's standing by with one of the coaches as we have 11 rounds in the books. Amir, it's all you.
I'm with the coach of Atlanta, Sam Arnold. How you feel tonight, man?
I feel great. We're doing great, and we're going to keep it up on the second half of this.
Are they implementing the game plan that you've been teaching them, practice, sparring, and everything? Are they doing what you tell them to do beforehand?
Pretty much. Of course, everybody ain't going to do exactly what you tell them, but for the most part, they doing exactly what I'm asking them. We asking to box and not brawl. Vegas got a lot of big guys, strong guys, so we want to stick and move and not stay in front of them.
What's that dynamic of coaching against your son, Sam Arnold III?
It's a hard thing to do, but hey, somebody got to win, somebody got to do it. So we chose this, so we're going to choose to beat them.
Were you impressed with his performance earlier today?
He did really well. He's 20 years old. He's up and coming. He's strong. He did really well.
Thanks for the interview, Coach. Appreciate it. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Greatly appreciate Amir Tyson talking with Sam Arnold and Bubba. And Bubba, just quickly, what are your thoughts on what we have seen so far? And I think the action is so competitive. Atlanta's on top 104-103 as we get ready to head into the championship rounds.
I think we have a great night of fighting going on. I think this is a wonderful matchup on paper and actually inside the Sweet Science boxing ring. We have a lot of great competition and a lot of strategy going on. Guys got to stick and move. Guys got to get inside some of these bigger guys, and you got to really find your best way of boxing, man. This is an amazing combat league that they got going over here at TCL.
Before we get ready for our championship rounds, Amir, you just spoke with Sam Arnold, the father of Sam Arnold III. What was your takeaway from your conversation with the Atlanta Attacks assistant coach?
He loves what they're doing, fighting at this moment, his team. At the same time, he wants them to implement more of his game plan, and he's confident about his team. And I asked him the dynamic of coaching against your son. He said it's hard, but at the same time, someone has to come out victorious. So, they're ready to go, and he loves what his team's doing.
And ultimately, it's business, and that's what they both father and son have taken the mindset of. But as we get ready for the 12th round. Giovanni Scuderi for Las Vegas. For the Atlanta Attack, we have Michael Nelson. Also want to go ahead and really appreciate all of you watching on the Team Combat League YouTube page. Want to let you know to chime in, give us your thoughts on what is happening in the live chat. Brother Moses, hello to you. Real Success, big fan of Michael the Bounty Hunter. Thunder Road as well watching. And really appreciate all of you joining us. Juicy Fruit is supporting Michael Nelson of Atlanta. Now we get ready for the 12th round, scheduled for 18. Giovanni Scuderi of Las Vegas. Michael Nelson of Atlanta.
Oh, he hit him with that too. Stunned him right there.
Yeah, Michael can't be reckless. He has to have his hands up, go for the jab, go to the jab to the body, and go off that with combos. He can't get too reckless or Giovanni will catch him.
Guys, I think it's only a matter of time. Someone is trying to knock the other man down, and they are not even trying to disguise it.
No, they definitely started TCL's Combat League style. Fast, quick, crazy pace, and they have not backed off that gas pedal yet.
I think they realize it's on them right now. It's a close matchup right now on the scores, so they have to do what they have to do to, succeed in these rounds.
I think Scuderi is doing a good job of waiting for Nelson to come in. He's got to be a better job of finding him.
Big right hand.
Again, he found him on that inside.
Yeah, Giovanni, he has the reach, so he should just put his jab in his face all day. But
good check hook right there. He's peppering with that I guess that jab just to kind of like make something draw out, and boom, there he goes trying to counter him. Good countering ideas from Scuderi.
Yeah, Michael needs to move his head and try to get inside past that jab before he could do the most work.
Nelson has to guess. He's kind of guessing. Ooh, good combination.
Big right hand by Scuderi. Scuderi's got Nelson hurt. Nelson in trouble. Scuderi looking to hammer away upon Michael Nelson. Now Scuderi goes to southpaw.
Scuderi's looking for that cross right there again. He had him on a little bit of a wobbly stilts there, but it looks like Nelson has gotten his bearings about him again.
Scuderi has him hurt, but he has to, he has to emphasize the whole thing. He has to emphasize his size, everything. When he has him hurt, he has to go all for it.
Well, credit to Michael Nelson for being able to recover after he got lit up by Giovanni Scuderi. Under a minute to go in this 12th round. Every round, even remaining upright, even if you lose a 10-9 round, that's significant. You cannot afford to get knocked down and suffer a 10-8 round. That's disastrous for any team.
Yeah,
especially since the first round, the first half of the fight, it was a 1-point difference.
Right. When it's so close, you have to just pull your whole heart out. You have to just dig in and go to work, because the team's victory is riding on you.
Also, look at what's happening in its Team Combat League. Right now, Las Vegas is 2-2. Atlanta's 3-1. They're feeling themselves. If Atlanta wins, they're 4-1. If New York loses tonight, then they are pretty much, you have Atlanta who's in first place. If you're Las Vegas, if you defeat Atlanta, you're in second place.
He has him hurt.
Scuderi's got Nelson hurt.
A good right hand from Scuderi, then a good uppercut. And he's switching it from different styles. He's going southpaw, orthodox. I mean, Scuderi was really good, so.
They both were
they did not,
at the end.
They did not want to stop. They were definitely wanting a round two. Man. And Arnold was not really happy about that. He wasn't happy about his fighter, one, losing that round and then showing extra energy afterwards. If you were going to have that energy, you should have showed us there in that 3 minutes you had.
Yeah, that's what I love about Sam Arnold Sr. is that he was just really not happy with what he saw out of Michael Nelson, pretty much chastising him for the extracurriculars.
Yeah, the coaches, they're the coach. They're going to be hard on them. They're going to want to push them so they can be victorious, so they could overall win the matchup. So they're not going to be nice to them in times like this. They're going to be very serious, and that's what they're doing.
All right, so now we have the lightweights. Deontay Brown for Las Vegas. Michael Dawson of Atlanta right now. Appreciate Josh of Team Combat League. We're tied up, guys, at 113. So we are deadlocked at 113 as we enter the 13th round. But if you're the Atlanta Attack, nobody else that I'd like to go and focus my attention towards than Michael Dawson, who has been unbelievable for the Atlanta Attack all season long.
Yeah, pound for pound, he's one of the better fighters in this whole league, you know? So, like, he can't let that get to his head. He has to have that game plan regardless and find a way to win.
And I'm excited what Dante Brown is going to do for Vegas. This is a good, as we were talking about earlier, a ringer for Las Vegas. He's a good fighter for Las Vegas to represent them when it's a tie fight.
Well, we are even at 113 apiece. Greatly appreciate all of you joining us. Las Vegas 2-2, Atlanta 3-1. So you're probably thinking, if you're new to Team Combat League, why is every week so significant? Well, because of the 6 teams that you will be seeing here tonight, only 4 of which will qualify for the playoffs as we head into July. When you qualify for the playoffs, that means more money. That means more prestige.
More boxing.
And more boxing. And the ultimate goal is to compete for the championship at the Mega Brawl in the middle of July, where there will be a lot more cash and prizes that will be in store for the winning team.
Yes,
Everybody's
sir.
thinking we got a really big team and we need some really big rings. So they're fighting with that ideal of having more money, more cash, more prestige on the line.
Michael Dawson, he has the jab, so that's getting in Deontay's face. But Deontay has to move his head and get past the jab in order to do any effective work. And if he keeps on doing this, you know, Dawson's just going to go to work with the jab and everything off the jab.
Michael Dawson just ripped into Deontay Brown with the right hand.
Brown is doing a good job of bringing out Michael Dawson's offense. Missing a lot there. There's a good trade, both of them right there. But we're going to have to see some nitty-gritty here in the last minute by both of them to see who's going to steal this round away, because it's pretty even.
Under a minute left here in this 13th round.
If Dawson doubles up, he would do a good job against Brown. Brown's got to get a little bit more aggressive.
I think Michael Dawson, just with his pure fundamentals, Amir, as you pointed out, is getting the better of the exchanges here against Deontay Brown. And I mentioned about how Mustafa Meek and Sam Arnold want to go to one of their stalwarts, those constants in the lineup, and that's exactly what you're seeing out of Michael Dawson.
Yeah, well, Michael Dawson has better fundamentally skilled. So, you know, if you have better fundamentals and you focus on that, you know, a lot of the times you're going to have the advantage.
Big right hand by Michael Dawson, snapping back the head of Deontay Brown.
That was him doubling it up on that jab, finding that cross. Exactly like I was saying earlier. If he doubles up, he's going to have some offense, some success. And he did. Brown's looking for that, like, leap across two, you know, left hand, but it's not really effective. You know, so long, Michael's so long, it's not going to be, it's not going to reach that.
Yeah, it was definitely Dawson's round by far, 10-9.
Round 13 comes to a close. As we get ready for round 14, Sam Arnold matching up against Nehemiah Jones.
Sam Arnold, pound for pound, one of the better fighters in Team Combat League. You know, there's no pressure on his part, he said earlier to me, for being one of the better pound for pound, and he's going to implement his plan regardless.
Well, yeah, one thing about Sam Arnold is that he's all business, and I really do believe that as we take a look, that was the score prior to this last round, but Sam Arnold certainly is someone, you know, he's 5-0 in Team Combat League, actually now 6-0. Undefeated pro record of 8-0. His father, Sam Arnold Sr., is the coach, as we talked about, of the Atlanta Attack. But Sam Arnold is one of those burgeoning stars that we are seeing within Team Combat League.
Yeah, we're going to see what he's about tonight.
And looking at the scorecards right now, Vegas is going to need this one. We're coming into the last couple fights here on this card, and it's going to go right down to the wire, as we've hoped and we've expected as an audience.
Well, for Sam Arnold, he looked really good against Devontae Williams in his previous outing. This is his second tour of duty. Right away shaking his head as to say, nope.
Looking over at his father over there.
Yeah, don't worry about that.
Can
you imagine, though, how crazy is that, where his father is coaching against his son in a physical sport?
Yeah, they said earlier, he said it's hard because that's his blood, but at the same time, someone's got to win, and like you said, it's a sport.
Oh, good cross right there by Arnold.
Decide in sports always.
This would be like, Bubba, if Amir Tyson was competing for, let's say, the DC Destroyers, because you are from DC, and your father Mike is coaching against you.
Literally.
How ridiculous.
That's crazy.
Big right hand there by Sam Arnold.
Another thing about Arnold fighting in front of his father, he definitely wants to impress his father. You know, we're never going to lose that dynamic of wanting to put on for your father, especially if he's on the other team. Like, yeah, Dad, you probably should have came over here with me.
So,
yeah, think about Arnold. He's controlling the distance. He has the reach, so he's controlling it with his jab.
He put on a really good punch clinic right there for the last 10 seconds. I mean, just all over him.
Right now, guys, the score 123 for Atlanta, 122 for Las Vegas. We just saw Michael Dawson getting that round over none other than a very tough and game Deontay Brown.
Yeah, Jones needs to be more aggressive if he wants to win the round. He's just standing there while Arnold dictates the pace and ring generalship. He has to do something different.
Big right hand by Sam Arnold. You want to take a look at why Team Combat League's so great? You just saw Michael Dawson, a young up-and-coming star for Atlanta. Now we have a young up-and-coming star in Sam Arnold for Las Vegas.
Yeah, it's just up-and-coming stars. They have that, that shine on them. They have the light on them.
Good combination there by Sam Arnold. He was really accurate with that jab combination. Boom, good counter there again.
Oh, he's bleeding.
Yeah,
Sam Arnold
picked him apart.
Has been landing that right hand at will, which is why Nehemiah Jones of Atlanta has a laceration.
I'm pretty sure Nehemiah Jones is really excited that this was a TCL Combat League fight, and he only had to deal with Sam Arnold for 3 minutes. Because any more of this is going to be a short night.
He would have been outboxed every round.
That's why we say when it comes to prize fighting, you have to go ahead as a boxer. You have to have a great cut man because you never know when it's going to play a factor and extend the fight.
Like you said before, you never know when you get a cut, so you need someone that's really
competent,
knows what he's doing when it comes to cuts, so you can go out to the ring and not let it affect you. You know, Ray?
Final moments of this 14th round. Beautiful. Sam Arnold likely has evened up this matchup, and guess what, guys? We probably have another time, and we head towards the 15th round.
It's really close fights, but at this moment, I think Atlanta's winning.
It's going to come down to the Hunters and Earl.
Very true.
Wyatt here has got to do a good job of staying on his feet. You know, we haven't seen Wyatt put out the best performances out here in TCL, so being against Khalid Johnson that he's going against, he's got to do a good job of keeping it close so the Hunter and Earl from Las Vegas can finish it out and possibly take this away from Atlanta.
And if you're Daquan Wyatt, he was knocked down by Keandre Leatherwood in the 9th round. You got to be thinking, if you're Daquan Wyatt, okay, that's in the past. Let me put that behind me. If I get a knockdown and I make something significant, right now, guys, it is 132-132. Sam Arnold getting that win. And look at who just got wins. Michael Dawson of Atlanta, a superstar for the Atlanta Attack. Sam Arnold, a superstar for Las Vegas. Now we head towards the 15th round, and we're all locked in, deadlocked at 132.
And when they said easy work when Johnson was fighting last time, they really meant it. This time, I'm sure they're looking at that opportunity to have easy work.
Yeah, Wyatt, he has to forget about everything that happened the last round he was fighting. He has to focus on now. You're thinking about something in the past that's going to affect the present, so he needs to forget about that. And
big right hand. He just got tattooed by Khalid Johnson.
Yeah, and this is what Atlanta was hoping for. And this is exactly what I was saying about Wyatt when they were stepping into the cage. He's got to do a good job of not getting knocked out here because, you know, Khalid Johnson is looking for another knockdown as he had one earlier.
Yeah, he's really. It looks like he definitely forgot about it. He's winning the round. He's landing the better punches. He's controlling the whole round.
Khalid Johnson has come out, and he obviously saw the Scotty report on Daquan Wyatt, meaning that he saw that Wyatt was susceptible to being clobbered from the right hand, compliments of Keandre Leatherwood, and he immediately started off strong in this 15th round.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Wyatt's going strong. He has something to prove. He's going at it.
Yeah, and I'm biased here, as I said earlier, looking for Las Vegas to do a better job than Atlanta because I'm all Team Dewey. But, you know, Wyatt here has got to do a better job of trying to keep Las Vegas in the hunt when it's tied and he's out there with a roller, like we were saying.
Team Dewey, meaning Dewey Cooper, the head coach of the Las Vegas Hustle. Right now, Daquan Wyatt, he's got to hustle his way back into this 15th round. Big right hand again by Khalid Johnson.
Good right hand. Yeah, good counter there and good answer, but yeah, one too little. Look at Vegas on their feet. Excited for Wyatt.
Yeah, Wyatt has a good moment, but at the end of the day, thus far, I think Johnson's getting it done right now.
Well, Amir, not just because you were very much hanging out with the superstars of F1, but what this reminds me of, Team Combat League reminds me, it's Fast and Furious. It's like 180 seconds of the most compelling action that you're going to see within Team Combat League, but it's 180 seconds times 18. Big Big right hand by Khalid Johnson.
Big right hand by Johnson. But Wyatt's doing a good job of taking that right hand and then answering something really quick back. That's how he got him last time.
Right hand, Wyatt goes down. Johnny Callis
they're going to say that's a slip.
It was a slip.
But it actually should be a knockdown because he hit him good with that right hand.
I agree. Definitely should have been a knockdown.
But
under 30 seconds left.
Wyatt's hurt, and, Johnson has to take advantage of that. That's really what he has to do. And that's
Khalid Johnson has been terrific.
Good double leg. Hey, good double leg by Wyatt. I'm going to say that as a mixed martial artist, but also it melts the clock. It keeps him on his feet. It keeps him in the fight. It keeps Vegas in that opportunity to not give a knockout.
That was a knockdown.
That was 2 knockdowns that the referee missed. And then if I'm going to be for Vegas, I'm excited that the referee missed both of them.
Yeah, but
if I'm Atlanta, I'm upset.
Yeah, as a ref, you got to call that a knockdown for sure, though.
The Atlanta attack team, they were saying, wait a minute, where was the knockdown?
They're going to come back over here and look at it on tape. I'm telling you, they're going to rule it a knockdown. Here comes the commission, 1 second or the other.
Well,
but if I'm Atlanta, I'm going to argue that.
And if they look at it very good on that.
Boom, right there. Another right hand that lands, and that's where he got him back because he countered really quickly. After he landed that right hand, he countered.
What I noticed that he hit him with a punch. If he hits him with a punch and he goes down, that's a knockdown.
Yeah, he hit him right there. That was the replay of the actual knockdown. And there's another one right there.
Definite knockdown.
Yeah, that was a clean, definite knockout.
Clean.
The review's not happening. And now we get ready for the 16th round. Michael, the bounty hunter of Las Vegas, taking on Devon Young. They match up yet again. They competed in the 11th round, and here they go in round 16.
Think about Hunter. He has experience. He's fought Usyk. He's fought all these other professionals, but he needs to show that in Team Combat League. He has to show that procedure, being in the ring with pound-for-pound greats like Usyk himself.
And if Vegas wants to win this, they got to win the rest of these fights.
Well, I'm curious to see what the score is at the moment. We are going to get that momentarily, but
Atlanta's up 1, I believe.
Right now, you have Las Vegas, who's 2-2. Atlanta's 3-1. Atlanta is looking to go ahead and hold on to second place, possibly taking over first place if New York loses to LA here tonight.
I think the size and mass is messing with Young a little bit, and Hunter's just taking advantage of that.
And as Hunter should, being the bigger guy, and it's being the TCL, you want to come in there, throw your punches, and lean on him a little bit. You don't have all the time in the world, so you want to have that visual look of beating on him. You want to have that actual look of beating on him.
Yeah.
Michael Hunter is ripping the body of Devon Young.
Good right hand.
How you hammer away upon the heavy bag.
Good counter right hand right
ferocious
there.
punches to the body.
At this.
He should focus on the body more so he can tire his opponent down and then go to the head.
He's really looking to knock him out here.
There's a reason why they call him the bounty hunter, and look at what he has got his mind focused on.
There must be
he's hammering away upon Devon Young.
Bounty on his head because he's looking for it. And left hook is what he's looking for, and after he throws that right hand, he's looking to scream back with that left hook and knock him out. Like that right there.
Left hook, that wobbled Devon Young.
Right hand.
Dominating him.
Devon Young's hurt.
Right hand, left hand. Here comes.
Big right hand. Devon Young barely on his feet.
Hunter's going for the kill.
Johnny Callis watching the action.
He's got a minute left.
Michael Hunter stuck to Devon Young.
Out on his.
Atlanta needs them not to knock him out, and Vegas needs all of these punches to land.
Mustafa Makins tried to stop the round for Devon Young, and the commission told him, go back to your corner. I've never seen that in my life. They were ready to wave it off.
Atlanta was about to wave it off.
They were ready to get in and say enough is enough.
That's big punches. That's big for Vegas, because Vegas could get a knockout that they weren't expecting to get here.
Oh, boy. So that would have been a 10-7 round.
Yes.
Instead, now it's a 10-9 round, likely preserving Atlanta with 2 points.
Unless he gets that knockout that he's looking for here.
Wow, that was unbelievable. I've never seen a commission tell a coach, sit down and do not wave it off.
But throughout the rounds, Hunter's has been dominating throughout. It's definitely his round no matter what.
One of the commissioners here at Mohegan Sun told Mustafa Meekin sit down, and luckily Devon Young remains upright, but that should have been a 10-7 round
Yeah,
in
they're
favor
having a
of Michael
conversation
Hunter.
about it right now.
Instead,
100%.
it's a 10-9 round, likely in favor of Michael Hunter.
They've messed up on a lot of knockdowns they've called slips, and they can't be doing that right now.
That's unbelievable.
Hey, at the end of the day, I believe it's even because the referee missed a lot of knockdowns for Atlanta, and Vegas just missed a knockout for themselves.
Right.
So all in all, it's going to be even. I know Sam Arnold's probably wanting his guy over there to not say as much because they were losing that round, and they didn't want him to get completely knocked out. Hunter did a good job of trying to stay on it, but, you know, we're going down to the last couple rounds, and it is even.
All right, so the final, so that we are tied at 151. Michael Hunter won that round 10-9, but it should be 10-7, and right now we're deadlocked with 2 rounds to go. If they would have called the stoppage as Mustafa Meekins of Atlanta wanted to do so, then it would be Las Vegas who's on top. Instead, we're even at 151 apiece with 2 rounds to go. Keith Hunter of Las Vegas, Javon Davis of Atlanta. 2-2 Las Vegas, 3-1 Atlanta. Final 2 rounds we go.
Yeah, Keith, the little brother of Michael, he has to throw his jab. He has to throw his jab and get the guy distracted and try to go to the body. But if that guy kind of flips off the jab, he can go to work too. So we'll see how this goes in this round.
Yeah, it's going to come down to this rematch between Hunter and Davis, and then Earl and Davison, the brother of knockout highlight Marcus. So we're excited to see what Vegas is going to do to pull out the last little bit and what Atlanta's going to do to bring it home.
Well, in the 3rd round, Javon Davis knocked out Keith Hunter in the first 30 seconds. So now, can Javon Davis replicate that success, or can Keith Hunter follow in the footsteps of his brother and be able to turn things around for Las Vegas, even though Las Vegas should be on top by 2 points because the referee and the commission told Mustafa Meekin sit down and do not wave off the previous round.
Yeah, Davis was being a little reckless with his punches when they were on the ropes early. He has to be focused and throw straight punches.
Davis was being a little reckless with his punches, and Hunter was being a little reckless with his defense. I wasn't sure exactly the defense that Hunter actually put in there. It looked like he spun out and tried to leave for a second.
Guys, I know that I keep bringing this up, but literally Mustafa Meekins of Atlanta looked at the commissioner as to be like, are you serious right now? You're telling me to sit down? And he kind of followed suit as he was watching his fighter get back into the round against Michael Hunter, but the initiative was there to stop the round for Atlanta.
That was smart of Keith. Right when he started coming into the ropes, he held him right away. That was smart of him.
Oh, good punch. And Keith Hunter landed a big, wild overhand right there, or a hook.
Keith Hunter following in that of Michael Hunter with that big right hand, and Keith Hunter having some success. That was an echoing right hand.
It's an even round after that.
Yeah, Keith definitely had him hurt, for sure.
Now in these final 58 seconds, who is going to be busier? Who is going to land the more eye-catching shot?
Keith Hunter is trying to pull that offense out of him. That jab, that kind of pull jab that he's doing, he's trying to get him to leap in like that and then catch him like he did last time, possibly with the hook or something, the cross leading in.
That was a windmill of a right hand moments ago by Javon Davis.
Yeah, he's thrown those punches a couple of times. He could counter off that easily. If Keith slips it, he could counter.
Keith Hunter is pounding his gloves. He needs to pound upon the face of Javon Davis. These final 17 seconds, I think this round still hangs in the balance.
Yeah, and it came down to him being frustrated of not being able to find Davis. So if he's going to do anything, it's punch him, not his gloves.
In close rounds like this, these 10 seconds are very important.
Visually, that's not good.
Big right hand over the top, big right hand. That might have won Javon Davis the round for Atlanta.
I'm not sure. That was a good trade. I couldn't really see there, so we're going to have to look at the scorecards on that one.
Yeah, one more round to go. Round 18 in the lightweight division. James Earl and Marcel Davidson.
You could have gave that round to either fighter because it was technically a draw until the last 10 seconds. But
I think the bigger punches came from Las Vegas, and I'm just going to go with who would I rather be. A lot of times when I'm judging the fights or trying to figure out who I believe won, who would I rather have been? And that's where I go with that.
Right.
So now this is the 18th and final round. It has to be within a point or two
as we will await and see what the score is. But right now, James Earl of Las Vegas. Atlanta will focus in on Marcel Davidson, who incidentally has the knockout of the season when he wiped out Sherbek Ramutalov of New York City 2 weeks ago to put an end to the season to Ramutalov.
A lot of times, a lot of things that happen during stuff like that is you start getting nervous. You want to go for the knockout. That's all you think about when you get a knockout. You got to forget about that and then stick to your game plan and box, and it'll happen.
No pun intended, but Earl's got a tall glass of water in front of him. He's got a tall mountain to climb. But I believe Earl of Las Vegas is up for it, especially if they come down to knowing that, Earl, we need you as a representative of Las Vegas. We need you to put your best foot forward and go out there and win this for us, because it's coming down to this last round.
An inadvertent clash of heads. So right now Atlanta's on top, 161-160. Davis won that round for Atlanta, so Atlanta's on top.
That round.
No, Davis won that round. So 161-160, Atlanta's on top by a point.
Davison has that reach, so if he uses that reach, he can keep him on the outside and do what he wants with that guy. But the other guy, he has to really just move his head and try to get in. But it's going to be hard with Davison's jab.
So with the score being what it is, that means that James Earl needs a big round for Las Vegas. Marcel Davidson, the southpaw.
Marcel there.
Yeah, Earl needs to throw more punches. He needs to start doing more.
Mayor, do you believe that Marcel Davidson is only a lightweight?
Yeah,
135?
He looks like a welterweight.
He does.
Or a junior middleweight. You know?
He's got bird bones. They're probably hollow.
Yeah.
Earl's looking to counter. That's, I think, Earl can't do that with the taller guy being as aggressive as he is. He's got to get on the gas a little bit. He's got to control the fight a little bit better than he's doing. Marcel's turning this into the fight that he wants it to be. Ooh, good
big
cross
shot there by
Earl.
Davidson.
I believe that Earl
firing back.
Good cross.
Now Marcel Davidson initiating the clinches here.
That's smart. You got when you're hurt, you have to clinch, because you can be wobbly, be down, but when you clinch, you have time to breathe and get back to it. That's what he did.
Big left for Davidson.
Big left. Davidson is trying to create the momentum.
Another left by Davidson. Atlanta looking to clinch this one. They are 3-1. Las Vegas 2-2.
Can't wait on the clock. You got to go.
You got to go all out. If it's like we said before, if it's a close round, you just got to put your heart into it and go.
I think Davidson's doing enough to sway the judges here with those lefts.
Yeah, I think Davidson's won this round.
So Atlanta was on top by a point heading into this 18th and final round. And that'll end this first matchup between Atlanta and Las Vegas.
Good counters by both men.
Yeah, I think it went down to the last little thing. Atlanta took it away, man. That was an awesome, awesome lineup.
I will go back, though, to Michael Hunter when he fought Devon Young.
Yes.
If it would have been stopped, as Mustafa Minkins, the head coach of Atlanta, wanted to do so. That's a 10-7 round, which would have preserved the win for Las Vegas, especially with the results that we've had in the previous two rounds.
And I don't know if there's like no stopping rule, and that's why the commission told him not to jump in or something. Because
I'll be honest with you, I just think it was sheer negligence. As you saw Mustafa Minkins, we're here in the blue corner, and he was literally walking up the stairs, the head coach of Atlanta, and he was going ahead and trying to, stop the fight for Devon Young. And Ray Flores alongside Bubba Jenkins, along with none other than Paulie Malignaggi. And Paulie, I don't know if you saw this, but Mustafa Minkins tried to get in the ring and wave off that round with Devon Young.
Yeah,
the commission told him to sit back down. If that stoppage would have occurred, a 10-7 round, which would have swayed in favor of Las Vegas.
I don't mind it, though. Young was able to survive the round. And
But have you ever seen a situation where Las Vegas goes ahead or a commission member tells a coach, sit down, and you do not have the jurisdiction to wave off the round?
I've seen Arthur McCanny throw the towel out of the ring when Yuri Foreman's team threw the towel out from the corner when he was fighting Miguel Cotto, and McKinney took the towel and threw it back out.
All right, we're going to go back and take a look at some highlights, and I will get in the ring and announce the winner.
It's going to go right down to it, Paulie. It was a really good showing by Atlanta and a really good showing by Vegas, but I believe Atlanta stole it away.
Yeah, Atlanta's looking more and more like the team to beat, man.
Yeah, they grinded that one out. Excited for these scorecards. Let's see what we got.
Ladies and gentlemen, the first of our triple header is in the books. We take a look at your final score. Atlanta 171, Las Vegas 169. The Atlanta Attack are 4-1. Las Vegas falls to 2-3 on the season. Congratulations to the Atlanta Attack.
That's an amazing performance by Atlanta. I'm pretty sure they're happy with beating Vegas with all the, camaraderie between the two teams.
Yeah, and again, I think Atlanta, as the season has progressed, has sort of started to show themselves as the team to beat. I think it was them in New York, between the head-to-head win over New York they got, and now this win over Vegas. Vegas may not have the best record, but they never show up an easy team to overcome, and Atlanta was able to overcome them tonight.
So Las Vegas falls to 2-3 on the season. Atlanta will improve to 4-1. And what that means, Paulie, is that New York City needs to win to remain and keep their #1 standing in Team Combat League.
Yeah. And again, I'm very curious to see how New York rebounds off coming off not only the first loss of their career, of their season, but also the loss of Rock Metalia, who was a big asset for them.
And had that 2-point swing, or had that round been 10-7 for Michael Hunter over Devon Young, that means that Las Vegas would have won by a point.
Yeah.
Can you imagine that? What's in the past is in the past, but just looking at it, it would have been a 1-point win.
But it's not one of those things where I thought it was a bad call. I thought Devon Young survived the round. I don't think
nothing egregious.
Yeah, I don't think it was anything egregious.
I agree. Hell of a fight by Atlanta. Good job of coming out and beating Vegas. It was an amazing show, and excited to see what New York does to try to put themselves in the driver's seat in the rest of this competition.
So we are going to go ahead, and we are at the intermission. Coming up, we got a terrific cross-country matchup between New York City and LA Tengus. Ladies and gentlemen.
There's nothing more exciting than what the Team Combat League brings to the table.
1-round bouts, 8 teams across the U.S. The idea of this is so unique and so new.
It forces the fighters to skip the feel-out process and get right to the action.
I feel like New York's got a real good shot here, especially if I'm on the team.
Nobody can beat my mind, so nobody can beat me.
With the modeling is the modeling. When it comes to boxing, I handle my business.
1 round, and guys giving their all.
This is going to be the future of boxing.
I'm very excited to watch this format, this tournament, and this league.
1 round, all what you got. Any minute, any second, anything can happen.
I got a 3-year-old kid. I'm just ready to change my family's life. What's up?
What's up?
Current super bantamweight ABF champion of the world.
I was born the champ in the crib. Let's go.
There's no way anybody can compete with us.
LA Terminators will come to whoop some ass.
Las Vegas hustle, let's go.
The opportunity that a lot of these fighters will be having is a 6-figure pay, health insurance. There's endless stuff to it.
I've been in and out of jail. I ain't gonna cap it to you. I've been shot 10 times.
Came down here with nothing. No car, no job. Hoping I'll make this Team Combat League to change my life.
If you're willing to sacrifice and if you got the talent, you're going to make this team. That's it.
To be able to see what city has the best fighters in the United States of America.
With TCL, that's what you're going to get.
Got on the rope, throwing relentlessly.
My goodness! There's a knockdown! Welcome back to Team Combat League. It is the second of our triple header. We'll talk about a coast-to-coast rivalry. It is LA Tengus, who has a 1-3 record, taking on the 4-1 New York City Attitude alongside the Magic Man, Paulie Malignaggi. Paulie, this is an important fight for both because they're both going in different directions. Health-wise, New York City, they're banged up. They lost Sharbek Ramutalov for the year. No Peter Dobson tonight, so they're a bit alien coming into this matchup. What do you think they need to do in order to showcase their depth and get a win here tonight and get back on the winning track?
Yeah, psychologically, they are a little bit banged up. You know, Rakhmataliev was, for me, their most effective guy. Was really a sure round every time he was getting in there. Between him and Ralph Clement, I was really impressed with the automatic rounds they were giving New York. So it's a big loss for to have Rakhmataliev both out for the season, and also New York is coming off of their lone loss of the season. So they're looking to get the momentum back, and somehow they're going to have to do it with an unhealthy team. With LA, you know, they got revenge on their mind. You know, they lost to New York earlier in the season. They want to get them back as well as get in the right direction as well. They got 1-3. They don't want to go to 1-4. It'd be really behind the eight ball with that kind of record. So really a lot on the line for both teams tonight, and a lot of psychology as well.
You mentioned being behind the eight ball because of the fact that of the 6 teams that are competing for Team Combat League, only 4 will qualify for the playoffs. Right now, LA is looking at the top 4 teams, and every win moving forward now has even that much more significance for LA Tengus, led by head coach Ricky Funes.
Yeah, exactly. You know, you're at a point where if you can reach the playoffs, it's one and done, right? So you're almost back in that lottery again. Yes, there's going to be seedings and whatnot, but you got to at least be in the party in order to succeed. You're not in the dance, you can't get the prize, or you have no chance to get the prize. So LA with an upside down record, and that's why they need to get their momentum going. But like I said, New York also really coming into a bad spot. They're looking to see if they can keep this momentum with an unhealthy team.
Earlier tonight, you were a translator with Christian Cangelosi of New York City. But before we get to that interview with you and Amir Tyson, as you spoke with Cangelosi, what a matchup we have at 160. Alejandro Silva and Christian Cangelosi. Oh, my goodness, Paulie, what a showdown.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, they saw each other in the first week. They split 1-1, but Silva scored a knockdown against Cangelosi. So maybe a 10-8 round there against a 10-9 round, at least going into this one. But both of them have been very automatic for their respective teams. They've been getting key rounds for their respective teams. And so tonight, to watch them head-to-head, it's one of the matchups to watch in this overall New York versus LA matchup.
That's why Amir Tyson caught up with Christian Cangelosi, Paulie Malignaggi, handling the translation.
With Christian Cangelosi representing New York, how do you feel tonight, man?
I feel good.
You feel really good?
Yeah.
You're part of a key matchup with Alejandro Silva. You split 1-1. You're facing him twice tonight. How do you feel about that?
Stasera combatti con Alejandro Silva, che l'ultima volta già eravate 1-1, 1 ciascuno. Stasera come ti senti entrando nel match?
Stasera mi sento bene, cerco di fare 2-0.
He said he feels good tonight. Tonight the plan is to go 2-0.
Yes, that's what you got to do. What's your plan that's going to get you there?
Come intendi ad arrivarci?
Intendo solo comandare solo con i jab e basta.
He says I plan.
Poi altro viene.
He said, I plan to command with the jab, command distance, and the rest will come.
Okay. Have you watched tape of him since then? Have you seen any mistakes that you could, expose tonight?
Hai notato altre cose di quelle cose che fa lui da quando l'hai visto l'ultima volta? Hai notato video oppure quando ha combattuto contro altri pugili?
Sì, ho guardato dei video, ma sempre lo stesso, sempre la stessa tattica. Non ha un piano.
He says, I've seen videos, but to me he always looks the same. It's always the same plan.
Right. Well, with New York, back to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second of our triple header. Up next here, Mohegan Sun Resort and Casino, we have the 4-1 New York City Attitude taking on the 1-3 LA Tengus. First, let's meet the starting line of 4, the New York City Attitude. They are coached by Ryan O'Leary and Benny Roman. In the women's featherweight division, for New York City, we have Jacob Pevlis. At lightweight, Jonabek Komatov. At welterweight, Charles Gardner. At middleweight, Christian Cangelosi. At light heavyweight, Afunwa King. At heavyweight, Bryce Taylor. In the women's featherweight division, Nicole Ocasio. At lightweight, Titus Williams. At middleweight, Quasim Carter. At light heavyweight, Frederick Julan. At heavyweight, Earl Newman. That is your starting lineup for the New York City Attitude. Once again coached by Ryan O'Leary and Benny Roman. And now let's meet the 1-3 LA Tengus, led by their head coach Ricky Funes. In the women's featherweight division, Iana Verduzco. At lightweight, Alan Garcia. Welterweight, Abram Martinez. Middleweight, Alejandro Silva. Light heavyweight, Ronald Ellis. Heavyweight, Alexander Flores. In the women's featherweight division, Lisette Lopez. Lightweight, Sean Bates. Middleweight, Vlad Panin. Light heavyweight, Angel Lozano. At heavyweight, Federico Pacheco. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your starting lineup for LA Tengus. It's the second of our triple header. New York City and LA go head to head.
Easy work.
Okay, so already on the evening, my goodness, we've had plenty of action as Atlanta defeating Las Vegas 171-169. Now we have LA and New York. This is a rematch as New York City victorious earlier in the year. Jacob Pavlis for New York City. For LA, Iana Verduzco.
Exciting card already that we've had between Vegas and Atlanta. And here we're going with a little bit of war between East Coast and West Coast.
Yeah, they are certainly getting after it indeed. Bubba. Big right hand by Pavlis.
Pavlis is doing a good job of being in and out. My fault. That's actually Verduzco being in and out, looking very good on the offense.
She's getting off good, and she's doing a good job. She's doing a good job of getting in and out, like you said, Bubba, and she's creating the shots and keeping Pavlis waiting because of that. Although now Pavlis spending some good time on the inside.
Yeah, just made it a little bit dirty right there. Huh? So she said, I'm not going to let this girl just stick and move on me, get in and get out. I'm going to bring the fight to her. And that's what New York is usually known to do, bring the fight to you.
This is an important matchup for both teams. New York City wants to hold on to first place. If you're Ricky Funes, you would then get to the middle of the pack. Las Vegas suffered their loss. They're 2-3 on the year.
Yeah, it's going to come down to the last couple teams putting that right line up together, the right strategy together to make it to the playoffs.
Big right hand by Jacob Pavlis. Again, 2-minute rounds for the women.
Done a good job of getting off in combination and getting out. Second half of the round, she's slowed down a little bit, but it looks like Pavlis is a little bit arm weary herself. She's got to get going. There she goes, going right there.
They traded good hooks right there. I would say that Pavlis got the best of it. Good right-left hand by Verduzco. Man, they're going at it. They both really look like they have the urgency to want to win.
And that'll end the first round. Boy, what action between LA and New York.
Taking that one.
I think with a little bit more spunkier, man.
Yeah. I'm giving that one to LA. Yeah. Good start right there. You know, New York came on heavy in the middle of the round, but
and that's how you gotta fight Pavlis. I think Pavlis is she'll make it rough on you if you just stand in front of her. But I think Verduzco did a good job of using those legs, like you said, Bubba.
Now we'll focus in on the lightweight division. Jonah Beck, Komatov, and Alan Garcia of LA. They are going at it.
So we get the rounds now. So they tell us who won the round then.
Yeah, well, usually they do, but right now we're just going to have to go with our own opinion.
Freestyle.
Yeah, as now.
It's 1-0 LA.
Well, coming into this matchup, New York City, they are facing a slew of injuries. Peter Dobson at 160, he's day-to-day. Ralph Clemente, he's not in the lineup either. And you heard about Sherbek Ramutalov, who's out for the year. So 3 injuries for New York City heading into this. Ralph is out as well.
Oh, man, dude, that's like their 2 automatics are out. Wow, Ralph and
like we were talking about earlier, they're rollers. You need those rollers to, put on a good lineup, put up a good show.
Good shot there by...
Now, for LA, they've added Federico Pacheco at heavyweight, Abram Martinez at welterweight, along with Alan Garcia and Alexander Flores over recent memory. So this lineup, Paulie, that you're seeing is vastly different compared to what we saw early in the year for Ricky Funes in LA.
Yeah, and they mean business. They came out with a good first round, and here Garcia's trying to take control of the ring against Kombatov.
I think he is, actually. He looks very fast, very twitchy. He's bringing those feints out, and he's tearing that body up, as he gets in there and throws those punches. I've seen him land a couple of good body shots that, could definitely do some damage later.
Nice turn. Southpaw here.
So Alan Garcia, the lightweight for LA Tengus, has gone to southpaw.
Another rip to the body there. I think he's a little bit just more aggressive. I want to say he's bigger, but it just seems like he's just bigger.
He's fighting with more enthusiasm here. He's trying to take control of the ring and trying to win that round.
You can see the strength that I'm talking about in Garcia. Once they collide, usually Garcia goes forward. A lot of going backwards from Kombatov.
Good shot there, right?
That didn't even land good, but still, again, the strength just moved Kombatov around the ring.
Yeah, Komatov's got to try to get off some punches here and try to get the respect of Garcia. Garcia now starting to get more and more confident in walking him down and bullying him. Exactly.
Yeah, a little bully ball going on here from LA. And you usually don't get that coming out of New York. New York's usually known for having all the bullies on the street.
Well, if you're LA, this is a good start for you. If you're Ricky Funes and company, Alan Garcia looking very sharp here against Jonabek Kombatov.
Yeah, Garcia just looks like he came to fight. He don't care if it's 1 round, 3 rounds, 5 rounds. He came to put them things out.
He's in excellent condition as Alan Garcia. Ricky Funes has made some changes to his lineup, and so far it is paying dividends.
Bully ball right here, guys. He's just backing him into the corner and smacking him with those hard body punches.
Right hand to the body by Alan Garcia over the top on Jonabek Kombatov.
Yeah, and it's just been the more enthusiastic work and sharp work by Garcia.
Yeah, I think Kombatov is just happy to get out of there without getting knocked out.
Well, now we have the welterweights being center stage with Abram Martinez, who is one of the newest additions to LA alongside Federico Pacheco at heavyweight. For New York City, they've got to go to Charles Garner, who's been in the lineup for some time, and he understands what Ryan O'Leary and Benny Roman demand out of their fighters.
And I tell you, it's probably one of those situations right now. You're only in the 3rd round, but Garner may need to have a big round for New York. Let's see.
It's almost like what you need, and as I look at it from a baseball standpoint, you need a long reliever to come in and give you some scoreless innings and help to turn things around to allow your offense to get back and rolling.
Absolutely. Heavy hitter is what you need. A home run hitter, and New York looks to have someone here and Garner to come out and represent them.
Garner's had a good season so far, been crafty, difficult to deal with.
This is round 3 of 18, so round 3 of 18 is where we are at with Charles Garner and Abram Martinez. Martinez, the newest addition to LA Tengus. Charles Garner's been with New York City. He's the southpaw.
Martinez trying to close that gap. He's having a little trouble trying to find that range. Good left hand there by Garner.
Yeah, that was a nice little tricky little wild little bolo kind of little thing. Like getting him out of there with his offense and then sneaking up through the middle. That was beautiful by Garner.
Yeah, Garner's been one of the more effective guys for New York as well. He's been real crafty over the course of the season. You can see how he's been crafty in this round so far. As Martinez finally does get close, just smothering himself, but he
showed a little viciousness right there, Martinez. He's saying, I'm got to get into this fight, and I don't care how I do it, whether it's ugly or smooth. We just got to get in here.
So, guys, we are even at 19. I just got the score. We are even at 19.
They gave Pavlos the first round.
So they gave Pavlos the first round. So we are even at 19. So
but
this
we gotta get our eyes checked.
It might be us.
We're not judges, guys. I mean, look, and judges have had things wrong.
Yeah,
not gonna lie about that. We've seen it many times. Paulie, I mean, obviously.
I was speaking to Glenn Feldman earlier. He said, "Paulie, be easy on us, please." Not saying anything about
well, I can, not you.
I had LASIK eye surgery, so I'm going to say my eyes are pretty good. And let's just say that me and Paulie got that one right. Judges are just different on this one.
Good round here by...
Well, I'll tell you this, it's a crime if Abram Martinez gets this round because Charles Garner is piecing him up.
Yeah,
but it's
doing
the
a
truth.
great job. He's doing a great job of just boxing all over the ring.
I mean, seriously.
I'm just not going to go.
Well, I'm going to say it.
Tough.
Look, haven't you heard, Paulie, the truth will set you free?
Absolutely.
And that's exactly what I am trying to give the audience here with Team Combat League.
Well, let's see. Martinez still has 50 seconds left.
Who knows?
And Martinez being new to the TCL, he just don't know what it's about here yet, but he's getting a rude awakening not only from the judges, but, not only from the commentators, but from Garcia himself.
I will say I like the ferocity of Abram Martinez. I think he's one of those spark plugs.
He wants to work. He just can't find the range because Garner's so tricky moving around.
And he's fighting well under pressure, is Garner.
But Garner, he's been one of these kind of guys for New York. You know what I mean? There's been a couple of times where he's come in the course of the season and they needed a round and he's come in and won it. He's been a tricky guy to deal with for the opposition.
And that's the key word, tricky. That kind of like leaping in and bolo style and just slip and rip. It's very tricky. He's orthodox now and he slips into being southpaw. Very good for New York to have a ringer like that out there.
Well, for Charles Garner, he went out there and looked very well, but now this is, to me, the marquee matchup in the middleweight division. Christian Cangelosi, Alejandro Silva. Before we get to that, Bubba, take us through what we just saw.
Yeah, a lot of tricky moves from Garner. He's trying to get that cross off from the southpaw position. Just going back and forth, and they did a good job trading. It was, wonderful fight, but I believe Garner walked away with that one pretty easily.
So now we have the middleweights, Christian Cangelosi, Alejandro Silva. They fought twice on March 29th as we began Team Combat League, and they split it. Now they will fight twice here tonight, and boy, oh boy, this is a mouth-watering matchup. Alejandro Silva for LA, Christian Cangelosi of New York City.
Everyone loves a good trilogy, so we're going to see who wants to take that lead in this fight, that matchup.
And occasionally you get fights that are so damn good, you get 4 fights, and that's what we're going to get, 4 rounds total. They will compete twice against each other, Cangelosi and Alejandro Silva.
Good jab out of
Cangelosi.
That's the thing. You're going to see Silva looking to get close. You're going to see Cangelosi trying to establish distance. And we'll see which one is able to be more adept at it.
Good switch up from having a nice stiff jab to a hook. Kind of gives your opponent that ideal that you're, in every angle from him.
So you can see Silva's more of a 10-round fighter. He looks to make his shots count. So for him to have to put them so much in combination, he has a little bit of trouble. While Cangelosi, still a 6-round fighter in his pro career, he's used to being more active and putting punches together a little more.
Yeah, that's something you don't think of, the strategy and the mindset behind the guys who have different rounds or have different fights type of setup. It's a whole dynamic that you don't think of when you only get 1 round.
Absolutely, Bubba.
So Garner with the round. That's 29-28 in favor of New York City as we enter or into this 4th round between Cangelosi and Silva. I think Cangelosi is doing enough work to keep Silva at bay.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Silva is a little bit slow on his feet, but if he gets close, he does damage. We've seen him score knockdowns in this league so far. One of them was actually against Cangelosi the first time they saw each other. He's been a good puncher, but he's the kind of guy. Thing about a puncher is he needs to set his feet, and Cangelosi doing a good job of not letting him do that.
Overhand right by Silva.
Cangelosi's doing a good job of peppering that up jab and just, keeping something in his face while he's moving. But like Malinaji was saying, as soon as Silva gets into that range and puts him in that phone booth, he does some good damage.
I love the jab by Cangelosi. Paulie, you and I had a little bit of a debate off camera. I do believe a jab can win you a fight, and it can certainly win you a round. Cangelosi's looking at that. We're talking about another fight.
We did, but Silva's feet are a lot slower than Lomachenko's feet.
Yeah, very true.
And this is also righty versus righty, where it's always easier to jab.
Fast hands by Cangeloso. If I'm going to go with the speed factor, Cangeloso doing that up jab and peppering him, nice job by him.
I want to see these guys another.
Ooh, good punch there by Silva.
I want to see them fight in the pros for real. That's wrong, but I want to see them fight for like 10 rounds.
Well, that's the thing. You could see how Silva would be a better 10-round fighter because he kind of gets you. So Silva's the sort of guy who might be a little more difficult on the back end of a 10-round fight because he sort of looks to wear you out.
Absolutely, he just looks durable. He looks solid, durable, and he's trying to sucker him into a little bit of a war right in the middle of the ring. And if I was Cangelosi, I wouldn't play into that because I'm winning this round.
Give me more of this. Inject that into my veins. Cangelosi and Alejandro Silva.
Silva's a little frustrated because he can't find them. But,
yeah. We've been saying it all night.
I remember when I used to spar some of the veterans when I was a young fighter, and they'd tell me the same thing, like, yo, Shade's that right here. And I would tell them, nah, bro, you got to come find me. I'll do this all day.
Absolutely. Those other guys, they want you to not move so much, let's stay right here. But you got to get on your bike. You got to show that athleticism and that youth, and that's what it's about.
And also, Cangelosi knows how dangerous Silva is. Let's remember, Silva dropped Cangelosi in the first time they saw each other.
This is round 3, right? So you got to definitely know your opponent and know yourself.
That was a big round for New York City, and I do believe that.
Ooh, good punch right there.
And now we go with L.A., Ronald Ellis and Afunwa King of New York City. Ronald Ellis, he is a tough competitor. 18-3-2 as a professional. And was in the ring against the likes of Matt Korobov and also David Benavidez. I mean, he's as tough as they come.
And he is finding a home for that right hand as if he gets his mail there, because it is just over and over right hands on that chin.
Both of these guys have like awkward footwork.
Very awkward styles,
Yeah.
They're like punching each other by their awkwardness.
They got to be careful banging heads, though.
I do like that Ronald Ellis is fighting in a weight class above. Typically campaigns in the super middleweight division, but with Team Combat League, we have the middleweight division, and then we go up to 175.
Well, that's the thing, Ray. You got to weigh in every week. You don't want to make that weight.
No, absolutely.
That's the difference in Team Combat League and other leagues. You gotta be ready to get back to work.
Making weight every week, every day. Bubba Jenkins knows all about that. Going back to his days at Penn State.
It reminds me of that college style, wrestling style of, having the biggest and best and baddest right there, and then you got to do it again the next week, and then you got to do it again the next week. So
the scale winds up being just as tough of a fight.
It is your biggest opponent half the time, man. That scale and that travel is no joke.
So Cangelosi won that round over Alejandro Silva. So New York City on top 39-37. New York City has built up a 2-point advantage over LA. LA needs a big round here from Ronald Ellis.
Yeah, I'm just going to say, because we're in Connecticut, that we're close to New York, so we're getting a little bit of cooking right there, because I got LA doing a little bit better than the scorecards say they are.
Yeah, I thought Verduzco won the first round, but other than that, I mean, I thought New York has won the last 2 rounds prior to this one.
If you're joining us on the live chat on the TCL YouTube page while watching, by all means, let us know. I want to thank all of you for watching. Good right hand there by Ronald Ellis.
I thought Gardner won with his dazzling footwork and his round. I thought Cangelosi had Silva a little bit stuck in the mud.
Yeah, and they gave it to Silva.
No, they gave it to Cangelosi.
Okay, all right.
The round in
that's my fault.
Is that of Verduzco and Pavlis.
Yeah, that's the round. All right. Okay, judges, we're not going to be so hard on you. You guys got it there. You're right. But again, here, I think Ronald Ellis, if anyone's there with me, I think Ronald Ellis is winning this round. Yeah. But again.
And this is a round where LA needs, and Ellis has been, seems like he's been the one to control it. But again, when it's so awkward, sometimes it's hard to judge him, right? But I think Ellis is landing the better shots.
I think this is definitive in favor of LA Tengus and Ronald Ellis. And now get ready for the heavyweights.
I can't tell you if anything landed.
Flores.
a lot of movement, a lot of body there, but I don't know if one punch landed.
Want to thank all of you for joining us on the live chat. Want to say hello to Joe Higgins Jr. supporting New York. The Crew representing Garden City, Kansas. Also Sport Box TV News in favor of Ronald Ellis, who did some work. Also Big Dragon with a big fan of none other than Federico Pacheco. So give us your thoughts on what is happening here on the live chat. Jerry Cabral, big fan of Los Angeles as well. Now we have Price Taylor, Alexander Flores matching up. Also Jada Culberson as well. very much in favor of Charles Garner, who got a big win in that round over Abram Martinez. But Alexander Flores and Bryce Taylor going at it here as we enter into the 6th round.
The big guys.
Alexander Flores came up short against Luis King Kong Ortiz back in August of 2020.
I tell you, LA stacked the ringers.
He did. I mean, Ricky Funes said, listen, our goal is to make the playoffs. And that is bottom line, is that of these 6 teams, 2 of them are going to be sitting at home in the month of July. When you make the playoffs, that's a playoff bonus, that's more fights, and that's an opportunity to compete for the championship at the Mega Brawl in the middle of July.
Good combination there by Flores. Came out of nowhere. Good change of speed.
Yeah, change of speed, and he kind of rocked him to sleep, you know, with the big boy style. I'm just going to be here for a slow pace, and then out of nowhere, 4 punches.
So right now, New York City's on top, 48-47. Ronald Ellis won that round. So 48-47. And if your thought is, if you win this round, you are even again as we head towards the 7th if you're LA 10 Goose.
Oh, good punch there. Flores leaned right into that hook.
Yeah.
And with Las Vegas losing to Atlanta, if you're LA and you're able to upset New York City, you're then 2-3. You're very much back in the playoff race.
Yeah, good point, man. The battle for the standings is alive and well.
Next week we come back your way next Thursday, 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific time here from Mohegan Sun Resort and Casino. Another triple header. There's a big right hand by Alexander Flores.
Oh, nice roll right there. He did, you know, one of those, how you say it, Paulie, you know, he kind of Philly shuffle roll, you know, kind of Philly shelled, and then came back with a nice crew, little Mayweather style, huh?
Yeah, he's good in spots, but I think Taylor has to get a little bit more active here, as Flores has done some good work in this round.
Yeah, that's the heavier guy's pace for you. You know, it just seems like, a little bit slower. But again, a good change of pace by Flores and throwing those punches out there.
Yeah, Flores is putting the punches together. It seems like, to me, and I've seen Taylor over the course of this season other times too, a little bit lazy.
Very lazy.
He's not doing enough.
Yeah.
He's not doing enough.
And it's frustrating because he does have the skill. That's been the thing with the New York heavyweights. I've seen 2 of them. I've seen Taylor, and I saw, I think Price was the other one.
Yes.
Both of them really frustrate you because you can see the talent they have, but they sort of like mail it in.
Well, it's almost like they're not disinterested, but they're just not doing enough.
Yeah, and Flores is. I think Flores has a slight difference in this round just because he's been slightly hustling a little more.
Flores is just being busy, and he's bringing the fight to Bryce Taylor. And I think, guys, we are
good body by Taylor right there.
This round,
good left hook by
even up the matchup between LA 10 Goose and New York City.
You see, when Taylor tried to step it up there, he did very well.
Man, the last 15, like you said, the last 15 seconds, Bryce Taylor got on the ball and he did everything that he wanted to do as a fighter, but he didn't do it until the last 25 seconds of the round. So,
well, Bubba, he gave you the shoulder roll you wanted to see, right?
And then he took the rest of the round off until the last flex. There it was, that shoulder roll with that hook. You know, enough energy out of him. I'm done. I'm just going to coast and jab. And I didn't understand some of those jabs. He was kind of looking away, you know. It's just like jabbing and looking out.
Again, like I said, sometimes he looks like he mails it in for me, like a little bit disinterested, like Ray said.
All right.
So now we get ready for round 7. This is back in the women's featherweight division. Nicolo Casio for New York City and Lisette Lopez for LA 10 Goose.
Southpaw versus Southpaw.
And again, history being made with Nicolo Casio here with Team Combat League. Look at this action. They're going at it.
They're trying to get the punch count record right here. I mean, they have not stopped. In 20 seconds, they have not stopped throwing punches.
Who needs a ring? You need a phone booth for these 2.
Man.
They've thrown more punches in these 30 seconds than what you see in most 10-round fights.
There has not been a stop, guys. Like, honestly, it's just been your turn, my turn, your turn, our turn together.
Toe-to-toe action here with Team Combat League between Lisette Lopez and Nicolo Casio.
This is amazing, guys. This is amazing. What a war by these warriors right here. For literally 50 seconds, they have been punching at each other.
They haven't stopped. Literally, it's just toe-to-toe action. If you thought the rivalry
was... The crowd is getting into it. Everybody's getting into it.
This is the round of the year.
Yeah, this is it right here. A minute and a half right now.
Unbelievable.
The first one that stops punching is going to lose.
Unrelenting action.
Going back and forth.
57-57, we're deadlocked.
Not much skill going on here, just a bunch of punching.
I thought earlier in the round Lopez had the shorter shots and had a little bit of an advantage, but it seems like now Ocasio's starting to out-punch her and out-physical her.
Yeah, the tide is turning, but it's just so much going on between these two. The turn right there got her in a good position for Lopez, my fault.
It's all right. I'm barely catching my breath, Bubba. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
What action here?
They've slowed down.
Weight division.
But they haven't stopped.
Non-stop toe-to-toe action on a Thursday night. This is week 6 of Team Combat League. New York City.
Yeah, that was amazing.
Of the year.
Yes, indeed. You cannot tell me that there were more punches thrown in any other round than that one.
That was a sprint, dude.
A 2-minute sprint. That was amazing.
If we had CompuBox tallying those numbers, that has got to be the most punches thrown out of any women's fight this year. Bubba tried to take us through what we saw.
I mean, I want to count the punches just to see, I mean, the incredible numbers that they were putting up. And both of them had some good strategies. Bobbing and weaving, slipping and moving, trying to, phone booth, dirty box there. But, I mean, just such a frantic pace to get anything really clean off. And, just going to keep going forward and put on the gas pedal.
This is
that should be a 10-10 round. I mean, how are you
going to call that one?
I would explain if it was 10-10.
10-10 round.
You can't give anyone the loss on that one, really.
That is just, now we have Titus Williams and Sean Bates. And how about that act to follow, guys?
Yeah. Right to it.
Bates
Look at Sean Bates.
Yeah, trying to boss it right away, right off the jump. And this is the weight class where New York is missing Rakhmataliev, so...
But now here's Titus Williams, who... Oh, big right hand by Sean
good
Bates.
right hand.
He rocked Titus Williams.
Big right hand. He's going to get him with that overhand right because he keeps setting it up. And he's leaning. Look how New York is leaning right now. He's going to be in some trouble.
He's off balance.
Yeah, that right hand is going to crush him. He's going to be sitting him to the mat.
Round 8, this one's scheduled for 18. What action that we have been witnessing between these two teams.
Oh, good motion by LA right there. I mean, he's just in his zone.
Yeah, Bates is getting off the more crisp shots, the harder shots.
Everything. Bates is looking much better than Williams here.
Oh, good right hand there by Williams. But again, this is an important showcase for Williams because he's the one replacing Rakhmataliev in these spots. And Rakhmataliev was automatic for New York.
Automatic.
Indeed. So, guys, I have an updated score. Lopez won that round for LA Tendus. They're on top 67-66. Back comes Titus Williams, though, on Sean Bates.
Williams starting to get him down. Maybe Bates' little punch.
Something happened. He must have hurt him or something because he's backing him up and he's talking trash to him.
Yeah.
Williams must have felt something in there in that clash.
This has been absolutely sensational as we are into this 8th round. We are very close, 67-66. LA on top of New York. But look at Titus Williams go.
I'll tell you, Williams changing the momentum of this round.
He's trying to take it away from him.
I am absolutely astounded by the amount of action that we're seeing in these 180 seconds.
Yes, immediately action they got right after it following the last fight that we had. And these two have not disappointed in their action either.
Good momentum switches for both guys here in this round. Oh, good hook there by Williams as he ends that combination. Hey, Williams started a little slow, but he's got himself back in this round.
Yeah, he started a little slow, but I think he's done a good enough job in the middle round to walk away losing respectively because I still think Bates is winning.
Let's see, we got 40 seconds left in the round. Well, actually, we got 20 seconds.
He did a good, oh God, big left hook.
Woke up.
Williams right there.
That woke him up like how I enjoy a cup of coffee in the morning, guys.
Yes. And Bates has been doing that. I mean, he kind of took the gas pedal off. I thought he was in the possibility of a 10-8 round. Ooh, good right hand there.
By the moments of this 8th round, I think this is a close round to score, guys.
Yeah, close round, but Bates took it.
What do you think, Paulie?
Yeah, I think Bates has physically commanded the round. It was a good response from Williams. But I think Bates, if you got to give it to somebody, give it to Bates.
I also want to send a special ode to our very own Cynthia Conti, who is watching the action back home in Las Vegas. Looking forward to her return next week. But here's some of the work from Sean Bates and Titus Williams.
Yeah, beautiful overhand right, beautiful digs to the body there. I mean, good work by Bates.
Well, one of the key attributes to LA 10 Goose has been the depth at middleweight. Vlad Panin, indicative of that, as he will take on Quasim Carter of New York City.
That's been an interesting. Silva and Cangelosi have such a big rivalry that they don't see anybody but themselves.
That is it.
LA has Panin, but they don't switch it up.
And you know what? I think Ricky Funes is probably like, you know what? You want him? No problem. I mean, it's just that rivalry that we are seeing within Team Combat League.
3-month fight. they just have breaks, 2-week breaks.
And here's the thing. If these two teams enter into the playoffs, they're probably going to see each other again.
Oh, absolutely.
And it's a good matchup for both teams.
I love it.
You don't know which one's coming out with the win. You know?
Round 9, this one's scheduled for 18. The second of our triple header will end the night with Dallas and DC. Vlad Panin, who is so relaxed and comfortable, and certainly been a bright spot for LA 10 Goose.
Yeah, I thought Panin had some really good hand speed last time I saw him, and I was hoping to see him, come out and put the pedal to the floor.
So, guys, you were right. Bates did win that round. So, LA 10 Goose, 77-75 over New York City. New York City needs a big round here from Quasim Carter to cut into this LA 10 Goose lead.
What is that, 10 Goose? I was trying to figure out what that meant, but 10 Goose, LA 10 Goose, I couldn't figure it out.
So, it's been around for over 30 years, and one of the promoter, Hall of Fame promoter who passed away, Dan Goosen, him and his brother Joe opened up a gym called 10 Goose Boxing, and Ricky Funes is one of the head coaches, which is why they have the name of LA 10 Goose.
Awesome.
So both Joe Goosen will be inducted in the International Boxing Hall of Fame. His brother Dan Goosen was inducted last year, and hopefully Tom Brown, who's a part of that family as well, gets inducted next year.
Yeah, it's good to see them carry the name and keep something like that going. Legacy is important in sports like this.
Carter just coming up just short with that counter right hand. He's got to find an answer for that left hand of Panin. Panin, a very disciplined left hand for me control in the middle of the ring.
Panin is so smooth in the ring. He's so relaxed and free-flowing with his punches.
And that's what I was going to say. Discipline indeed, like Paulie said. Just very strategic with that educated right hand, and then just a good, solid jab. Just very disciplined in his stance.
And what's interesting is that he is, as we are nearing the end of the final 45 seconds, when you talk to Vlad Panin, he's just very unassuming. He's a very nice and cordial young man, but in that ring, he becomes a different animal.
Yeah, nice sharp jab right there.
Yeah, he's pretty much, he's walked down Carter this round, and been educated with the left hand. Carter's been given some back, but it's been the more consistent work I feel has been done by Panin.
And Panin is just technically sound. He's not waiting for that one singular shot. Everything's off the jab, very relaxed, maintaining his distance.
Good jab right there. He saw him coming in on that one. Gotta love when you just throw the jab out of there off of instincts and you just catch a man right in his nose leading into it. It's beautiful.
Paulie, I think back when you were fighting, you have fighters that you still give nightmares to from when you were putting the jab and tripling up on the jabs to your adversaries.
Yeah, that was a punch I needed in my career. I wouldn't have had a career.
Well, heck of a career for you. The Magic Man himself joining us, and we now get ready to enter into the light heavyweights as we'll go back and take a look.
And that makes me question, what happened to Ralph Clemente?
So Ralph Clemente, from what I heard, is injured. So we have Frederick Julan. From what I have gathered and what I was told is that Ralph Clemente is day-to-day.
You're replacing Rakhmontaliev with Titus Williams. So you're replacing Clemente
also
with Julan.
These
are big differences.
Peter Dobson out at 160 for New York City. Ralph Clemente out at 175. They will likely be back next week or in a couple of weeks. And Sherbek Rakhmontaliev is out for the season for New York City.
But the standings are going to change by the time those fighters comes back, because the way that it's looking, LA is going to walk away with the understanding that they don't have 3 of their rollers in the lineup.
And look, it's just about building up wins. Like the NFL, every week counts.
Every week counts. Every punch counts. You see those 2 females going after it, and we could barely go down to the last minute to figure out who won that one, but every punch counts.
So Angel Lozano has been one of those dark horses that has emerged as a bright spot for LA Tengus. Only had about 5 or 6 amateur fights, sparred with the likes of Dimitri Bivol, David Benavides, and has really burst onto the scene and been a bright spot for Ricky Funes and LA Tengus.
Oh, headbutt. Watch that clash of heads there.
Frederick Julan, though, he is someone who's advised by Dave Iskowitz, who's been in the sport of boxing for a long time.
Oh, I go way
in
back.
A front office
I go way
position.
back with Dave, yeah.
As do I. But he certainly believes in the abilities of one Frederick Julan. So now LA on top, 86-85. They believe that Carter won that round over Vlad Panin, and that's something that I disagree with, guys.
That's interesting.
Very much disagree with that.
I'm not a fan of that. I thought Vlad Panin won that easy.
So who's leading right now?
So LA's on top, 86-85, but instead of it being a 3-point lead for LA, it's a 1-point lead.
I think that's huge. I think that is really big. And they gave Panin a loss last time we were watching this fight.
They did.
And I didn't believe that he lost again. Something against Panin right now.
Maybe they don't like the smooth boxing.
Yeah. They want that gritty grind,
they want
TCL style. No.
But it's crazy because on the East Coast, they typically favor more the boxer. On the West Coast and Texas, as we know, they favor more the aggressor.
Yeah, I'll say.
And I thought Panin was both in that fight.
You're right, Bubba. I agree.
I tell you, Julan not the most skilled guy, but sometimes he'll out hustle you. So this is an interesting round here with Julan and Lozano because they're both kind of like hustle guys, and they were just both trying to out hustle each other.
And I think that's what seems to be getting everyone the victory tonight. A little bit more urgency, a little bit more effort, and the hustle by these opponents. I mean, by these guys. You know, they're really stepping out there to try to get the win at the last little bit.
LA Tengus is 1-3 on the year. New York City 4-1. With Atlanta's win tonight, if New York City loses, they will fall to second place. If LA is victorious, they will now join Las Vegas. Big right hand there by Julan.
Good trade, good countering, good shoulder rolling and punching right there.
Again, another good right hand by Julan. Hey, this round's close, man. Some of these rounds are sloppy from both guys. It's hard to really get a gauge on who's winning it. But I've noticed Julan ain't the most technically sound guy, but he'll out-hustle you at times.
Yeah, it's literally sometimes it's a game of roulette where you literally just kind of see who's going to win it. Terrific round between these two light heavyweights.
Yeah, good round, good hustle.
It was such a toss-up round that I wouldn't be surprised if either guy won that round.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it to Julan. I thought he was a little smarter with the in and out, but man, I could really go either way. And the way the judges have been disagreeing with us tonight, probably won't go the other way.
I decided not to give my vote because I didn't want to be wrong. It's literally a toss-up.
All right, we got Earl Newman and
Federico Pacheco. Pacheco, one of the additions to LA Tengus.
LA's made some additions to the heavyweight division here.
Yeah, they had Alexander Flores and a couple weeks ago, and now we have Federico Pacheco. Federico Pacheco, who is 3-0 as a professional, only 19 years of age, 2 knockouts.
Ooh, good 1-1-2 right there. Beautiful jab cross by Pacheco.
For Earl Newman, the Olympian himself, 31 years of age is Earl Newman.
Yeah, Earl is.
He's 10-3-1 as a professional. He's fought the likes of F.A. Apochi, Lionel Thompson, also defeated Leo Hall.
Yeah, Earl's another one of those guys, like I said, the New York heavyweight division is stacked with guys who I believe are more talented, but they sometimes kind of just mail it in and they don't really give you everything they could based on the talent that they have.
Based on their names, they're not giving you the output, right? You know?
Yeah, like there's a lot of potential in these guys. Like you see right now, Pacheco is really trying to hustle here. You know?
Yeah, 19-year-old fighting a 31-year-old. You want to see that youth and that kind of hustle out of him. But if he gets a little bit of more of that hip and that right shoulder into that cross, he's not bringing his feet with that cross. If he brings that cross, he's going to have some real problems for Newman. Just kind of patterning it out there, not really committing to that right hand, that right hip.
See right here, Newman should be cutting off the ring instead of allowing Pacheco to circle like this.
Yeah, Pacheco's pretty much doing what he wants. In the ring, he was going to his left, he's going to his right, and Newman isn't making him pay whatsoever.
Bringing that again, he's bringing that back foot off the ground. He's not committing to like really putting that hip in and really meaning damage with that right hand. Pacheco could really turn that into an overhand or really put some technique on that right hip and really do some more with that punch.
So Julan won that round. We are even at 95 as we are in this 11th round. For once. 95-95, we are deadlocked even here between LA and New York City.
I got Pacheco winning this round, though. I got him doing just a little bit more aggressive, controlling the round.
Earl Newman was looking for that left hook.
Good motion by Pacheco. Like you said, he's supposed to be, Newman's supposed to be cutting off the ring and doing a better job of, just being more aggressive, but he's not. He's allowing the younger guy to move around and dictate what they do.
Last 15, 20 seconds or so, Newman has taken a little bit of a boss approach, although good shot there.
Big left hook by Pacheco.
I might put him back in his place.
He just needs to
big right hand. And Federico Pacheco, the 19-year-old, out hustling the 31-year-old in Earl Newman.
Yeah, I'd be pretty happy with my performance if I was a young Pacheco who just beat an Olympian in Newman.
That'll end the 11th round. We are coming up on the money rounds, but I love seeing the heavyweights where they step over the top rope like that of Andre the Giant or the Big Show from the pro wrestling days.
Love that, right? Anytime I get my opportunity to step over the ropes, I try it.
Or Tyson Fury.
When he wants to fight. I mean, I'm just, putting it out there.
You don't get to see that at all.
Yeah, I don't know where he is, but maybe you can tell me, Paulie.
He's arguing with John Jones on
when he wants to fight. Yeah. So
he's arguing with John Jones.
But we'll take a look back at some of the action here with Federico Pacheco and Earl Newman.
Man, he just really needs to step in on his punches. He's kind of leaving that back foot in the backside.
All right, standing by with one of our standout fighters with LA 10 Goose is Amir Tyson. Amir.
That was an amazing matchup. You guys were nonstop action. That was definitely the fight of the night. Tell me what you were feeling when you were in the ring.
The energy was just great. I think me and Nicole both felt, the great energy of the crowd. Our teams cheering both of us on, and we just delivered, and we gave it a great fight.
What was your mindset leading into that round that made it so action-packed?
Since the first time we fought in this Team Combat League, I think both of us just came out with the energy of hyped. We were both hyped, and I just wanted to start first, and I don't even know who started first, but it was great.
What do you think of your team's performance thus far in the matchup?
I think we've gotten better throughout the matches, but I think today was one of our best performances.
Well, good luck for the rest of the matchups, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
All right, so that was Lisette Lopez talking with our very own Amir Tyson, and that indeed was the round of the year between Lisette Lopez and Nicole Ocasio. Gentlemen, I barely have been able to catch my breath, but it's another close matchup between New York City and LA 10 Goose. And we will come back with our money rounds on the way here from Mohegan Sun Resort and Casino. Still to come after our money rounds, we have a matchup between Dallas and DC. At the break, LA leads 105-104. Pacheco with the win. We'll come back with the money rounds.
There's nothing more exciting than what the Team Combat League brings to the table.
One-round bouts, 8 teams across the U.S. The idea of this is so unique and so new.
It forces the fighters to skip the feel-out process and get right to the action.
I feel like New York's got a real good shot here, especially if I'm on the team.
Nobody can beat my mind, so nobody can beat me.
With the modeling is the modeling. When it comes to boxing, I handle my business.
One round, and guys giving their all.
All right, we are back here at Mohegan Sun Resort and Casino here in Uncasville, Connecticut. A beautiful Thursday evening as we get ready to enter the summer. Memorial Day 1 week away. And what a week it has been so far with Team Combat League. LA on top by a point, 105-104. Ray Flores alongside esteemed MMA fighter Bubba Jenkins, alongside Paulie the Magic Man Malignaggi. As we get set for these final 7 rounds, guys, what are you anticipating as we get set for Price Taylor and Alexander Flores?
Well, I'm anticipating a little bit of laziness out of Taylor as we've been seeing, but hopefully we get a little difference in this matchup because New York needs a little bit of a push to get back into this fight.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where, again, we've been talking about all night. New York has some injury problems, a bit of an incomplete team. Morale a little down coming off the first loss of their career. They need some guys who are going to be motivated, and they've lost some of their automatics.
Well, when you mean by automatics, you're talking about the likes of Ralph Clemente. You're also talking about Sherbek Ramutalov and Peter Dobson at 160. Ramutalov is out for the year, having been knocked out. Now we have Alexander Flores and Price Taylor, and Flores going right after Taylor.
Well, at 160 with the loss of Dobson, New York has won both of their 160-pound rounds.
Big right hand for Alexander Flores.
Again, but at light heavyweight, even Julian won his round. So he at least he stepped in for Clemente and got the win of a round. It's Titus Williams that I think New York is going to really need to lean on to get that round, because in a close fight, these are really key matchups. And guys like Rockman Tyler were automatic 10s every time they used to box. They used to get the round in for New York.
Price Taylor advancing forward on Alexander Flores.
Yeah, the corner of Flores, Team LA is saying, "Hey, man, we need this win." He's already come away with a victory against this guy already earlier in the rounds, and his coach is employing him to, hey, let's not lose the focus and give these rounds away. This is something we can easily do because we've already done it already.
Well, and as you alluded to, Bubba, it's Ricky Funes who was probably telling Alexander Flores, let's build on this lead. Let's get things going here.
And by the same token, the New York coaches are probably trying to push their guys in this last third. Say, hey, man, if we want to win this last third, we got to really step it up.
We near the 1 minute mark of this 12th round as we begin the money rounds. LA 10 goes 1-3 on the year. New York City 4-1, with Atlanta improving their record of 4-1 on the year.
Man,
if New York City loses, they would fall to second place in the standings. Meaning what you're going to have is, from a playoff positioning standpoint, the number 2 team will face the number 3 team. The number 1 team will face the number 4 team. So playoff seeding is significant.
Taylor's backed up Flores more this round. This is a little bit of a more competitive round.
Yeah, and as I was saying earlier, I was looking for a little bit of laziness out of Taylor because we saw it already. But he's done a good job of, just being busy enough to still back the round and the win from Flores because he lost last time.
Yeah, and Bubba, he's physically controlled the round. And the last time they saw each other, it was physically being controlled by Pacheco as he was walking Taylor back a little more. But this time, it's been Taylor kind of pushing back.
He did a good job of making me eat my words. I'm sure if you're a Taylor fan, and my first comments didn't look so great on him, but he just did a good job of coming away with that win.
That's been my thing with the New York heavyweights. All of the ones I've seen, including Taylor, they're all very talented. All they need is that motivation, but that part comes from themselves. The talent is there.
And I believed he walked away with that round with just a little bit more urgency and a little bit more foot on the pedal than he did in the first.
Here's a rivalry. Speaking of rivalry, here we go again.
Well, here we have Christian Cangelosi, Alejandro Silva. So right now it is 2-1 when it comes to rounds that they've competed. This is the 4th round that they've gone up against each other all year long.
And remember, end of the last round, Silva was telling Cangelosi to stand still and fight.
Yes, he was.
Let's see if he talks him into it.
So they both fought in the season debut on March 29th here at Mohegan Sun Resort Casino. And Cangelosi won the 4th round. So what will round 4 between these two bring? Cangelosi starting off with a double jab.
Yeah, and Silva's coming out with a little bit more of that, like, hey, stand in the center of the ring and fight with me, kind of bravado, you know? He's kind of moving around like, yeah, let's get it on type of guy.
I feel like Joel Silva's trying to at least jab back. You can jab with the jab, or you shouldn't hook with the hooker. Silva's the hooker, so it should be Cangelosi not hooking with him. But now Silva's trying to take that jab approach, that little bit aggressive body language.
Never want to do anything with that hooker.
Guys, my mind was totally blown because Cangelosi started off the round with a quadruple jab. That was sensational.
Immediately getting back to that jab and overhand.
Yeah, he's got to stay with that.
Triple jab, there you go again.
That's been the one punch that really cost Silva his position. He ends up backing up when Cangelosi repeats the jab, Bray.
And it's a powerful up jab, you know. It's coming from an angle that's just really like pushing Silva back, and because it comes fast, it comes rapidly. He freezes Silva.
And that's the thing. There was again, is when Cangelosi works off that double and triple jab, Silva is backing up, and then he loses his position because Silva gains his positioning by holding his ground, so he can punch with you.
Guys, how about this? Price Taylor won that round 10-9. We are even at 114 apiece.
We called that
defeated Alexander Flores.
This is a big round here for New York.
This is huge for both. But for New York, if they are able to surge ahead after being down the majority of the evening, that would be significant. If you're Alejandro Silva, though, you got to dig down deep into your bag of tricks and find a way to land something substantial.
Now, being that this is the 3rd round between these two, is Cangelosi up 2-1?
So, no, Cangelosi's up 2-1, so this is the 4th round that they've competed against each other.
Silva's got to do something to get this round back.
Big left hook by Cangelosi.
And he's doing better.
Big left hook for Cangelosi, an echoing left hook for Cangelosi. Now a little shimmy. Now Ali shuffle.
He's feeling himself. Anytime you see an athlete or a fighter get into that little Ali shuffle, mixed motion kind of thing, you know they're starting to feel what they're doing offensively.
He's got to be careful. He's got to stay back on that jab because Silva's starting to get a little closer.
Yeah, but he found him right there.
You know. Alejandro Silva has been unable to find the target of Christian Cangelosi of New York City as New York City looks to pull ahead.
Well, he just missed that uppercut, and that would have been highlight ready had he landed that. And Silva, again, is trying to play him to come back to a strategy that maybe is favorable.
Big right hand. That's the best punch that he's landed all night long, Alejandro Silva.
Yep.
Cangelosi looked it off a little bit, but definitely a big right hand for him.
And it could be a big punch in the late part of the round here.
I don't think it's enough, though, in terms of body of work-wise, but it gives Silva some confidence.
Good corner work right there. Like Paulie was saying earlier, man, Silva is so much better built for a longer haul of a fight.
Yeah, so, and that's why he's 20-0.
The 13th round comes to a close, likely in favor of Christian Cangelosi.
I think that was a little bit more competitive, though. But yeah, I think Cangelosi is able to dazzle a little bit. But again, you can see how Silva would be more dangerous in a longer hold.
And I can also see how they might give that to Silva. The last, 30 seconds, I'd say he was on the gas pedal. But again, those triple jabs and those combinations did Cangelosi a service.
And there was a little Ali shuffle, too.
So now we get ready for round 14. Titus Williams and Sean Bates. These two had a heck of a start to their previous matchup that took place several rounds ago. Sean Bates, they competed against each other in round 8. Now they reunite here in round 14.
I really think that Bates is going to be looking for that overhand right because that was so successful for him the first time that I'm sure if he went back to the corner with his guys and, they're like, hey, if you can calm yourself down a little bit and find that overhand right just a little bit more times, you'll really do some good work.
There's a left hook for Sean Bates as he comes forward on Titus Williams.
And this is how they started last time. Exactly how they started last time. Titus kind of got in there as if it was a 10-round fight, and Bates was all over him.
Bates is swarming Titus Williams. Williams is going to have to land something of validity to keep Sean Bates off of him.
Also, Williams, the kind of fighter who waits for you to get done if you punch back. And you're not going to get a turn here in a one-round fight. You're just not going to wear a guy down enough. So you're going to have to create your own openings and punch in between. See, again, he let Bates get off, and then he waited for he was done, and then
it was just way too late.
That's just not going to work in this kind of format.
No.
So Cangelosi won that round. New York City on top, 124-123. And Sean Bates starting off this round, much to how Ricky Funes, the head coach of LA Tenkus, would like.
3 clean jabs right there, right to the nostril, forehead of Williams. And like Malinaji was saying, he waits till you get your punches off and then goes. That's not, at any level, that's going to be too late to respond.
I call fighters like that, your turn, my turn. They can't punch in between.
And it's a one-way conversation when you get to certain levels.
Yep. Well, they only get to a certain level. They don't go higher than that. Oh, good shots there by Bates again.
That overhand right that we spoke about, he's got to find it because that just missed again. If he can calm himself down and really put that accuracy on that overhand right, I think he's going to send Williams to the canvas.
Bates physically imposing himself in this round.
Under a minute left here in this 14th round. They are going at it. Sean Bates with the right hand, right on the left side of the jaw, but back comes Titus Williams.
And Titus got a little bit of affirmation from his corner. He looked over at his New York crowd, and they gave him an understanding like, hey, come on, let's get it, let's go, let's fight. So he's fighting with a little bit of heart, a little bit of momentum from his teammates.
If you're Sean Bates, you need this round. Angel Lozano, Frederick Julan are up next. This one at light heavyweight. We're in the lightweight division. Beautiful right uppercut by Bates.
Good combination by Bates.
Good work. Yes, absolutely. And he gets to find what he wants to do because, again, Williams is waiting until he's done to answer.
If Bates will cut off the ring, he get the Titus Williams even faster.
Good right hand. Good right hand.
Look at Sean Bates. Oh, he's got Williams hurt. Williams is hurt. A left hook. Followed by a right. And that'll be it.
Williams has a natural chin on him because he just took 4 straight punches.
Pride,
Didn't back up, didn't budge, just took 4 on the chin and just kept punching. It was beautiful.
They both had to dig deep. Unbelievable stuff that we are witnessing between these two teams.
Bulletproof chin.
Well, I mean, it really is. I mean, I can't even imagine the kind of punishment that he took. And it's like another day at the office for him.
Yeah, he just kind of zombie walked right to his corner. It was like those punches didn't affect him to the degree of balance. He seemed to be in there still.
This was competitive. The last time they saw each other here, Hernandez and
Lozano and Frederick Julan.
Yeah.
So curious. I think that was a Sean Bates round. And it was, but again, I don't know.
Again, we believe
Who won the Silva Cangelosi round? Do we know?
Cangelosi won that round.
Oh, they gave it the second time.
So
too?
the judges got it right. So Cangelosi 2-love over Alejandro Silva tonight.
Yeah, good showing by Cangelosi.
Look,
this is even then, right? Because
and not to go ahead and pat ourselves on the back, but I will say, might as well. We thought Christian Cangelosi was someone to keep your eye on, which is why Amir Tyson and you interviewed him earlier tonight. So
yeah, absolutely.
We came together collectively, but Julan now attacking Angel Lozano to start off this 15th round.
Julan got the win last round, and he's doing the same exact thing this round. And there should be no change in strategy once you already gotten a win and you come back and fight this guy another 5-10 minutes later. You should just stick on what you were already doing and stick to the game plan.
I think for Angel Lozano, he is known to land that left hook. He needs to attack the body of Julan and try to open up that left hook upstairs.
Look how Julan's angling that shoulder, blading out that shoulder from the southpaw stance, making himself a smaller target.
And that's what it seemed like Lozano was kind of spinning in circles looking for him. Them southpaws are a little bit harder to find sometimes, me being a southpaw myself. And if we get that angle on you, it's a little bit difficult.
There's a right hand connecting for Angel Lozano of LA Tengus. LA Tengus 1-3 on the year. New York City 4-1. So we are even at 133 apiece. Sean Bates winning that round. So we are even at 133. And again, guys, as we head down the stretch, we got another close matchup.
Yeah, but how much is New York missing Rakhmontaliev? They have no points off the lightweight division.
Also, Peter Dobson as well.
They've at least won the rounds. So what I'm saying is the difference in the round. They've won those rounds.
Yeah. True.
Rakhmontaliev was automatic at lightweight.
Absolutely.
Even the round he got knocked out and he was winning.
He was winning that round.
He literally hasn't lost a second of the whole season.
Yeah.
That's having one of your big stars gone for the year. But again, this is Team Combat League. Key emphasis on the word team. So now New York City has to find a way to at least get some type of productivity from the lightweight division.
Lozano trying to impose himself in the last 40 seconds, trying to get this round back. I think it's still up in the air here.
Yeah, I think Lozano was trying to steal it, and he's doing a good job at it. I mean, he really could persuade the judges.
You know what it is, Bubba? These guys are so sloppy that if whoever starts to walk and take control of the ring can give the impression that he's winning the round. You know?
Yes, and it's not even technical, it's visually.
Yeah, because you can't really get anything technical out of it. It's so sloppy.
It's really the time limit as well, too, because, you know, you only got that certain amount of time, so you a little bit wing it a little bit. I guess with the fight's a little bit longer, you can have more technicalities between it, but that short clock makes you want to just get into it.
Well, that'll end the 15th round. We're headed towards the 16th, gentlemen.
Man, I got Lozano walking away with that one at the end. Just a little more aggressive, looked a little bit meaner.
Also want to send a special hello to all those watching the live chat. Quick Tampa from Washington. Jada Culberson supporting New York City. Luis Hernandez from Kansas. Eric Hunter saying they're throwing some leather. Absolutely. And Sean Bates, some Sean Bates fans from Sleeper as well. Brother Moses saying Titus Williams has some heart indeed. Round number 15. Round 16, beg your pardon.
I really enjoyed Garcia last time. You know, he walked out of the boxing ring with a little bravado, a little confidence in himself, knowing that he just put on a good show, right? So I could see him trying to follow that up with another good round, you know.
Jonathan Komatov from New York City, Alan Garcia of L.A. Komatov and Garcia campaigning here in the lightweight division.
And like I said again, look at the strength.
Trying to see impose himself. You see how he's trying to impose himself physically, trying to show himself. When I watch these two guys go at it, even in the first round they saw each other, both guys are skilled, but Garcia wants to go for it. Jonathan only punches when he has to. And that's kind of the difference here.
And then that goes into the bully mode that we talked about. He's bullying him into a fight. He's getting his footwork, I guess, motion going, and then he's just running him over. And even if he collides with him, he's picking him up, just showing him that he's more physical than he is.
So Julian won that round over Angel Lozano. So New York City on top, 143-142. A 1-point advantage for the New York City Attitude.
I would agree with that judging, but
well, you know what it is? Lozano almost stole it at the end, right? So it was close. Just a matter of thinking if you stole it or not. You know?
Absolutely, you're correct on that.
Well, now that puts more pressure on Alan Garcia, who I think for the first half of this round has been
that's a knockdown, and only one guy wants to fight.
I don't think Garcia has any pressure. Garcia doing what he normally does.
Oh yeah, you're right.
I think Janibek has the pressure that he has to throw more than he usually wants to.
Yeah, absolutely. And Garcia is not letting him off the brakes when it comes to just putting the pressure on him and forcing him to just get into a dogfight.
So even the fans at home, you know, they miss out because Janibek is also a lightweight. So that means Rakhmontaliev would have been in one of these rounds, either where Williams is or where Janibek is. How good of a matchup would Garcia and Rakhmontaliev have been?
Oh my goodness. Or how about Sean Bates and Rakhmontaliev? Yeah. How good Bates has looked tonight.
Absolutely. We are definitely missing out on the treat. But
again,
we got to blame that Davis from Atlanta. It's not like he didn't want to be here.
Tonight. He didn't even do anything tonight. He let himself get outboxed by
both of the guys. Yeah. Girl.
But it's also next guy up. And that's got to be the mindset. Next guy up.
Yeah, like you said, Team Combat League. And you got to leave.
I don't want to spoil it, but next up is Ocasio and Medusa.
Oh, boy. Get ready for some fireworks. There's a nice right hand by Komatov. Wherever you're joining us around the world, this is week 6 of Team Combat League. A big left snapping back the head of Komatov.
Komatov is simply just hoping the clock is just going as fast as it possibly can. He knows he conceded in a sense. He just wants to get up out of there. You know, Garcia should be doing a better job of trying to, you know, see the blood in the water, which he is. But if I was,
down goes Garcia with a big shot by Komatov.
Oh my gosh, he just changed that whole.
And that's one.
And that ends the round.
anxious, when you're too excited, like Garcia was, Janibek was getting out punched. He was almost allowing himself to be outworked, but Janibek's still skilled. That's the frustrating thing about Janibek. He wasn't choosing to fight as hard as Garcia, but the skill of Janibek still allowed him to sit there, look for that timing. That was an excellent catch and shoot. I hope we get a replay there.
Let's take a look at that again. Paulie, take us through it.
See Garcia trying to walk him down, trying to box it, and let's see what ends up happening here. Catch, shoot.
Boom. On the butt.
Shoot. Just like you said.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, because you know what it is? The thing about catch, the way they taught me to catch and shoot when I was fighting is if the guy's throwing, he can't block with that same side of his hand.
Okay, so buckle your seatbelts. Nicolo Casio, Iana Verduzco. This is must-see.
And Paulie warned us about it, but we're still not ready. Look at this guy.
Oh,
look at this go. This is just going to go right out of L.A., New York, just how we expected. Tupac, Biggie, all over again. Let's get it on.
It's the fastest 120 seconds in sports.
Yes.
Yeah, we're going back to 1997.
Team Combat League is just bringing out the fireworks here in Connecticut. This is beautiful.
And it's not even the 4th of July yet. You got to be kidding me. I think that win for none other than Komatov might have solidified the win for New York City.
I mean, that's a 3-point swing if he gets the 10-8 round, because Garcia was winning that round 10-9, and now you lose it 10-8.
And that is the second New Yorker has put my foot in my mouth with me saying that they weren't looking good or they weren't doing something good, and they come out and just do the opposite.
In your defense, though, you were right until that moment.
Until that moment. But just like that in TCL, you can change at any moment.
And here's Nicolo Casio and Iana Verduzco. The chants of New York echoing here at Mohegan Sun Resort and Casino.
And they need the New York crowd to get into it because Osashio lost the last time, and they need her to come away with a victory.
You know what? I disagree with Verduzco's approach in this round. I feel like she got jealous that Ocasio got to go toe-to-toe last time, and she wanted to go toe-to-toe. But for me, Verduzco is a better technical fighter. But now I think she punched herself out trying to go toe-to-toe.
Absolutely.
And now she's tired.
Absolutely.
And she can't hold off Ocasio.
Absolutely. You're right. That's exactly what she did. She punched herself out. Now the crowd's getting into it, and she's got to find a way to dig deep.
Verduzco doing a good job circling here, though. Ocasio hustling.
Terrific round from Iana Verduzco and Nicolo Casio.
Almost a little deja vu moment. They were going at it, but not quite. It was awesome to watch again, though. Exciting fights here tonight, ladies and gentlemen. We are in for it.
And to think, guys, we still have one more matchup to go. Unbelievable that we're seeing as we have Earl Newman now and Federico Pacheco.
Could it come down to this, guys? Could this be?
It could. LA needs a big jump here.
I think New York City, barring anything significant, will likely be victorious. But again, we have seen stranger things happen, and this is the heavyweight division. Pacheco, though, I think needs a knockdown in order to turn things around for LA as he takes on Earl Newman.
Pacheco being the more urgent and younger fighter last time. He took away the round, and we're going to see if Newman can make some adjustments and be the Olympian he is.
We are now on to the 18th and final round. LA 1-3, New York City 4-1. New York City needs a win to remain and hold on to first place in Team Combat League. LA looking to join Las Vegas. If they're victorious, they would improve to 2-3.
Can't close your eyes on a combination. You just cannot close your eyes as a boxer. You can't. You just can't do it. And Newman closed his eyes as Pacheco was going in, and that type of strategy will get you knocked out.
Good right to the body by Earl Newman.
Pacheco a little bit more on the back foot this round. He's allowing Newman.
Why the change again? Yeah, he just did this. He just had the ball in his hand, so to speak, with Pacheco being in the driver's seat, and now he seems to have changed his strategy and wants to counterpunch.
Also, Pacheco is the younger, fresher fighter. You are 12 years younger than that of Earl Newman. You'd have to push the pace.
Good 1-1-2 there, but that's again him being on the front foot, not being on the back foot. He does way better as a younger and youth fighter being on the front foot.
Yeah, guys, I call it youth energy. You know, when it's just something you can't teach when you're young. You just have that natural energy. You don't want to be first and you have to control everything. And then when you get older, you kind of just try to mosey your way through things using your intelligence.
Use a little wisdom, a little.
Yeah, be more calculated.
Yeah, more calculated. Harder, smarter, not harder, so to speak. But again,
big right hand there by Pacheco.
There it is.
Oh boy,
there's the right hand I've been calling for.
Well,
just
now,
a little bit better.
If you're Pacheco,
you need this.
This is huge.
You need this.
If you can get a knockdown, which would be major,
change the fight.
And Ricky Funes telling him, keep coming forward. Let's go. Ricky knows what's on the line here. For Ryan O'Leary, Benny Roman, they got to be confident in what they're seeing out of Earl Newman.
Good defense right there by Pacheco. Not one of those punches landed. Even though it visually looks like he's getting outworked, not one of those punches landed.
At least Newman is working, though, you know?
Yes, he's finally working. New York heavyweight is finally working.
Yeah, exactly. It worked well for Bryce Taylor when he was busy.
He's getting beat on the ropes. As he's the aggressor and he's the one working, Pacheco is still doing his due diligence and doing what he wants as far as what shot there. That was the difference.
That was beautiful overhand right from Earl Newman.
But too, sometimes it's the optics. Sometimes the judges don't really see what's landing and what's not. Sometimes who's controlling the round. That's why I always stress to all the fighters, especially young fighters, control the ring, because sometimes it's the optics. They don't see, good shot there again by Newman.
A massive right hand. That'll end the second of our triple header between LA and New York. And gentlemen, I think that likely we will see New York City retain their top spot. And how about for Ryan O'Leary, Benny Roman? You're down 3 guys. No Peter Dobson, no Ralph Clemente. Sherbek Ramutolov is out for the year. And they had to dig deep. They had to go ahead and go to their bench, and they've been successful.
Man, Komatov MVP.
I mean, how can you not?
That 3-point swing.
How can you not?
That 3-point swing might be the difference.
It's, as we say, the next man up, Bubba. You know it, having competed at the highest level with Penn State as a member of the Nittany Lions. You have to get ready. Sometimes you need that guy that's been competing in the room. You know, that's the backup 125-pounder, and he comes out and he gets a pin, and he finds a way to get it done.
You need that momentum sometimes.
And the guys to step up, teammates to step up. What about Julan replacing Ralph Clemente and winning both rounds against Lozano?
Well, he went 2 rounds. So, gentlemen, I'm going to let you go ahead and break it down and get the results. And he was victorious.
Yeah, I mean, those 2 rounds Julan won. I mean, those would have been Ralph Clemente rounds. And Ralph Clemente was like Rock Montalvo in that he was constantly winning all the rounds he was in there with. So big losses when you're missing these guys. But when the replacement comes in there and steps up and wins the round, you know,
you're happy with it.
You're happy with it, and that's what it's called, stepping up for your teammates. That's stepping up for your team and knowing that the responsibility falls on you when one of your comrades is falling.
It's fighting for the next man and the guys that are next to you in the gym. This is one thing about Team Combat League. You get to go and grind with these guys. It's a little bit different than seeing some of these, individuals in the gym. You're together sweating and bringing out blood with these guys. So when you employ one of your fighters to give you a little bit more, you need that there.
After 18 rounds between New York City and LA, here is your final score. New York City 172, LA 169. New York City improves to 5-1 on the year. LA falls to 1-4 here with Team Combat League. Paulie and Bubba, back to you guys.
Yeah, wonderful win by New York. Like he said, short lineup, had a lot of guys out, had a lot of hammers and rollers out, but still came away with it. I think they're that much better than a lot of the other teams.
And showing a lot of character. LA got off to a good start. But New York fought their way back into it, man.
And how about the fight of the night between those ladies, just going out of it, punch after punch after punch. I mean, beautiful, beautiful display of heart and warriorism. Great victory by New York right there.
Well, for New York City, that was big because they were down 172-169. But guys, look at the scores. Literally, it's only been 2 points and 3 points, but Paulie, to get to your point, the MVP tonight, if you are New York City, without a doubt, unequivocally comes to Jonabek Komatov.
I mean, they won by 3, right? 172, 169.
They won by 3.
This was a 3-point swing.
Punch.
Massive.
Three-point punch.
Yeah, 3-point punch. Yeah, exactly.
There are 3-point plays. There are some 3-point punches.
Right now, Jonabek, you guys
he got his curry on.
The action has been absolutely sensational on this Thursday night. LA falls to 1-4 on the year. So that was some of that back-and-forth action that we saw between Nicole Ocasio and Lisette Lopez. Well, guys, we have the round of the year with Nicole Ocasio and Lisette Lopez in that 7th round.
Oh, undoubtedly.
I mean, I think that's probably the best women's round that we've seen all year long, just across the board.
Ocasio comes out and just throws everything she can throw. You got to make her rounds in a phone booth. She doesn't need a ring.
It was awesome to see them, though. It was good that New York is still on top. They were the team that was undefeated the longest, and they're still the only team with 1 loss.
So New York City improves to 5-1 on the year. That means that Atlanta, with their win, is in 2nd place. LA 1-4, but they certainly have gotten better. Coming up, it'll be the final of our triple header between the Dallas Destroyers and DC. Don't miss it. The Dallas Enforcers and the DC Destroyers will come back with the finale of our triple header.
There's nothing.
Nobody can beat my mind, so nobody can beat me.
With the modeling is the modeling. When it comes to boxing, I handle my business.
1 round, and guys giving it all.
This is going to be the future.
Our triple header. It is week 6 of Team Combat League. Coming up, we have the 1-2 DC Destroyers matching up against the 2-2 Dallas Enforcers. Ray Flores alongside Amir Tyson. Amir, as we look at DC, you're probably thinking 1-2. Well, they are getting closer to 500, but they very well could be 3-0 this season.
Yeah, to be honest, this is like out of Team Combat League, out of every team right now, this is the team equivalent of Errol Spence and Terrence Crawford. It's evenly matched. It's 50-50. It's a pick-em fight between all the rounds between the team, and whoever wants it more is going to prevail.
Why this is important every single week is because of the 6 teams that are competing, only 4 are going to get playoff berths and advance to the semifinals of Team Combat League, with the ultimate destination to compete for the championship in the middle of July. Now, if you've been watching Team Combat League or if you're new to the concept, coaches are essentially GMs. They're able to go ahead and throughout the season, when fighters get hurt, injured, or if they feel that they can add a free agent to their roster, they can do so. We'll talk about a signing for AC Bryant in Dallas as they go ahead and sign the former Dallas Cowboy and combat sports veteran in Greg Hardy to compete in the heavyweight division.
Yeah, Greg Hardy, he's a combat sports veteran, like you said. He has experience a lot of these other fighters don't have. So we'll see if he can implement that tonight. That's the thing, but only time will tell, and time is coming soon.
And speaking of Greg Hardy, he's standing by with our very own Paulie Malignaggi.
All right, what's up, guys? We're here with new Dallas Enforcers member, Greg Hardy. Bro, ex-Dallas Cowboys, now Dallas Enforcers. How'd this happen?
Honestly, man, I'm just looking for some competition, looking for a challenge. Heard about the TCL, man. I feel like it was a perfect place for me to showcase some talent.
Did they contact you? You contact them? How'd this work out? How did this marriage even come about?
I feel like it was just a mutual running into of each other, if that makes sense, man. My people were out there looking for fights. You guys' people were out there looking for fighters.
So you were already training for fights. You were in the gym.
Yeah, man, I trained 24/7, 365. We're always ready, and it turned into a TCL awakening, man.
So, you know, we've seen you in different forms of combat. Obviously, we can see you love to fight. You've done it in various different ways. How do you see yourself blended into the TCL format?
I think this is perfect for me, man. It's a place where you can showcase your talent, man. I feel like it's for the fans, you know? You're coming out, you're getting nothing but action. You're getting one round of just bad A fighters ready to roll, and I feel like that's a G Hardy format, man. I'm going to give you everything I got for one round. You're going to see all the showcase, and then you're going to come back next week and get it again. What do we see from G Hardy tonight? Knockouts every single time, man. If somebody's getting knocked out, I don't always know who, but you know I'm throwing them bombs.
It's Greg Hardy. He's promising a knockout tonight. Back to you guys.
This guy on the rope, he's throwing relentlessly.
My goodness! There's a knockdown!
There's nothing more exciting than what the Team Combat League brings to the table.
One-round bouts, 8 teams across the U.S. The idea of this is so unique and so new.
It forces the fighters to skip the feel-out process and get right to the action.
I feel like New York's got a real good shot here, especially if I'm on the team.
Nobody can beat my mind, so nobody can beat me.
With the modeling is the modeling. When it comes to boxing, I handle my business.
One round, and guys giving their all.
This is
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the finale of our triple header here. It is week 6 of Team Combat League. We now have the 2-2 Dallas Enforcers, led by their head coach, AC Bryan, and the 1-2 DC Destroyers, led by their head coach, Barry Hunter. Let's meet the starting lineups of the 2-2 Dallas Enforcers. In the women's featherweight division, we have Liana Calderon. At lightweight for the men, Daniel Bailey. At welterweight for Dallas, Everon Graham. At middleweight, Diana DePestre. At light heavyweight, Frederick Jordan. At heavyweight for Dallas, Adrian Taylor. At lightweight, Randy Kennedy. At middleweight for Dallas, Corey Cadd. At heavyweight, the Dallas Cowboy, Greg Hardy. At featherweight for the women, Jennifer Miranda. At welterweight for Dallas, Andre Ewell. At middleweight for the men, Benjamin Whitaker. And that is your starting lineup for the Dallas Enforcers, led by their head coach, AC Bryan. And now let's meet the starting lineup for the DC Destroyers, who have a 1-2 record. Their coach is the esteemed Barry Hunter. For the women's featherweight division, Tyrecia Douglas. At lightweight, Cobia Brady. Welterweight, Patrick Harris. Middleweight, Quincy Williams. Light heavyweight, Casey Dixon. At heavyweight for DC, Dante White. At lightweight, Derek Davis. At middleweight, Keithlin King. At heavyweight for DC, Norman Neely. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your starting lineup for the DC Destroyers, led by their head coach, Barry Hunter. Now it's time to begin Dallas and DC.
Triple header, here we go. DC, Dallas.
Hopefully it starts like the last woman did. I mean, rock'em sock'em robot until the whistle blew. DC versus Dallas. Let's get it on.
All right, yeah, buckle up your seatbelts for this one. Leanne Calderon matching up here as she takes on Tyrecia Douglas. Calderon for Dallas. Dallas comes into this matchup 2-2. For DC, they are 1-2, but theoretically, Paulie, they could be 0-3. They could be 3-0 because every one of their matchups has been decided by 1 point.
Yeah, I mean, when I look at their lineup, I think it's a scary lineup. I think if they get into the playoffs, they'll be a formidable matchup.
Well, the key thing is just to get in the playoffs. And right now, they certainly have that opportunity. LA lost. They are now 1-4 on the year. Atlanta and New York victorious. So we have both teams. New York City remains atop the standings in first place. Second place is Atlanta. So, you know, this is a very big matchup. You have LA or Las Vegas that fell to 2-3 on the year. This is very important when it comes to seeding in from a standing standpoint.
Yeah, and you know, it seems like Atlanta, New York, Dallas, and Vegas are the top of the crop. So they're gonna have to get themselves in this fight if they want to go into the playoffs. Is DC?
There's a big right hand for Leanne Calderon of Dallas.
Douglas is doing a good job of getting out of the way of Calderon's punches, but she's not doing a good job of controlling the center of the cage.
And she's like, as an example I made last matchup in New York versus LA. Douglas is punching only when she has to, while Calderon is searching for the fight.
Nearing the end of this first round between Leanne Calderon and Tyrecia Douglas. Down goes
at the
Leanne Calderon. That's a knockdown.
It is a knockdown, as it should
be.
And you know what's crazy? Maybe this criticism is not the best criticism, because last time I had the same criticism for Janibek. He's punching only when he has to, and now when he
I guess it only matters when it matters.
Okay, so who are you going to criticize now? And then I'm going to get ready for the knockout call.
No, man, I'll let you know when
we see it. We'll call it.
The person waiting is looking for the perfect shot, and then the perfect shot ends up happening tonight.
Man,
case in point, that left.
And that's usually not what it is in Team Combat League. You really got to be the first person out there. The time does not permit you the time to sit back and wait. And usually when you sit back and wait, the fighter that's bringing it to you brings the fight to you, and you don't want that. But tonight, the counter punch has been open.
Bob, I guess there can be something called over-aggression.
Yeah.
You won't get the shot.
Oh, we've seen it earlier. That over-aggression really hurt LA earlier.
All right, so we got Daniel Bailey for Dallas at 135. Kobia Breedy. You know what Kobia Breedy is bringing to the table? This guy is absolutely relentless. Big shots as they're starting off.
Oh, they're both.
Daniel Bailey unloading on Kobia Breedy.
Oh, good footwork by Breedy getting out of there. But, yeah, it is definitely a war that they're trying to bring.
Overhand right missing for Kobia Breedy. So, guys, the way I'm looking at this is right now is that both teams are essentially fighting for third place in the standings. You have New York City, who's on top at 5-1. Atlanta's 4-1. Las Vegas is falling at 2-3. So the winner of this matchup will go ahead. If Dallas is victorious, they'll improve their record to 3-2, which will put them a matchup above 500. If you're DC, you can go to 2-2, which would put you ahead of Las Vegas. So this matchup is for third place, which would go ahead and solidify their playoff spot as of right now.
Third and fourth place, right?
So, yeah, it's a matchup between, and then the loser, we'll see where they fall. Right now, LA's in last place in 6th, and it all depends on the result of this matchup to see if they'll either fall to 5th place. The loser, meaning. Big right hand there by Brady to the body of Daniel Bailey.
Yeah, Bailey's got to do something a little bit more than just jab and move, because Brady's bringing the fight to him.
Yeah, Brady brings everything. Punches, head, physicality, everything.
Man.
Oh, good counter hook as well.
3 times in a row, he's looking for that counter. He reminds me, Brady, reminds me of a football player in boxing.
He's very physical, indeed.
Iron head.
Daniel Bailey, who has been a quality starter for Dallas. Douglas won that previous round, obviously 10-8, so DC's on top with a 2-point advantage to start off the action. Big right hand by Brady. Brady coming forward. Nice right hand to the body by Daniel Bailey.
Man, I end up enjoying the fight instead of analyzing it. These guys are getting after it a little bit.
They are really
had me stuck in the zone.
Pace.
Yeah, I was just watching just the sweet signs of both of these guys looking to find their strategy, looking to get their offense off. I really just got stuck being a fan just then. It was a good round to watch.
So I was stuck in trying to figure out from a standing standpoint as we take a look at some of the action, but I believe I finally have it figured out, guys. As we would go ahead and take a look at.
All we know is New York's in first.
No, New York's in first. Atlanta's in second. And I will give you some contingency plans here.
Kobe Abri,
okay.
Good job there.
So now we have Everon Graham for Dallas and Patrick Harris of DC. So if Dallas loses this matchup, they'll fall to 2-3, meaning we will have a 2-way tie for 4th place, and DC will improve their record, and they will get to 3rd place. If DC loses, then they will fall to run in 3. They will be in 5th place. Big shots there. Good start by none other than Patrick Harris.
Flipping each other. But they don't bring their hands back to their face. That's what's going on. They're punching and leaving their hands out there. That's why they're both getting countered on each other.
Southpaw versus southpaw here can sometimes get tricky.
Indeed. Everon Graham, very aggressive. He loves to bring the fight to his opponents. Patrick Harris now of DC. Currently are inside fighting. Round 3, this one's scheduled for 18. And Brady won that round, so DC's on top by 3 points, 20-17. So the DC Destroyers, they're rolling right now. Can Everon Graham turn things around if you are Dallas?
DC coach is employing his fighter to hit the body. I think that's because he's ducking down a little bit, and maybe he can find that chin if he, just attempts to hit the body.
Good counter left hand there by Everon.
Yeah, good body.
Beautiful counter left by Everon Graham. Another one by Graham.
Oh, good hook there by Harris. Harris has had this short right hook work in this round from that close range. Obviously, he's got the shorter arm.
That short right hook from Harris is beautiful.
I just wonder if he's a natural right-hander who fights out of the southpaw stance. He's very short, very crisp with that short right hook.
You just found me out, Paulie. I'm a natural right-hander that fights out of there. My right hook is everything to me.
Yeah, and that's the thing. A lot of times when you see an educated lead hand like that, sometimes the guy is
strong, fast, like you said, an educated. What we call educated, just smart, intelligent. It's going strict with the jab. It's going nice and clean with the hook. Just a smart-looking boxer. And it's fast. It's whipping. That right hand comes out immediately. Those hooks do not stop coming.
Yeah, and for me, it also, you know what it is, Bo, when I see that lead hand, the guy has such good command of it. Oh, good hook there again.
Good right hook by Patrick Harris.
They're trading.
But answering back at Ron Graham.
They're hurting each other. You know, this is a good trade of them both giving and getting what they're giving. I'm not sure what they're looking for right there, but DC just being a little bit more meaner and aggressive than Dallas. A little blood in the water there.
Final 30 seconds of this matchup between Avron Graham and also Patrick Harris of DC.
I tell you, I feel like Graham fought a good round, but I feel like he got out-fought by Harris, although Graham's still going at it here.
I think Harris stole the round. I think he stole the round, legitimately.
Yeah. What a good round.
There's one of the teammates just told him, yelled at him, "You got your ass whooped." And that's one of the things about having a team. You know, when you got a real, the trash talk, you know, there's some guys that definitely believed you got your ass whooped on your own team. So you want to avoid that at all costs. You know, you want to definitely present and represent your team well. You don't want to walk out of cage and your homeboy tell you.
Keep that locker room preserved, you know?
Yeah. You don't want that Golden State problem to happen, especially not here in boxing. It's get different.
Well, now we'll focus our attention on the middleweights, Diane DePestre and Quincy Williams. DC will see what happens there in that previous round, but the knockdown for Tyrecia Douglas over Leanne Calderon built up a 2-point advantage for DC, and DC, the Destroyers, they're looking to even up their record to 500. And if they're successful, they will have sole possession of third place. Whereas if Dallas loses, they will fall into a two-way tie for fourth place alongside Las Vegas.
Oh, good catch.
Good start for none other than Quincy Williams.
Yeah, Williams, DC, it seems like he's looking for something. You know, there's like this kind of a hunt of like, you know, I'm trying to poke out your offense. I'm trying to do a little bit just to bring out your offense and encounter you something vicious.
Quincy Williams, this is one of the marquee matchups. He's 5-0 in Team Combat League. Diane DePestre, 5-1. Meantime, Patrick Harris did very well. He's taking on Avron Graham, who's undefeated.
Good shot, good
and Andre Ewell.
This is going to be a good round by both of these guys. You know, there's only got one loss in between them and 10 victories between both of them. So we're going to see some good boxing here and a hell of a round.
Good overhand right. This is one of the marquee matchups. This one in the middleweight division.
Both guys enjoying the violence, too. They're going with a mean streak there.
Yeah. They both have that streak in them where they're excited to be here.
Big right hand connecting by Diane DePestre Castro.
Mouthpiece came out.
Oh, mouthpiece
countering.
Came out. Oh,
it's that counter left hook.
Wobbling each other.
But Dallas isn't backing up, even though he's getting hit and the mouthpiece came out. He's on the front foot. You know, he's boxing well and bringing the pain. It isn't like DC's walking away with it.
Look at that. They're both. Look at Quincy Williams sort of scowling right at Diane DePestre. Also, guys, Patrick Harris won that round over Avron Graham. DC's on top 30-26. If Dallas isn't careful, DC's going to run away with this.
A lot of confusion going on the sideline over there at DC, but nonetheless, I think Dallas is doing a good job of staying in the fight. He's not getting it walked away on him.
Left hook to the body by Quincy Williams. A sweeping left hook on the chin of DePestre Castro.
Yeah, Williams just a little shorter with the shots. I think it's a slight difference. Castro fighting a good round, but Williams just slightly better technique.
Yeah, beautiful with the counters. His counters and his precision is right there, just on the inside of the Dallas fighter. And he's feeling himself. You know when a fighter starts to swagging and looking like they're, you know, getting ready for a dance move and their footwork is starting to move, you start to see a fighter really start to open up his offense or get his motion going.
Final moments. I think Quincy Williams has done his due diligence and continues in the momentum that DC has.
Good six-punch combination right there to end the round. Beautifully done.
Barry Hunter has his guys ready to go.
Yeah, they're on a tear.
And man, do they look good.
And DC, they fought some good rounds. It's just, Dallas has fought some good rounds. It's just DC's been better.
Totally agree with you.
And DC, they only have one victory on the year. They look really good. A lot of
remember, Bubba, like Ray said, they all lost everyone by 1 point.
Yeah. Wow. That's a big. Yeah, that's big.
Some tough breaks.
Yeah. You got to get it to go one your way.
Have been decided by 1 point.
Man, that's amazing.
So I think tonight they're making sure, you know what? Let's get a bunch of points ahead. This way we don't chance it.
Let's get out ahead and then worry about the later rounds later.
So light heavyweight, Frederick Jordan and Casey Dixon going at it here. As you have Frederick Jordan of Dallas and Casey Dixon of DC. Casey Dixon has been a staple in the lineup for DC. He has been terrific thus far. If you are DC, you're looking to gain sole possession of third place in the standings here at Team Combat League. And if you are Dallas, you're looking to take third place yourself.
Good jab by Jordan, but he looks to be on that back foot. He looks a little bit timid, like he's waiting for Casey Dixon to do something to him.
And Dixon just with the body.
And he just punched on him.
Big shots by Casey Dixon. A left hook.
Good left
that
hook.
wobbled Jordan. Williams won that previous round, so DC's on top, 40-35. They haven't lost a round all night long.
And he's doing the wrong thing by pulling the guy into the corner. You got to force an underhook and push the guy back, not pull him on top of you.
And also, if you're Jordan, I mean, this is irresponsible. You know, your team is down a bunch of rounds. You're going off to the ropes. You should be trying to control the center ring and really making a statement, not just for yourself to win the round for your team, but also for your team to get some momentum and some confidence back.
It's irresponsible and borderline disrespectful.
Absolutely.
Just over the midway point.
These are the kind of things that do cause arguments in the locker rooms.
Hell yeah, I'd be so mad. Like, you know we're losing. Why you over here standing on the ropes getting beat on? Come on, brother, we got to do something different. And, this is just your team kind of seeing the momentum slip away from them. It's like being, starting the game and then getting a couple threes thrown in your face and you're already down by 10 before the score even starts.
And by the opposite token, impressive on Dixon's part with his team clearly ahead. He could maybe step off the gas a little bit, but he's not. He's staying with the momentum.
He's definitely not resting on his laurels, trying to get that overhand right out of there. I mean, he's got some intentions on those punches.
Big right hand by Casey Dixon.
Dirty boxing here.
There hasn't been a spot where Casey Dixon has been in peril throughout the first couple minutes of this round.
DC just came out meaner. That's all. It seems like they have come out meaner. Thing about this boxing league is there are rounds and there are halves, and we're going to see a different half coming from Dallas. But as of right now, DC is all over them.
You could not tell me that DC has a 1-2 record. If I was just watching this for the first time, I would think that DC is undefeated this season.
And when you did tell me that, Paulie had to tell me that they lost by 1 point because I was saying, man, this is a team that looks really good. How are they losing and only have one victory? But, I mean, every fight they've lost by one. It's amazing.
Also, when a team is coached by Barry Hunter, I mean, I've known Barry Hunter for decades.
Yeah.
Any guy this guy coaches, he's a stern disciplinarian. He's a no BS guy. He's like a drill sergeant.
And you can see him employing his guys.
Yeah, but he knows his technique. I mean, his guys are going to be ready both physically and mentally, and he demands high of all his guys. He demands a lot.
Yeah. And that may be why, they're a little bit tight right now, a little bit, I mean, on the positive side, they're a little bit, they're losing every fight by 1 point. They could be a little bit tight trying to impress their coach a little bit. As the season runs on, they get a little bit more understanding in what the coach wants. So it's a little bit of how you can develop in team combat.
Absolutely, Bubba. And also another thing, when you got a coach like that, he's not giving away any freebies. If you're going to beat his team, you're going to have to work for it. And clearly, even the close losses have meant that everybody who's beaten Dallas, DC has had to work for it.
Well, I mean, look at New York City. I mean, DC pushed New York City to the limit there a couple of weeks ago, Paulie. We were here for that. Right now, Casey Dixon, he won that round. So DC's on top 50-44. DC is absolutely rolling. If you're AC Bryant Company, you got to turn the tables, and hopefully you start with Adrian Taylor. Got Adrian Taylor and Dante White. Dante White for DC. Adrian Taylor, former stablemate of Errol Spence Jr. Used to campaign in the cruiserweight division, but getting this opportunity with Team Combat League here in the heavyweight division to represent Dallas.
Yeah, you could think that the season that DC has prepared them to round off towards this playoff run, because they've had a tough season, but they've been in every fight, and there's some resilient guys on that team. So DC might have might be one team to look out for in the playoffs.
Well, DC, if they continue, will have sole possession of third place, and there is a log jam with Las Vegas and Dallas if it stays the same, as they will both be 2 and 3. And LA sitting in last place, but they can turn things around. They have a 1-4 record. We now are at the midway point of the 6th round. Big overhand right by Dante White.
Good overhand right by Dante.
I'll tell you, LA will be kicking themselves for not beating New York tonight, because with New York being so shorthanded, this was a night where you needed to beat New York.
They were there to be taken, and they allowed them to hang around, and it bit them considerably.
Finishing right off at the end. And this has been amazing to see this one-way traffic out of DC. I mean, it's not as though that Dallas didn't know that they were fighting for that third place position. It's just that DC came in and one team wants it more. From the coach's perspective and demeanor to the crowd, I mean, everything about DC is momentumized into their direction.
Each fighter comes in, steps to the center ring, and controls the ring. And they've had the Dallas opponent in each and every round up against the ropes.
Every round. Good educated hook right there. Body, head.
Yeah, White getting the numbers up on those combinations.
You love to see a good numbered combination, not just pot shotting and, just a little bit of hitting there. You love to see a good, clean, 3, 4, maybe even 5-punch combination. It just shows you the intelligence and the skill of a fighter.
Absolutely. And also, Bubba, as I said earlier tonight, the optics. It looks good for the judges as well.
It's good, yeah.
And that'll end the 6th round between Adrian Taylor and Dante White. Kimberly Westfield on live chat very much supporting DC. Rico's the boss supporting Quincy Williams of DC. OC the Deity supporting the Dallas Enforcers. Really appreciate you chiming in on the live chat. Bubba.
Yeah, man, DC's walking away with that one again. One-way traffic. I think, though, this will be the first time Dallas has a representative that may be able to say something about what the score is, because I kind of know this guy, like I said, being with a couple of the cousins from the Sam Arnold team and that crew, been hanging out in Vegas with Dewey, so I've seen some of these guys, so we'll see if it changes.
Hey, Paulie, we got great analysis from Brother Moses on the live chat saying the opening knockdown set the momentum for DC.
Did, and they haven't looked back since.
Now we are on round 7. This one's scheduled for 18. We are now in the lightweight division. Randall Canada, Derek Davis. Randall Canada has been a staple in the lineup for the Dallas Enforcers.
Oh, man.
Very quick.
I remember this Davis kid from the last time, and I thought he was really good. He was my favorite fighter from
last year. He actually was. Bubba said, Paulie, 2 weeks ago, prior to the bye week, that he loved watching Derek Davis perform.
Yeah, you can see he's got the little subtleties, man. The little sharp feints, sharp jab.
Sharp.
Listen, Canada is no slouch himself. This is a good matchup.
Absolutely. And I was speaking on Canada before the matchup started, but I did not understand who he was standing across the cage from, and that is Derek Davis, and who's been looking good in the TCL.
And Bubba, if you are, as a team, and this didn't happen to you, I think, ever, wrestling with Penn State, but if your team is down by a big margin, at what point are you like, okay, we can get back into this thing?
You need a big momentum shift. You need a knockout. You need a stunner. One of your not supposed to win guys, come out and do the best that he can and really change the momentum. You need a big punch. You need one of those Curry 3-point punches that changes everything.
Yeah, you need something to change the momentum. I agree.
Oh, that's a bad hook that he just got hit with, Kennedy.
Both guys very much lively indeed. Randall Kennedy of Dallas Derek Davis of DC. Oh, big right hand there by Derek Davis.
And they traded, but it just wasn't a good one from Kennedy. Just more power from Davis.
You know what it is there? They traded right hands, but also Davis came back with his own left hook after that as well.
That's a mean body rip. Oh, he's eating that body up with that left hook.
And look at Kennedy initiating the clinches here because he was getting pounded on from Derek Davis.
And as good as I said Kennedy was from Dallas, that's how good Davis is from DC. I mean, he's being held, and the crowd and the coaches over there are seeing it because they know that he's in a possible seat to knock him out, and they want that momentum.
So Adrian Taylor finally won a round for Dallas. Dallas is on top, or they trail 59-54. DC leading by a sizable margin, 5 points. DC on top 59-54. Adrian Taylor, though, did get the first win for
that was a sympathy round.
Dallas.
That's got to be a sympathy round. No way.
Yeah.
No way Dante White lost that round.
You could have seen the look that Bubba gave me. He was like, are you crazy?
There's no way.
I'm just the messenger, guys.
I was even impressed the way Dante ended the round. You know, just punching on him and then walked out of the cage like, yeah, I got to get this guy out of here. So there's no way. Like you said, Paulie, that must have been a sympathy round. They're trying to get this fight a little bit closer because it is one-way traffic and DC controls
really
everything.
The way that I look at this is it's almost like Dallas is on the train tracks and DC is a locomotive, literally steamrolling them.
Absolutely.
As we'll go back and look at what some of the action we saw in this 7th round. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, to join us next week, 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific time. We are back as we will begin Memorial Day weekend on May 25th, 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific time. Team Combat League week number 7, 1 week from tonight on May 25th. Keithlin King, Corey Cadd, this one in the middleweight division. Keithlin King for DC, Corey Cadd for Dallas. So far, guys, though, I think that DC has come out and looked exceptional.
Yeah, and again, another example here. Every round, the DC fighter comes out and tries to take control of the center of the ring, although Cadd now trying to fight his way back into it.
Corey Cadd on his back foot, Keithlin King. And you heard Barry Hunter, he told Keithlin King, work.
Work, absolutely. He wants his fighter to continue what the team has been doing and go forward. You know, you can see the disappointment on the coach's face when everyone else is understanding the strategy, but then you get one guy out there that seems to have missed it or been looking off when you were speaking to the team.
Trying to rest on the laurels.
Yeah, you need him to get in there and work.
Well, how about to get to your point about Derek Davis? He won the previous round, so DC on top, 69-63. The judges got that one right.
Yeah, as they should have. That was one-way traffic, and the other guy was holding.
For the most part, that's what it's been, Paulie, throughout this matchup. This has been, we thought this was going to be the most competitive, but it has been the most lopsided so far.
Yeah, so far, man. King has to work on getting his hands off. He's trying to come forward, but it's Cadd who's been getting off. It's been a bit awkward, but King has almost been coming forward too much and smothering his work. Cadd has been able to get off more punches here.
Oh, gosh.
Big uppercut there by Corey Cadd.
Oh, my gosh.
Wow.
Big uppercut. And it's almost like, man, like you said, Paulie, he didn't set it up to, like, throw it. It's like Cadd fell into it. You know, they're, like, falling over each other, and the punches just happen to be out there, and they're, like, landing on them.
Sometimes they run into the punches instead of the punches.
That's exactly what happened. He kind of, like, you know, did a crunch into that uppercut. It's a little bit wild.
But King has to make his legs work for him at the same time as his hands, and he's not doing that. He's trying to get in close and then punch. You've got to use your hands to get you closer as well as your feet in one unison motion. You know?
They got to work together, ladies and gentlemen. Your feet and your hands have to work together.
Instead, if you look at what King is doing, he wants to get close first, and then he wants to punch. Well, man, on the way in, you're going to meet punches, so the guy's going to beat you to the punch if you take that approach.
That was a good double leg by him.
Yeah, you would know, Bubba.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking at the technique on that. Good arch, good step in, everything. But when it comes to this boxing, man, they really got to get their feet about them. It looks like they're just colliding into each other. And we need to get a little bit better distance so you can get your offense off. collision. 1 or 2 punches, a collision. 1 or 2 dances, and then a collision. Very sloppy looking.
Vital moments of this 8th round between Corey Cadd and Keith King. And guess what, guys? Coming up, we have the Team Combat League debut of none other than Greg Hardy.
Dallas Cowboy, he must be used to this one-way traffic with DC and Dallas, because usually it's Dallas over the Red or over the Washington guys.
All right, guys, I have an update. There will be no round 13 due to an injury to Patrick Harris. It will be judged 10-10. So we will only have 17 rounds. Round 13 will not happen with Patrick Harris and Andre Ewell because Harris got hurt. So it will be a 10-10 round. So we only have 17 rounds. But here is the Team Combat League debut of the Dallas Cowboy, the UFC veteran, in Greg Hardy.
Yeah, excited to see what he was doing this week. I mean, just last week he was in Walmart yelling at some folks, so I was trying to see what he's going to bring this week. I'm excited to see him back in competition because he loves to compete. At whatever level he's at, he loves to compete.
Well, he fought, he competed, and played for the Dallas Cowboys, went ahead and fought the UFC, bare knuckle, and now he's here in Team Combat League.
Nearly kind of laying up against the ropes. I don't know if he's waiting to maybe get Hardy leaning, but
it's a weird right
big
hand.
Right hand that wobbled Neely.
Yeah.
Neely got wobbled with a big right hand as Greg Hardy swarming Norman Neely of DC.
Greg's probably going to knock him out if he can find that right hand a little bit better. It's a little bit awkward throwing it, you know, being that he's a football player, you know, but nonetheless, he's been boxing for a little bit with the striking and mixing it up, and he's got to do a better job.
Big uppercut. Greg Hardy going on the attack, trying to finish off Norman Neely. Neely almost going to the canvas. Greg Hardy overwhelming him. Big right hand. Neely's going down.
Caught it off.
Greg Hardy making his Team Combat League debut.
And that is successful one. That is what we need.
It took him barely over a minute, Greg Hardy. I don't think you got to work at Walmart anymore. Welcome to Team Combat League.
I'll tell you what, though, man. I mean, I could see the writing on the wall when Neely came out.
Yes,
so
indeed.
Defensive.
Oh, he looks timid.
Too much. And I had seen Neely in other rounds. He's not a bad fighter. He just, it was almost
it's
like
the name
in the headlight.
Oh my gosh, Greg Hardy! I'm about to fight Hardy.
And you can't give a locomotive with that much weight going forward.
The look on your face like that.
And forward momentum. I mean, once Hardy had that forward momentum, man, now you can't fight him off you anymore. Now good luck.
And as a professional prize fighter, Greg Hardy is 2-0 as a pro boxer. This does not count against your pro boxing record. But man, he looked good tonight.
I'll tell you
that
what.
hand is heavy.
Yeah,
that hand
promised me a knockout earlier tonight when I talked to him, and you know what? He delivered.
He delivered. And just like we were saying, what can you do to change that? To change the trajectory of the fight? You need a big win like that. You need a big knockout, a big pin, something like that that changes everything. And maybe Dallas is going to look at that and try to, get back on the driver's seat.
We were talking about irresponsible teammates who are disrespectful. the team is losing and they lay on the ropes. Well, you know what? Hardy just did the opposite.
Absolutely.
Now, if the rest of the guys don't follow suit, it's disrespectful even more because now you've just got Hardy made the momentum switch.
Absolutely. I just got an interception. I just got us a fumble. I just got that momentum switch
you can't go
for the team.
After that,
Yeah, you got to come out, be ready to fight. And even the fans or the crowd, not the crowd, but the opponents in Dallas, they seem to be shocked. Like, what just happened to us?
Well, and you know what? That's significant because now it is, look at this. That 10-7 round makes it DC 85 compared to that of 83 for Dallas. So it is a 2-point matchup, guys.
Big change.
You see, that's why you can't be giving sympathy rounds, man. Sometimes they come back and it hurts the team later.
Absolutely. And all your boys just, y'all just went 6-0, 7-0, whatever it was, and then you got to walk back to that corner knowing you just took a big loss. Not just a loss. You gave up a lot of points for your team.
Yep.
So that'll go ahead 85-83. 9 rounds in the books, and that's a big momentum shift. And we knew that Greg Hardy was a big signing for DC and Team Combat League. But to be able to go and to rely on him to come out, make a statement, that's a 3-point swing. it looked like Dallas was getting ready to almost fold up, close up shop, and be like, look, tonight's not our night. Yeah. However, Bubba, that was not the case. Greg Hardy comes out, and he looked impressive.
Man, we're going to keep calling, I guess, it the Curry punch or something like that, because those three punches have been swinging the momentum all night. You know, there's just one punch that changes everything, and it happened to be a couple punches right there that Greg Hardy changed the atmosphere in the arena, but nonetheless, it's been one punch all night that changes things.
Paulie, how impressed were you by Greg Hardy?
I mean, this was impressed because obviously the big name, so you expect something big, but it's not all the time that you expect something big from a big reputation person and they deliver, but Hardy delivered it in style. Also impressed because it was exactly why a guy like Greg Hardy gets signed to a team like Dallas, you know? He's a spark for the team. He's a guy who can lead by example, a veteran of many combat sports, and of course, an ex-veteran of the NFL, so a guy who automatically steps in the dressing room and the team is going to look up to him. You know, he's a guy that they've watched on TV and so on and so forth. And then for him to deliver in the way that exactly reason you signed him, I mean, that's it. That's all you can ask. You look at that round and you say, okay, if you're Dallas, say, this is why we signed Greg Hardy.
Okay, a couple of housekeeping notes. We're only going 16 rounds tonight in this matchup because a couple things. One, Patrick Harris is out because of injury. That round that he was getting ready to take on Andre Ewell will be scored as 10-10. Now, because Norman Neely got knocked out, that makes it a 10-7 round, but that would make round 14 automatically between Adrian Taylor and Norman Neely. That'll make it a 10-9 round in favor of Dallas. Wow. So, guys, that makes it theoretically a one-point matchup between Dallas and D.C.
And I got some bad news for D.C.
What is that?
If this thing stays close, you know who the last round is going to be?
Who is that?
Greg Hardy.
Oh, boy.
If this thing
Greg Hardy and Dante White.
If this thing
he knows how to close the show, ladies and gentlemen.
Big pressure situation from a big and high-level pro athlete. Listen.
And you love to be in that position, though.
You don't start for the Dallas Cowboys for Jerry Jones and or a bum. No. Yeah. That's just not the way it works. And you are a terrific athlete.
You want to be in that position to be the last guy on the card and say, you know what, it lies on me. You guys need something, I got you.
And that's the thing. All he's saying right now in the dressing room is, guys, keep us in.
Keep it close.
And I'll close the show.
I'll get it right there. You know, you love that. Don't disrespect us.
Listen, you don't think that Greg Hardy has gotten a lot of people that have been ridiculing him and really on him for no reason for trying to make a living, and people were using him as a meme and talking all this and that.
Moment of redemption. Yeah, absolutely.
This is his way to be like, listen, I had to go and do what I had to do. I got this opportunity with Team Combat League, and he's making the most of it. That's what he has done. And now we get ready for the second half. We're only going 16 rounds. The women have been so exciting. Round 10, Jennifer Miranda and Tyrecia Douglas going head-to-head. But my goodness, guys, at some point I thought we were going to have somewhat of an easy night statistically, at least in this third. Well, Greg Hardy said, guess what, guys?
Bring it back.
That's the reason why I'm here.
And D.C. doing what D.C. does and bringing it down to the wire and possibly going to walk away with a 1 point.
Imagine.
With all those victories they had in a row, back to back to back to back.
Barry Hunt looks expensive in the corner now.
He doesn't look as militant as he was.
Yeah, he's really never truly happy as Barry. He's a great guy, but he's so intense. And you know that he's trying to urge on Tyrecia Douglas. Now, Douglas, if you are Tyrecia Douglas is someone you want to rely on because you got the knockdown over Leon Calderon. But who's coming in fresh? Jennifer Miranda. Jennifer Miranda passed up an opportunity, Paulie, to fight for a women's European championship months ago, but instead decided to fight here with Team Combat League because she felt it was a better opportunity for her.
They pay her too.
Yeah, more opportunities, more times to get in there and box, and if you have a good team, you get those extra playoff checks. So it's good by her.
So we are only going 16 rounds because of the injury to that of Patrick Harris, and also Norman Neely cannot compete because he was stopped by Greg Hardy, formerly of the Dallas Cowboys. Under a minute to go in this 10th round. These are the money rounds, mind you.
And the interesting thing about Douglas was she was actually losing the round, and then she got the knockdown early on, and that gave the momentum to D.C. all the way through. Now, D.C. is relying on her again to once again pick up some of the momentum that's been lost.
So Dallas is 2-2 on the year. D.C. 1-2. They are essentially battling for third place in the standings with Team Combat League. Of the 6 teams, only 4 of which will qualify for the playoffs.
Beautiful uppercut. That was an intelligent uppercut by Miranda right there. She set her up. She's leaning and, you know, having her walking in. That's a little weird walk that she's got going, but it's a setup. She's trying to get the shorter girl to come on in to this little, you know, this little web that she's spinning, and she wants to lean on that uppercut again.
Final moments of this 10th round.
Miranda looks like she wants that smoke, telling the ref to get up out of there so she can get back to it.
That'll end the 10th round.
See, the women, they're more sporty. They don't get each other's face after the round. They actually hug it out.
You thought they were going to get, you know, a little friction there, and then they just hugged.
Yeah, I saw Douglas walking towards Miranda. I'm like, and then it was just one big hug.
Ladies being ladies. You know, all the class in the world. TCL has some classy women. It's wonderful to see them all get in there and just compete.
These guys have seen each other already. Castro and Williams. We'll see round 2 between these guys. They had a good first round against one another.
And if I'm the fighter that just lost that round, I want to get my get back, not only for my team, but for myself. You know, you just walked away with a victory in the round, put a point on the board for the opposite guy. I need to get that one back.
Guys, we were looking at for Dallas, aside from Greg Hardy, but Adrian Taylor's the one who was able to swing things somewhat in Dallas's favor, at least to stop the bleeding in the early going.
That was a sympathy round.
Yeah, that was on the judges, but it mattered.
It
matters now, but that's why you shouldn't give sympathy rounds.
Statistically, that's how it played out.
That was the change they needed.
I agree with the judges, but I've been too mean on them already all night long. But here is Diane DePestri Castro of Dallas and Quincy Williams of D.C. I think that was a Dallas round, guys, previously with Jennifer Miranda.
Absolutely. Hard to see. Hard to see that one. But I know Quincy Williams walked away feeling very confident, dancing, feeling like he was in his zone against Castro last time. So I'm pretty sure he's going to try to stick to the same game plan.
Round 11, this one's scheduled for 16. Don't forget, we're back with Week 7 a week from tonight, May 25th, 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific time, right here on the Team Combat League YouTube page. Hit the subscribe button and join us next Thursday night as we will have an early start to your Memorial Day weekend, the unofficial start to summer. Don't forget, follow us on Instagram at Team Combat League. Amir Tyson will do some recaps, interviews. Good right hand there by DePestri Castro.
Yeah, these guys had a good attack against one another in the first time around. I thought it was Williams' shorter punching that was the difference, but again, a little bit.
Oh, good hook there.
Big right by Williams, a left to the body. So Douglas won that round. DC's on top, 95-92. So DC has increased their lead and got a little bit of a cushion now. Overhand right by Quincy Williams. Left hook by Quincy Williams.
It's a good reply by Castro, catching and shooting back. But he's just got to go first. Even though he's replying, he's second.
And also he's getting driven back.
And he's getting pushed back, 100%. He's getting punched around the cage legitimately, or around the ring. From corner to post, he's getting punched and moved back.
Quincy Williams, this is a major momentum shift. DC was on top, 95-92, and likely this will increase their lead. Body by Williams.
It's a good combination he just let off right there.
Oh, good counter.
He's just having fun. He's literally looking away, and he's in his zone, and he got some antics going, you know, some playful antics to say, hey, come on, let's get this thing on.
And Castro's like, all right, I had enough.
Yeah, let me get up on my bike and get out of here.
Maybe he felt one of those body shots, and he's not responding much at all. Yeah. Williams might have hurt him with one of those body shots.
Quincy did a good job again.
The 11th round, Quincy Williams looking mightily impressive.
Absolutely. Undefeated night by Quincy. He did a good job tonight for his team.
He was stellar. As we take a look at some of this action. Now we get ready for round number 12. Frederick Jordan, light heavyweight, Casey Dixon of DC. Wherever you're joining us around the world, we greatly appreciate it. Neela Camille supporting Dallas. Brother Moses supporting that of Quincy Williams of DC. Rico's the boss, a big Quincy Williams fan. Kathy Farrow supporting Jennifer Miranda. We really appreciate all of you having conversation on the live chat here on the Team Combat League YouTube page. So Williams won that round for DC. They lead 105-101 of that of Dallas. So DC on top, 105-101 of Dallas. So now, if you are Dallas, you need to win these final 4 rounds.
You need to. You do, but I mean, Casey Dixon ain't exactly an easy proposition here.
No, he's not, and they put on a good fight last round. So,
but isn't Norman Neely being out? Isn't that going to give Adrian Taylor round 14? You said
no. So we only have 4. So 2 rounds are out. But again, we will see Greg Hardy again against Dante White. Now Johnny Callis separates the 2.
So that they don't get scored, or they don't get scored?
So it's a 10-9 round when Norman Neely was supposed to give it a go because Hardy didn't stop him.
So Hardy won yet another round without being in the ring.
Without even being in the ring.
And that's what happens when you knock a guy out.
Big left hook there by Casey
Dixon. That's a big thing for your team.
Frederick Jordan might be wobbled. He is stumbling and bumbling all over the place.
Yeah, and those overhands are not going to let up. Big hooks.
Casey Dixon attack. Dallas is Frederick Jordan.
And he is cut and hurt and bleeding and wobbling, and he is almost...
Oh, boy, that's a cut above the eyelid of Frederick Jordan. That's in a bad spot.
It is.
Midway point of the 12th.
And I would just continue to push on the gas if I was Dixon.
Casey Dixon gets the stoppage.
Just get the referee out of here. Just get the ref involved, Just make it look vicious. Optics.
Dallas cannot afford to get stopped right now.
Casey Dixon looking for a stoppage, and time being called by Johnny Callis.
He called time. The clock's still going, though.
Now it has been stopped. This could be a 10-7 round if they deem Frederick Jordan unable to continue. He said it's it.
Come on.
He said it's that.
You know you don't stop cuts that fast, though.
But look how big that cut is.
I know, but it's 1 round. Come on.
That's a bad. That's a terrible
wave it off?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's over.
Have you seen? Did you look at the cut?
I know, but it's 1 round, man.
It's a 10-7 round.
And even in 10-round fights, man, unless the fighter outright says he can't see, man, they always let it continue. At least 1 or 2 more rounds.
Absolutely, it's in a terrible spot, and
So that's a 10-7 round.
That's big. That puts it out
favor,
of it.
and that means the issue is no longer a doubt.
I mean, unless Jordan himself said he couldn't see it, then it's different. But I mean, if the doctors,
premature stoppage.
Well, I'm not going to say for sure because I don't know what Jordan. Oh, we don't know
what Jordan said.
If Jordan may have said he couldn't see. Oh, it's a no contest.
It's a no contest.
Oh, from an elbow.
From an elbow.
Oh, wow.
I thought it was when they clashed.
Let's take a look at it. Mike Mazzulli can go ahead and educate us as to...
I thought it was a headbutt.
Yeah.
Let's take a look back, guys, in the truck. If we need to roll this back. We have replay that we are looking at when it comes to the official decision. If we can go ahead and look at that one more time, guys.
I think Dixon stepped in with one of those heavy overhand rights. I don't think that was it.
Nah. But he was already cut there. He was already cut there. I
don't think it was right there.
Nah, he was already cut there.
Yeah, he's still not cut.
That's actually why he got hit with that hook, because he was already cut. So he didn't see that.
We need to look back. If we can find where the cut took place, we are actively looking for it. Our fine staff is looking for when they felt instant replay is in effect.
They just got to go back and see before he was cut and then play it from there.
It looked like they had a clash of hands when Dixon was throwing that overhand right. They kind of clashed into each other, as we were talking about earlier, and that's when I believe the headbutt came. That left hook was a good left hook, but it was not what split him open.
Yeah, because I think he got hit with that left hook because he couldn't see because he was already split open.
So we are waiting to see so we can look at when the laceration took place, because it is technically right now a no contest, but we are looking for clarification on that.
This is a big swing.
And it's huge.
Massive. The points matter.
Because if it's a no contest, that means the score stays the same. If it is a stoppage, that would solidify the win for DC, which would elevate the record to 2-2 and take them to taking sole possession of third place. We are
for the replay here
and looking at the replay, and I know our fine staff doing a wonderful job to go ahead and bring that up. And in the ring right now, we have Benjamin Whitaker and Keithlin
If
King.
they showed the couple highlights that they had, we would be able to see it, because I believe I did see when they actually clashed in heads.
We are anxiously awaiting to see. Okay, here we go. As we will, let's go back and run that.
He's going to land a left hook right here.
Nah, he's already cut.
Yeah, he split.
I mean, that's what I'm saying.
So what you're saying is we need to roll back a little bit.
Dude, I mean,
let's roll back a little bit before that sequence, that 30, 40 second sequence. He was already cut prior, during that exchange. We need to roll it back about 30 to 40 seconds. Let's go back, and we are just trying to get.
They're going to clash in this corner right here.
Clarification.
This is where it happens.
And so they were clashing in the neutral corner, is what Bubba Jenkins is informing us, that they were clashing in the neutral corner. So we are anxiously awaiting to try to get clarification here with Frederick Jordan and Casey Dixon. We need to see if this was caused by a punch or because an accidental foul. All right, here we go. Let's take a look at it. Here we go right now. So he has not been cut. Left hook.
Left hooks. Boom. That's when
and
they clash.
And the cut happened.
That's when they clash.
So accidental headbutt, no contest. So says Mike Mazzulli. Thank you very much.
Last time you called me Nostradamus, I'll take that one again.
Okay, so I was wrong. I will admit I was wrong. I thought it was premature stoppage, but it's a no contest, meaning the score stays the same from my standpoint.
Which I agree with. Yeah, the wrestling, the MMA that happened got them, got the foreheads, got it.
All right, so now...
Me being a wrestler is why I saw that. That's the only reason.
That's why I'm glad you're here, to be able to provide some context to us.
Well, mixed martial arts, I got you guys.
All right, round 15. This one's scheduled for 16. Benjamin Whitaker and Keithlin King. Whitaker at 160, taking on Keithlin King. Oh, big shots to start off for Keithlin King. Benjamin Whitaker bobbing and weaving. He is getting...
And King always means business when he comes in there. Yeah. But again, the balance, the clashing.
The problem with King is he wants to get there, then punch. Again, it's the same problem.
Again, we got a running back playing boxing.
One more round to go. Greg Hardy will close it out against Dante White. Good right hand to the body there by Keithlin King on Benjamin Whitaker.
Yep. But I can see a clash of heads coming in this fight as well. Just the way they lean their shoulders. Wild overhand, but it meant everything to him.
Big right hand connecting for Keithlin King. All right, so at the moment, DC leads 134-131. But guys, that's significant because you have Greg Hardy coming up. And if Hardy can get another stoppage, that's a 3-point swing. So this round is important. Big right hand by Keithlin King.
Got to keep him in it. We need Greg Hardy to finish the show. That's what they want.
Look, if you are Dallas, you need Benjamin Whitaker to find a way to win this round. Because then you make it a 2-point lead for DC, of which you could get a 3-point round from Greg Hardy.
Good counter right hand by Whitaker, but he's got to get a little more. There's a good jab there, and another good jab.
Got to be a little quicker with that counter. He's waiting. He probably needs to interrupt King to get it. You're going to see how he came after that punch. He needs to interrupt him.
Coming up on minutes ago in this 15th round, scheduled for 16. I think Keithlin King has done enough work to be able, as long as he stays out of danger, to win this round for DC.
Time it, Whitaker. Whitaker's setting up that right hand. Maybe it's an overhand, maybe it's a cross, but he's timing that Kingland reach in or jump in. And if he can sit down and time it right, that right hand's going to mean something for him.
Keithlin King pushing the pace. And
there's that right hand. It's just not timed like we need it to be.
Is Coach Barry Hunter watching intently?
Not the right hand I was hoping for. You know what I mean, Paulie? Not the sit down, rock 'em, sock 'em right hand that stops him from coming in, you know.
Final moments of the 15th round.
Yeah, King won this round because he probably wanted it more.
Yeah.
Whitaker sat back a little too defensively, let King dictate a little bit.
King won this round because there's no charging in boxing.
Yeah.
And the way I look at this is that essentially that is like a closer who closes the game for your team if you're DC, because now it's a 4-point lead. The max that Greg Hardy can do if he gets a stop,
I'll tell you what,
it's a 3-point lead.
It's going to get worse because Derek Davis has got in the ring.
And that ain't, and I'm not sure who DC even brought out, or Dallas even brought out.
So we're going to end with Derek Davis.
Oh, no. I'm excited for this matchup.
Javier Fernandez.
And it's going to get worse because Kobe Brady comes in after Derek Davis, and Kobe Brady is like that ironhead running back.
And he also already had Bailey in there.
All right, guys, I'm not going to lie to you, but and I hate to say this, but I thought we were going only 16, but I'm confused, so I will call what's in front of me. Javier Fernandez of Dallas, Derek Davis of DC.
Yeah. We skipped.
So because we skipped
Patrick
2 rounds,
Harris.
I thought we were going to go 16, but again, you
We
learn
did.
something new every day.
No, we are going 16 because we skipped Patrick Harris and we skipped.
I thought we were going to go 8. I thought we were only going 16, but there's still some matchups that could potentially be made.
Well, we're not in round
to get us to
16.
18.
They just counted the rounds we didn't do.
Yes, so
we're actually in round
14.
14. Yeah.
I've just lost control of everything at this point, guys. I hate to say it, but I just know that.
Counted the round 10-10 and the 10-9.
I know that DC is on top, and they likely will take sole possession of 3rd place. Right now, though, Derek Davis in control against Javier Fernandez.
And that jab that Davis has is just controlling everything. Yes, Fernandez is getting off. Yes, Fernandez is in the boxing match with Davis, but there's only one guy truly doing some work, and that is Davis.
Beautiful left hook there by Derek Davis. Okay, so we are going the full 18 is what we're doing. So we're going the full 18.
But they counted. They counted the 2 rounds we skipped. That's all they did. They just counted the 2 rounds we skipped.
Good body there.
That's what we got.
Davis is going to work here on Fernandez.
The 2 rounds we skipped, we're going the full 18. Big left hook there by Javier Fernandez.
Yes, good left hook by Fernandez.
And one of the 2 rounds we skipped was a 10 nice right hand there by Davis. One of the 2 rounds we skipped was the 10-10, as you mentioned earlier, Ray. And the other round we skipped is the one that Greg Hardy wins because normally he can't fight.
So Keith and King won that previous round. Dallas on top, or Dallas trailing 144 to 140. DC on top 144 to 140. A 4-point advantage for DC.
Vicious walk him down jab that Davis is throwing. He's gotten a little bit bloody, but he seems to like the violence. He seems to be about that action. Yeah, he's whether it's lip or if it's nose, but Hernandez drew some blood, but it seems to be a part of the wear for Davis. He likes it. He wants that action.
Davis is a quintessential Barry Hunter fighter. If anybody remembers Lamont Peterson, Lamont Peterson was trained by Barry Hunter since he was a child. You know, just that walk you down, suffocate you style, but with skill, with precision punching. Davis is very much in that mold when you watch him. He reminds me of a young Lamont Peterson.
Looks good. If he throws that overhand with some conviction, he could really do something.
Final moments of the 16th round. As we head towards the 17th.
Doesn't get any easier, man. Now they're throwing.
Now you have Kobe Brady and Daniel Bailey,
who would knock you out with that headbutt.
Oh, absolutely. As we'll go back, Paulie, and take a look at some of the action.
If he shaves, he'll look like Tim Bradley.
Yeah, he would. Hey, Bradley was a guy too that was, kind of like Kobe Brady. He liked getting physical.
Yeah.
you know,
You weren't bullying Tim. No way. Tim will bully you.
Absolutely. He would always, and very much like Kobia Brady, in impeccable physical shape, like a bull, but also had very good physical attributes and boxing skill. So round 17 scheduled for 18. Daniel Bailey of Dallas, Kobia Brady of DC. Assuming things hold true, Dallas will fall to they will have a tiebreaker. They'll fall to 4th place. DC will take sole possession of 3rd. Kobia Brady charging right after Daniel Bailey. Daniel Bailey, one of the bright spots for the Dallas Enforcers.
And the thing is, Bailey is a good boxer. It's just he's not able to really get settled in because Brady just comes in and charges and takes control of the ring. And then one round, you really don't have enough time to set traps for a guy like Brady. You've got to try to outwork him back.
And Kobia Brady is one of those guys who doesn't make anybody look good. You have to be really special to look exemplary against him.
And again, I'll bring it back to the guy I missed tonight, man, Sherbeck. Sherbeck won both rounds against DC when New York, against Kobia when New York took on DC.
Big right hand there by Daniel Bailey. So Fernandez won that round. DC 153 on top of Dallas 150. So
they gave it to Fernandez?
They gave it to Fernandez.
What are they giving, blood?
If Daniel Bailey wins this round, Paulie,
that's amazing.
And if Greg Hardy gets a stoppage, you could have a draw.
That's amazing.
Can you believe this?
That's amazing. I think, would they just judge it against him because he started bleeding?
I really... And wait until Bubba Jenkins hears this. So, Bubba, as you were... Javier Fernandez won that round against Derek Davis, so say the judges. So it's 153-150. And Daniel Bailey, from my standpoint, is winning this round against Kobia Brady. Guess what? Greg Hardy's on top.
I said they must have scored the blood. I mean, there's no other way you can come.
And I walked away to go use the restroom knowing that fight was over.
Yeah.
So coming back to see that result was not what we expected is wild. But they definitely want that Greg Hardy matchup. Yeah. Who doesn't want Greg Hardy to finish the show for him?
I mean, it's almost like if this holds true and Daniel Bailey wins this round, as Paulie, I'm not going to say you think, but I certainly think he's winning this round.
Yeah.
Then it would make it a 2-point lead for DC.
And you know what Dallas is going to do?
And if...
you know what Dallas is going to do?
I'll tell you what. You can make more of a case for Bailey winning this round than you could for Fernandez winning the round against Davis. I'll give it to you that. But the only thing is... Kobia Brady controls the ring a lot, so it's hard to take it away from him in a one-round fight.
Like you said,
putting hands on you, touching, making you uncomfortable. But Bailey has at least landed some decent shots. Where it's not as criminal as giving it to Fernandez last round against Davis. That's criminal.
I promise you too, and that ends the round. One more round to go. But here's what's interesting as we head into this 18th and final round. If Greg Hardy stops Dante White, then he could win the matchup for Dallas.
And DC would lose by a point.
By a point.
Their previous 3 meetings it's been determined by 1 point.
Is Greg Hardy.
And Greg Hardy's coming out to take on Dante White.
He's going to lose it.
Barrett is going to lose it.
We're going to have a 17th fight. Hunter's fighting somebody.
If you're Dante White, your emphasis should be don't get knocked out.
That's all you got to do.
And if you're Greg Hardy,
respect the team.
You literally have gone from playing in the NFL with the Cowboys, in the UFC, in bare knuckle, fighting pro boxer. You go from working out Walmart 2 weeks ago to now finding your opportunity to close the show for Dallas and take your team to be in 3rd place in the standings.
And I'll tell you what, I thought Dante White was the victim of a sympathy round.
Yes, he was.
I thought he won the round he boxed earlier tonight against Adrian Taylor.
They have not treated Dante White well tonight, giving him Greg Hardy to not finish the show and not get his team another loss, and also the victory he had earlier, they gave him a loss. So TCL hasn't been the favorite to White.
Also, a 2 knockdown rule is in effect, so you knock your opponent down twice, it's automatically a 10-7 round. That's what Greg Hardy needs as he takes on Dante White of DC.
He did a good trick there by pawing that jab, getting him to bring his guard down, and then finishing up with that cross. That's a good trick, but I don't think Dante will be susceptible to it.
So that'll go ahead, and we have a minute plus has elapsed. Greg Hardy looking to close the show on Dante White.
I think Dante White's playing it smart, though. He's not giving Hardy a lot of openings.
Yes, he respects his teammates.
He's playing it defensively, but unlike Norman Neely, he's keeping it at center ring.
Well, to kind of bring it back to Bubba's world, when he was an elite standout wrestler for the Penn State Nittany Lions, it's almost like, okay, you know, just don't get pinned.
Yes.
You know, don't even get finished. Don't even get a tech ball.
But you got to put yourself in positions not to do that. You see, Norman Neely was trying to be defensive against Hardy, and he went right to the ropes where Hardy could really be comfortable having his opponents back to ropes. At least in this case, Dante White is fighting a defensive round, but he's making sure to keep the fight in the middle of the ring, so he at least gives himself options if he gets in trouble.
Absolutely, and Hardy did a great job of the last time being able to get him against the ring and then post and punch. Now every time he posts, Dante moves it or knocks it down or finds a punch to throw back at him. So he can't give him that post and punch that he got last time. So he's doing a good job of respecting the win that his team has at the hand and respecting the work that they've also put in.
Hey, Paulie, what signings that we've seen mid-season for Team Combat League? Ahmed Sheikh, the CEO, and his entire team have done a wonderful job to have some free agent signings that have made impacts for their respective teams.
Yeah. Some guys have come in, made some really good impacts. Some guys have exited. Team Combat League, man. I mean, you don't know what you're going to get one week to the next.
Well, we are in the middle of the season. We're back a week from tonight on May 25th as we will begin the Memorial Day weekend early, 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific time next Thursday. Greg Hardy not going to get this finish. He pushes down Dante White. But Hardy has come to play. And welcome to Team Combat League, Greg Hardy.
Oh, he's talking to the whole DC team.
Boy, oh boy. He's literally inviting them into
He's
the
saying,
ring.
who wants to, you can come get it, you know.
It's to fight them all.
That was the one thing about Hardy. His discipline, his character is a little bit at question. That's why he's in so many different organizations.
But if Barry Honor, who they go ahead and exchange pleasantries. Guys, what a night that we've had here at Team Combat League. Let me go and get the result, and I will allow both you, Paulie, and Bubba to break it down. But, oh my goodness, catching my breath after this triple header.
Yeah, you know, without I think Dallas heavily leaned on Greg Hardy tonight. You know, he scored
all their points.
Think about it. He got a 3-point round the first time. Then he knocked out that same heavyweight Neely.
So gives him a 10-10 round.
That was a 10-9.
Oh, 10-9. Wow.
So that was 4 points. And now this one here, he won 10-9. So he got 5 points just on his own. I mean, and they relied heavily on Hardy. And unfortunately, I don't think it's enough. But
he kept it close and he kept it respectable.
And he did, and he earned his money. You know, they signed. They went and got this big name signing.
Yep.
They're not going to get the win tonight, but certainly he's a guy who
kept playing his part. Yeah. Absolutely. And, you know, with it getting closer to the playoff times, we never know how the standings are going to land, and he's going to be a problem for the next heavyweights that come against him.
He's a big deal. He's a big deal. I mean, I'm thinking of him against all the other heavyweights I've seen tonight and all the other. I mean, it's going to be fun in general.
I'd love to see him versus Hunter, see what that looks like.
Him against Hunter, him against Scuderi, who's 6'7". You know?
Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. Great card tonight. Great, awesome show by Greg Hardy, coming from where he came from to put on a show for Team Dallas. He did a great job of making everything of the opportunity that he was given. That's for sure.
And of course, you know, once again, entertaining. You know, people pay to see knockouts. People want to watch for these fights, for the knockouts, for the action. And Hardy, a big name who people would have been on the edge of their seat to watch in the ring. There's always a curiosity about a guy like Hardy who's done so much in his life between the NFL career with the Cowboys and the different various combat sports he's fought. He came in and he delivered.
And it's the perfect kind of setup for him because it's, 3 minutes. Give me all you got for 3 minutes. We don't got to be in any kind of crazy shape or amazing. You give me 3 minutes of your hard heart, and then we'll give you a break and give you another 3 minutes with possibly the same guy. See if we can get a different result.
Full steam ahead once again.
Absolutely. So perfect for him.
After completing 18 rounds between DC and Dallas, here is your final score. DC 172, Dallas 169. DC 2-2 on the season. Dallas will fall to 2-3 on the year. Congratulations to Barry Hunter and the DC Destroyers to improve to 2-2 on the season.
At 2-2, yeah, just an amazing.
Yeah, with Now with DC going to 2-2, I guess that gives them third place. LA's on the outside looking in with I think a 1-5 record, but it's still all to play for. I mean, there's still playoff spots available. I think for everybody. LA's got to be careful not to fall too far behind, but I think everybody else is in contention for the playoffs still.
All right, so that is how you had 172-169 in favor of DC. They improved to 2-2 on the season. Amir Tyson is going to go ahead and have a conversation. We are efforting Greg Hardy, and also, but guys, DC with the win, they now take sole possession of third place here tonight and in the standings.
Yeah, and that's where you want to be. I think as long as you get in the tournament and just get in, you got to get in the dance, and then you give yourself an opportunity. So the whole point is get in the dance, make sure you make the playoffs, and it don't matter if you get first, second, third, or fourth, as long as you get into the playoffs.
And just like we're witnessing in the NBA today, it's some of these guys who are just squeaking in are actually pushing the champions or pushing the guys at the top of the bracket. So
that's where the experience comes in. That's why a guy like Greg Hardy, having a guy like Greg Hardy come in, like the Lakers. Lakers are a 7th seed, but they have that experience.
Absolutely.
With AD and LeBron, So same thing here. Guys like Greg Hardy come in, might be a 3rd or 4th seed, but all of a sudden you're a threat.
All right, Amir Tyson standing by with the newest edition of the Dallas Enforcers, Greg Hardy. Amir.
Greg Hardy with the emphatic knockout early was definitely the knockout of the night. How do you feel? How did you feel going into it? It's a different format. Tell me everything you feel about it.
I feel great, man. I joined because of the format. I love how it played out. Everybody gets to shine. Some tough opponents. Those guys hitting, swinging hard. I came out, I had a better night, man. But overall, man, it was just amazing for me. I'm ready to come back next week.
What are you going to do next week that's different than the night that's going to make you even better?
I'm going to try to show off more of my boxing ability tonight. It was about power. It was about getting those quick points. We started off a little slow as a team, so we had to pick it up at the end, get some points on the board, make sure they came across and have time to really play around. But next week, I want to come out, man, and showcase some of this boxing ability I've been working on because I've been working hard.
Well, I can't wait to see you next week.
All right, Greg Hardy with Amir Tyson and Bubba. Greg Hardy made a significant impact.
Absolutely. For him to come onto the TCL late and then give the performance that he gave, to have the opportunity. Everyone in the world is wondering what Greg Hardy is doing. And for him to come out here to TCL and put on that type of performance, it gives him that self of redemption that he's probably looking for right now.
Well, with the victorious head coach of the DC Destroyers, Amir Tyson is standing by with Barry Hunter.
Yeah. Hey, I'm with Barry Hunter, the coach of the DC Destroyers. How do you feel?
Man, I feel elated right now. We are back.
Yes. We're both from DC. I've known this guy since I was 9 years old, way back. But how'd you feel about your team's performance overall tonight?
I thought it was great. I said, coming down the line, we took a couple of losses. I didn't expect what happened to Neely, versus Greg. But, it's boxing. But nevertheless, I was proud of him, especially, when you look at Quincy Williams' performance, when you look at Dirk Davis Jr.'s performance, it was outstanding. Yeah. And Tyresha Douglas, she stepped up tonight. So, and there was no more getting on the rope, staying in the corner. So we're back in it.
Right. Other than Greg Hardy's knockout, you guys, I feel like, won most of the rounds and won the whole competition matchup. You guys, last time I interviewed you, I felt in my heart that you guys got robbed. They gave you the right decision today. How do you feel about that?
I feel great. Like I said, it's never a good feeling when you come up on the short end of the stick, especially if you were in the people spoke. Right. So nevertheless, we're not in the moral victories. We didn't come in here for somebody to give us something. We came as conquerors, and conquerors take. And that's what we're going to do.
Yes, sir. Well, thank you for the interview. I appreciate it.
I love you, man.
All love,
tell you
always.
5, I said, hey.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Amir Tyson. Greatly appreciate it. All right, quickly, running down the standings after Week 6 has been completed. New York City stands in first place at 5-1. They were victorious tonight over LA, 172-169. Atlanta is in second place at 4-1. DC now gains sole possession of third place, 2-2. We have a tie for fourth place. Las Vegas and Dallas are both 2-3. LA is sitting in last place at 1-4. Once again, going alongside by Bubba Jenkins and Paulie Malignaggi. Recapping the night, we started off Atlanta 171 over Las Vegas 169. Bubba, obviously Atlanta came out after the momentum shift that they were able, the confidence that they gained 2 weeks ago. They continue with that. They are clearly one of the top teams with Team Combat League.
Absolutely. Atlanta came out willing to put it all on the line, give it their best. Like you said, they carried the momentum from last week into this week, and they put on a great show. I'm excited to see what they're going to do in the playoffs. Now,
Paulie for New York City. They're obviously no Peter Dobson tonight. Sherbek Ramutaloff was out. Also, you had, Ralph Clemente, who was not in the lineup tonight. 2 of those 3 will likely be back in a week or 2. Sherbek Ramutaloff out for the year at lightweight for New York City. But New York City had to dig deep. They had an uphill climb, but they found a way to get it done, and they retained sole possession of first place.
Yeah, and that's a big psychological win for New York as well, coming in with all these shortcomings and getting the win. And also a debilitation for L.A. L.A. probably saw New York as a sitting duck. Maybe it's an opportunity to steal one off of the best team in the league, and they were not able to do it. So really a big blown opportunity in my eyes for L.A., but still a big question marks for New York. It took a big 3-point punch from Johnny Beck Komatov to get the win today. Otherwise, they would have come up short. That knockdown was a 3-point swing. He was about to lose that round 10-9. He ends up winning the round 10-8. Final score is 172-169. That was the big difference in there. So I'm even going forward, I still... My new look for the favorite of the league right now is Atlanta. I got to see more of New York and how they come back from these debilitating injuries.
We talked about 3-point swings. How about Greg Hardy really coming on with Team Combat League? Even though Dallas came up short, you clearly have your heavyweight, and you have a star in Greg Hardy who performed at a high level here tonight.
He did exactly what people tune in to watch him see. Greg Hardy is a guy, he brings a little bit more, something more to the TCL. He's got a big reputation, ex-NFL career, combat sports, so on and so forth. He's a star before he even got here, so people tune in just out of the curiosity, and they gave them what they wanted to see. It's good TV, and it's good for Greg Hardy, and it's good for Dallas.
And Bubba, to close out the night, DC under Barry Hunter. Every one of their matchups have been decided by 1 point, even though they had to deal with some adversity with Greg Hardy getting that win, the momentum in favor of Dallas. Barry Hunter, his entire team, they didn't panic, they didn't waver, and now they are in sole possession of third place, meaning they are in the playoff race.
Absolutely. They did a job listening. They did a great job of listening to Hunter the whole time. The intensity that he had to let them know, the sense of urgency, the moment that was at hand. They did a good job of capturing that. Even though Greg Hardy did what he was supposed to do, got paid to do, to come in and put some pressure not only on the heavyweights, but on that entire team, because they looked a little bit scared of who Greg Hardy was. He was telling people to come in the cage with him or come in the ring. But nonetheless, they did a good job, and Barry walked away with another victory. As we said, I'm excited to see what that team has for the playoffs, because they have been so close with every team that, when the money's on the line, it could get different.
And I am excited for week number 7, a week from tonight. Start off your Memorial Day weekend early with us. 1 week from tonight, May 25th, 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific time on the TCL YouTube page. Click the subscribe button on behalf of Bubba Jenkins, Paulie Malignaggi, Amir Tyson, Ahmed Sheikh, and our entire team. Thank you so much for joining us. Running down the standings, New York City in first place, 5-1. Atlanta second place, 4-1. DC taking sole possession of third place. They're 2-2. A log jam at fourth place with Las Vegas and Dallas. They're 2-3. And LA is 1-4 in last place. What a night that we had. Next week, we bring you yet another triple header. Week 7 of Team Combat League comes your way a week from tonight. Follow us on our social media at Team Combat League. A triple header in the books. Unbelievable action. The fastest 3 minutes in sports for the men, the fastest 2 minutes for the women. Hey, how about our fight of the year tonight that we had with Nicole Ocasio and Lisette Lopez? Some highlight reel knockouts as well. Unbelievable. Jonah Komatov putting away Alan Garcia. And oh, guess what? The former Dallas Cowboy, Greg Hardy's in the mix in the heavyweight division. Also, Michael the Bounty Hunter, one of the top tier cruiserweight and heavyweights, making noise for Las Vegas. On behalf of our entire team, I'm Ray Flores. Enjoy the rest of your week. We'll see you a week from tonight here on Team Combat League. Have a great one. We'll talk to you to begin Memorial Day weekend. Week 6 in the books. New York City still on top of Team Combat League. 5-1, their record. Good night from Mohegan Sun Resort and Casino.